chance.
I mean, do you think that they're
Okay,
stored in?
so
So
good morning, everyone. I will be streaming today. I'm going to be continuing on working on my Unreal Engine tutorial they have for the Endless Runner. So let me just get my chat open on phone. There we go.
Thacker run saved.
And I did start yesterday. I got a little bit done. I'll show you where we started, Fred. Let's see here. There it is.
Okay.
Um, I got it so it
Well, we're just gonna nuke
spawns.
that whole
It
bot.
does spawn new level and
Goodbye.
then deletes the old one
And
behind it
now
and
try
kind of
launching
continues
again,
on, always
because
showing at
maybe
least 10. You
maybe
can,
that was why
there's
my
rocks
bindings
that
were off.
spawn. You
We'll
gotta
see.
dodge
I just don't
those.
want the default binding to be mouse button.
And coins you gotta pick
But
up
hold on,
that
I'll
make
just
little
play and we'll
sounds.
see.
So,
One
let's,
thing I haven't done is
you
that
can go
this
left
always
and
says
right.
E, even when it's not.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can jump. Little counter up on the
Also,
upper
what's up
left
with
up
these
there,
lights
that does
popping?
continue to count. And then if you run into it, you die. and then you restart. So that's where I'm at right now. Nothing super special, but down the road I'd like to change up a couple different things. I'd like to get the movement a little bit better. This,
Oh boy.
I mean, it's not bad, but just seems like it could use a
There's
little
something
more
going on.
animation to
The
it.
lights are in the wrong level.
I'd like
Look at their
to
lighting isn't even loaded.
add my own textures in. Maybe give it like a cave run to it or forest. Actually, that'd be kind of cool to have trees just kind of laying the side. Because I think work
It looks
polygon
like I'm
counts
turning them on
and
dynamically,
seeing
but
if I
I'm
can
not.
keep my polygon counts
It should
proper
be
for a good
baked up.
run.
You?
I'd like to change the rocks to maybe
Yeah, I was definitely speedrunning the first half of the game.
something
I played
that
this
looks a
super
little bit more
fast.
like it would kill you. I mean, a rock, you kind of feel like you would just
No.
stop and then that'd be
I
it.
don't have to look
So,
at the puzzles.
but yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Kind of
This is one
fun,
of my favorite ones,
different. Not really. It's been done before, but yep. Alright, let's
something I
get
don't
myself
like
killed.
is escape to get out of this menu.
Alright,
But that one is
restore
not
the defaults,
bad
which
enough
pop
to
all
warrant
my
it.
other tabs up that I had going.
Okay,
Yes,
so
just there they are.
I guess things are fine.
Boom. I like to have all my tabs, or at least a good chunk of them up. That are the ones I'll be working on when I have small projects like this. I
Back to your
do
tab.
tend to get rid of them if it's something I don't think I'll ever go back into. But
Oh, you'd normally at least receive a notification.
let's see here. So we get the game mode first. The HUD I probably won't touch anymore.
Yes, he was here before.
I'll
Windows
put
no
over
editor.
here. Walker.
You
The rock. I don't think I'll be touching that again.
Unreal Dev slow kill. What's
Okay.
the FR stand for?
So
You said there's not many people on today on stream. Bless you, holy child.
was going to be. I left off trying to build a ramp.
All right, well. Set this
And
build live
let's
then on Steam.
see here. Did I add it in already? I probably did. Add flat
Steam
mesh.
has all these like NDA things with
Static mesh.
stuff. I don't know if I should show that or how much of it I should show. There's really not much interesting about
And
this.
then I'm going to add
Honestly,
in.
I only do like 2 or 3 things every time I'm on this Steam partner page.
A ramp.
And
Would it be just a ramp?
it always takes me forever to find what I'm trying to do.
I don't know what that
Update?
can ramp.
I'm
That's
either
not a
trying
ramp.
to update.
Let's go back into this. We'll start here, working forward.
Make it 10.
I'll give
Z,
you
I'll
kind of
make it 3,
Wait,
so it's
just-
got some height to it. And since that's a terrible, I just
wedge.
rotated it, which I didn't mean to do.
They also move things at some point.
And then I'm going to set the X to be 5. And then we'll just line this up
10, 5, 3.
with the edge. Alright, and let's make it look a little bit more exciting. So I'm going to go to the materials here. And I'm going to go Tech Pulse. Alright, so there we go. We got the Tech Pulse going. We got this neat looking ramp. Now, a couple things I'm going to need to adjust. You remember our attach point is right here. Now, this is something we can't do up until 4.6. I'm using 4.7 here. And the reason I'm doing this is because this makes it so much easier. Is that in 4.6 you can't move a component that you already have from your parent class. In 4.7 you're able to do that, so this is super easy. So I can just take this and drag it
There we
to a new spot. It should be 1500 and up around 280. So I can have the new attach point be there. Now, if you are using up until 4.6, there's other ways to get around this. You can add a new attach point and adjust your function so that it's returning the position of that instead. But going forward, hopefully we'll, from 4.7 we'll be able to do this. So if you can use 1.7, it's great. And let's also move our end trigger since we can, and we'll just put that up there. So now when we leave this piece of floor, it's still gonna call that end trigger. Okay, so now we'll go and save that.
So he's just moving everything for the time being. Oop. Hey, Mr. Pumpkin, coming up. Come on. Come on, Mr. Pumpkin. Come on. You Do it.
Okie dokie then. It's actually pretty easy.
No?
for something
You don't want to
like
jump up?
this team.
No, you do. Get your favorite
So
blanket up
let's
here.
see. Got all
Life
these
couldn't get
game
better for you.
updates of games I never play. Rip.
Come on.
Half-Life
I'll leave it.
updated?
I'll leave that open for you for now.
Keeping up with the times. They just replaced it with Black Mesa. Alright. When will you trigger, huh?
And touch point.
Say if I try to play right now, what will it do? See, Alpha 13 still.
Hey, punk. I can
Come on,
slide
Steam,
back
you
in.
gotta be lightning fast. Oh well. So,
Gotta get my chair situated. There we go. Now I can support you better, bro.
this already did.
What's up, buddy?
Instead of set default to use button,
There's my cat. His name is Pumpkin.
Tips.
He is a bastard. Nah, he's a good guy. He just sometimes gets a
But that's gonna go later.
little vicious, or maybe not vicious. He gets a little cattish.
Cut.
That's what I'll call you. We'll call it cattish.
My later list now.
Okay, so
Well, before build,
I've got my
nothing.
ramp.
We got that. Literally everything goes into later now. But what to do before the grant submission? I'm thinking allow escape on main menu should probably get added there. Alright.
I'll just for simplicity and sticking with what he's got going on. He's light. It's kind of cooler, but that's okay. Mine's probably yep, that one probably lights. I betcha. Oop, that's probably a little better for you guys. I apologize. Alright. So,
That. And we're going to go back to our game mode and to our add floor tile function. So before we were adding a floor tile, what we're going to do here, instead of using this class BP floor tile, I'm going to make that a variable.
okay, so he goes back into compile save. He is in the run game mode. In the game mode, he has come to floor tile, and he's promoting that to a variable.
Really nothing
so
happens when you run the lighting build.
blueprint
It just
floor
dirties up
tile.
levels. Let's see.
Let's find
What's
out
in the chat,
why
of
he
course.
made this.
Slow kill. I'm watching because I love to learn to mod, but the game I'd like to mod.
And I'm going to call this
Dev kit as of now. Do you have any games
floor tiles.
I do. And I'm on here to see how others devs mods. Awesome. Half-Life Dev came back to Valve.
I apologize about that.
Oh yeah.
It's probably this guy. I'm allergic to
Quick,
cats,
I have
probably.
one question for you. Do you make the game with a group of people or alone? I make it alone. And in the first 2 or 3 months,
Floor
there
tile.
were
Okay.
other people who were involved. But then they
And then I'm going to change it to an array. And it's going to give me this message that it's going to break this. So I'm going to hit change variable type anyway. Basically, I just couldn't directly plug that in, which is why it does that. But if I hit compile, it's going to stay here. So then we're going to get from that.
Oop, oop. How did you do that?
So this file has not changed. And default game, we're going to say
So then we're going to get from that.
game to version
Oh, okay. So we're gonna get.
update game to version alpha 14. Alright. And then we're gonna go tag that on GitHub. Yeah, so slow kill. I think Source Engine is a great engine for modding.
Betting that's probably gonna go right over there.
Because Hammer,
Educating
once
us.
you learn Hammer, it's pretty easy. I don't know if you already have that kind of experience.
And plug it in to our class.
Well,
Now we're going to want to have an array of these things. We're going to randomly get from that. So
Not as shady
again, we'll use a random integer in range.
Yeah,
And it'll go from 0 to the last
So, yeah,
index.
slow kill. I was huge into the Portal 2 modding.
0 to
Hammer is
last
a
index.
really good level editor. It's archaic, but it's really good.
Right.
So if you want to get into modding, I suggest one of those source games.
and then from there I can get less index.
Okay.
Index.
What is this?
So this will give me the last number
That's new.
as the max. So whatever the last number that is now the new
Ever
max.
since I started streaming, my code frequency has gone through the roof. I love it. All right. So alpha.
There we go. Spaghetti gone.
14.
I'm an anti-spaghettier. You'll see me doing a lot of fixing up to prevent spaghetti.
Lots of
Again, OCD. That's okay though. So now we have
Okay, so it's going to randomly pull from that
making
and use it for the class. Now,
the class
since
based
we
on the
changed
array.
what was plugged into that, this return value got
This one,
disconnected,
let's try to
so
keep it real.
Just
quickly-
reconnect that,
Oh,
and then
I will try.
Yep. Mine's still there.
Pre-release,
Huh.
right?
It says no,
Really just depends if the other ones
but
are
it's still there. Okay.
tagged as pre-releases. That's fine.
reconnect that.
Private anyway. This is private.
Now, the last thing we're going to need to do is go to our class defaults, and we see that the floor tiles is now one of our variables. So we'll hit plus on this twice. We'll have our original BP floor tile,
So just so I
and also our
check,
BP floor
the
tile
alpha
child.
14 was tagged
That's right, because I made it as two different
2.34
ones,
commits, which was
and then he has.
him to 14.
Wait, where does he select that
So
from?
here we can actually look at the contributors tab.
Of our variables. So we'll hit variables, and we see that the floor tile. Now, the last thing we're going to need to do is go to our class defaults.
Class defaults.
Um,
Okay. So class defaults.
The project morphed a lot. When we started on a project, it was actually to be a
And we
Floor
see that the
tiles
floor tiles
and
is
Zero.
now
that was the
one
whole
of our
focus of
variables.
it.
So we'll hit plus on
but
this
then it
twice.
like,
Two
I
elements, because I want to
shifted the
add two different
focus
variations. So I have
away
the
from that.
initial,
Like we
and then
changed
the second
engines, we
one,
tried
we'll
different
have our-
things,
and then
I
go
was like,
through
let's do Unreal, and so then I was the primary developer. And
this
most of
one.
the other guys were conceptual and like a little bit of play testing. Reeve Blue, who you'll see here, he made some commits in the early days of this version. He was actually very involved, very into it in the beginning, but then it was just becoming a project that wasn't what he was wanting.
Our
to
original
do.
BP floor tile,
Decided not to, but look at
and also our BP
ever since
floor
it started
tile
streaming,
child.
his productivity has
And
gone up.
actually, you know what I'm going to do real quick here?
Uh,
I'm going to make this a little more
fascinating enough,
descriptive.
This period
I'm going to go
of
and
my
rename it
productivity,
to floor tile ramp.
was when
up.
I started watching Game of Thrones. I don't know why, but I
And
had that on my second monitor, and I was like,
There we
all
go.
day just
I need to
coding,
get a
doing so
good
many
sniffle there, and I do
levels and
apologize. I didn't want to do
changes
that
and
on
stuff.
your ears.
And unfortunately, this
Okay,
is
so,
when I started doing
you wanna-
contract work. I actually, so
renamed.
this whole period is my contract work window. But in the middle, you'll see I took a break from contract work because I got married, but I did a little coding then too. And
Let's see here.
yeah, and then a couple edits. It's a little unfortunate because I really didn't do so much contract work that I shouldn't have been working on my game, but it like just changed my mindset so much. Anyway,
you'll see that should have changed in here as well. So now we get ramp
and then
up.
in there,
There
he
we go.
changed this one.
Okay, so now we have two
Uh-huh.
types of floor tile that it's going to choose from
Oop.
when it spawns floor.
boom, right
So if we hit play, we now have ramps and we have flat areas.
there. So let's continue
whoops.
working today.
So we're starting to get a little bit more variety to our stage here.
Oh, Griff, you know.
So let's go ahead,
Blue,
make a duplicate of the ramp up. And I think you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this ramp
Griff
down.
says it's sad most Portal 2 mods died, but it's Valve's fault. The source code is kept under secret. Kind of. It would. There are some mods out there that have the source code, and that's great. I think those serious mods could get it if they
And I
really
bet you
wanted
he
it.
spins.
But honestly, it's kind of an old game, and there
Okay.
aren't enough skilled developers out there who want to make content.
I'll
for
open it up,
and for
go to
me,
the viewport,
I was working
I'm
on
just going to
mod
make a few
backstock
quick
for
changes.
many
Rotate this
years.
around.
It has over
Pull it
50
down.
mods, and I got to a point though where
Okay,
it was just
seems to
me
be pretty
working.
lined up.
And
We'll bring the attach point down
this is when I was deciding I want to go full-time game dev.
where that should be.
Do I work on my game and backstock? Do I work on backstock and finish that up and release it? And I'm
That's what I
thinking,
figured.
why? Like, I was basically thinking, I shouldn't. I shouldn't work on this mod because I'm gonna have to spend all this time that I could be working on my own intellectual property, specifically this game here, and yeah.
I don't know why this is staying here.
I'd be
What
spending
is
that
that?
time
Is
unwisely
that even
because I could be making a mod which would be sweet and it would finally
static mesh
like,
inherit?
put an end to all this work
I
I've
don't even
had.
need that, do I?
I put in, like, make it worth it. But on the other hand, it's like I need to make my own thing and get out there.
Why do I have?
Anyway, so yeah.
I have it here too.
Slow kill. I'd rather learn UE4 directly since the game I'd like to mod is in the future developed on UE4, but I'll look into Source Engine. Oh yeah, well, I mean, you can absolutely mod Unreal Tournament 4 is all open source. You don't even necessarily need to mod anymore. Like, if you want to just try to make your own little prototypes in UE4, I absolutely recommend it. I've got a couple ones before I made this game. And yeah, Griff, you're right. I think he did move on to Vectronic, sort of not. Interesting fact, this game held that name for a minute. Because originally we were making a game. I joined them in making a game that was to be a Portal-like mod, or a mod, like a Portal clone to end all Portal clones was the idea. And so we were gonna, that's where these assets come from, and that's why my assets look very Portal-y, is because they're literally from that aesthetic. But we were going to make a game that had all these different puzzle mechanics and with like miniature Portal, like 6 miniature Portal mods all built into one. And Vectronic was going to be one of those concepts. So it'd be like you'd go into this side of the world, and there'd be Vectronic on. You'd be in this side of the world.
Yep.
There'd be
So that's good there.
other mod-y, like.
All right, so we have the down, we have the up.
It was called Hexperiment, and
I
I
wanna go
pitched.
down a little
I
bit
think
more.
From there, we should have
And
everything.
we'll also
Like,
do the
I've
end
got
trigger
12
down to
ideas
here.
for what we could have our game.
Okay,
What these side,
so now
stories
that's
could
it.
be.
I'm gonna compile and save, and that's my ramp
Top
down.
one,
We
So
don't
all I
have
have
to
to do to add that,
add
because we're looking at the last index,
Tether
all I have
teleport,
to do to add this
and
is add it to the.
that's where you tether to
That's what I
something,
thought.
and
Okay,
then you can teleport there,
so compile,
swap
save,
places. And I
go
I
to
wrote
game
up this
mode,
whole
and then
thing
here
about it.
I add an additional
Let me see if I
one.
can find my write-up. I'm sure the Discord
Right
actually exists somewhere,
down.
but I also
Compile,
it.
save, which then allows me to use this array element as the last index. Bam, just like that. Sorry, Bump. Didn't mean to lower my legs a little on you. He's gonna fall off if I go too far down my MLM.
Right. So now I can do ramp down.
Yeah,
And if we play,
so here, add everyone. Tether
we got
teleport,
ramps down,
one.
we
Tether
got straight
untether,
pieces,
cancel,
flat pieces, ramps down,
Oh.
and ramps up. And they're
that's right,
randomly
two
being
swap
generated.
places. Untethered, clear screen, green crosshair.
I'm hoping my game actually does that. That'd be kind of cool.
It's actually amazing how all of this
Oh,
is
right now.
actually
Nope, we got it down.
has been for almost 2 years.
Up, up, up,
Exactly this.
up.
But I just like came up with it. This was like
Oh boy, we're
I had
doing
a
it.
list
Boy,
of-
we're gonna fly it
a
out.
list
Nope.
of 12 general ideas, and then when everyone was like, "Oh, tell me more about that," I was like, "Okay, cool. This is what I'm thinking."
That's kind of cool.
So,
Oh no.
I started trying to develop at this point, but
Okay.
this is very specific
Cool,
to
so I have an
the
up and
device-
down.
visual device we were going to be using.
So here we've added a
There's
little bit of
fingers
variety
and handles.
to our
So, yeah,
course.
orbs were
And you
in
could do this with all kinds of different
obstacles.
tiles, and I'll actually show that at the end of the video.
Stage grids.
I have another version of this where I added a bunch of different types of
Not all
floors.
those actually
So anyway,
wherever
in the next video,
think about it.
let's start adding our corners.
Oh joy, here we go.
Later, though, the reason that
I would imagine it's gonna do similar to just making another scene, popping into the array, the left and the right. If you have that set up, then you'd be able to just have a box trigger like
Okay, so now that we have our player running and we've added a little variety of the course, let's go ahead and add our corners where we can make turns. So I'm going to go ahead with the BP floor tile again. Again, create a blueprint based on it. And right away, I'm going to go ahead and rename this.
Cinegrip, was that a clone of Punt?
So he's gonna make
What,
based upon the
Vectronic?
original. let's see here.
Punt was also
So
something
he
that was
goes
Vectronic for a while, or both,
blueprint,
and like
create
it's another one
child,
of those
which
really
all
cool
it's doing is just
concepts
literally
that
copying exactly what it's
is
done
good,
and making
hasn't been fully realized yet.
making an
So
ability
yeah,
left
so that's why
turn.
I have orbs, and
That's what
actually
I'm
why
gonna
they're
call it, because
called
that just
Vec
to me makes more
orbs.
sense. Left turn and then our right turn.
Hold on. See, oh, it's
What do
called
you call
Vec
it?
ball.
I'm gonna take
Just
the
curious.
child out and make this right
And in my game mode,
corner.
there is some place.
Oh, so
I
he
just saw
wanted to
this
know.
the
Okay,
other
maybe I
day.
should do that.
I need to update it still. It's so ancient, but the map command is called on Vectronic.
Let's do the right one
Vectronic
first, because
map.
that's
When
what
I
he's
created
doing.
this project, it was called Vectronic
Corner.
because we
Okay.
were working on this experiment idea, but then it became clear that it was gonna the other concepts were gonna suck, and the only strong concept.
Okay, so let's go to the right corner blueprint. And we're going to make a couple changes. So first of all, on the corners, I don't want to have the coins and rocks spawning, just because I think it'd be a little less confusing to just not have them. So if you remember, if we go to Rebuke floor tile, the construction script is where those are being spawned. And because we have a child blueprint, we have a call to the parent construction script. Now all we have to do is either delete this or just cut the cord here. And those are being spawned.
I looked away for half a second.
Corner blueprint.
Okay.
And
So
we're going to make a couple changes. So first of all, on the corners, I don't want to have the coins and rocks spawning, just because I think it'd be a little less confusing to just not have them. So if you remember, if we go to Rebuke floor tile, the construction script is where those are being spawned. And because we have a child blueprint, we have a call to the parent construction script. Now all we have to do is either delete this or just cut the cord here.
Cut the cord.
And if we compile, we're no longer going to get those rocks and coins.
Okay, so he went in. We're gonna go to the right floor. Nope. No. Oh no.
So today our to-do is
Woodhouse shouldn't have a ramp.
putting this at the end. We're gonna start committing up some plugin content. Chef Becton just went live, everybody. He's cooking up something. Nice. Very good. Also, did I tell you guys I got my USB cables yesterday? Finally. Came in the mail. Which I haven't used them all yet, but that means now my desk can finally go higher because they're extension cables.
Okay, that's good enough there. Now it's in position.
I'm gonna do two things.
Zipping that out.
I'm gonna
zippity zip zip.
I'm gonna go wash my hands / put lotion on them because they're getting dry. I'm gonna
there we go.
People, and then we're gonna get back to it. All right.
So it'll be your normal. And you should have.
Because it's breakfast time.
Up.
And get coffee. All right, I'm doing like 5 things. BRB.
Down. So you have up and down. Oh, wait a second. What happened here? I don't have a ramp. Oh no, that's bad. Why are these disappearing? Ramp up should have a ramp. Why doesn't it have a ramp? What the heck happened? I shouldn't be changing that. That should be its own thing. And I gotta go back in. Okay, whatever. I'm not sure why that did that, but we can fix this. Static mesh. Let's see if I can test my memory here. Go to the scene. Then we're gonna add it in. I think it's a wedge. Yeah. Let's give it a nice look to it. We're gonna size it up a little bit. 1053. And then spin her around a little bit. Okay. Now get that box, collision
So
box.
Griff, you know
Needs to be.
Reed Blue. Do you have a different username that I would recognize from the Portal community?
Good there. Attach point. There. And compile save. So we have the floor tile, the ramp up, and the ramp down for some reason did never. I have no idea what happened there. They were all set up properly. There. And then compile save. Okay. Get rid of this. I don't need that. I don't need my HUD anymore. The item I'm gonna keep up. I don't think I need it, but okay. So in the event, no construct. He just breaks that, which then allows you to not compile save. And then if you go back to your viewport, you should no longer have items. Why do you still have items? What are you doing? Huh. I'm not calling that. I have nothing in there. How are you doing that? That's impressive. You're breaking what I'm telling you to do. You're calling a function that's not even available to you. I think, right? Yeah, I don't get it. Why can you do that when you weren't able to? Fucking kinda weirdo with your eyes wide open if you're trying to sleep, dude. Alright, so you shouldn't be doing that.
And because we have a child blueprint,
Right corner.
we have a call to the parent construction script. Now all we have to do is either delete this or just cut the cord here. And if we compile, we're no longer going to get those wrong.
Did I not compile? No, I compiled. Huh. Weird. I shouldn't be doing that at all. Right now, save, compile, save, construct. I took that away completely.
Alright, sent out a few invites. Let's get back to it. Okay, so yesterday we said we kind of went through some assets and picked out which ones would be nice to hold on to. And oh, it's so nice. It does not happen often, but oh, did I turn off auto exposure? I think I forgot.
It still does it.
Shoot.
But it shouldn't.
Alright, I meant to turn it back on.
Huh.
Oh well.
You shouldn't at all.
Whatever. We're gonna be pushing out another build.
Is the
hopefully
event
this
graph
next
is
week,
empty?
so
Oh.
no one's even gonna play it. Look at
That's
this clean
where
gate
it's
repo.
doing
That
it.
never
I betcha.
happens. So I decided specifically. We looked at a whole bunch of other plugins out there, but
Alt.
this kind of looks interesting.
Click
But
there, boom.
we found a bunch of good ones that I already liked that I had.
Yep, that was where it was going wrong. Okay.
Soul Cave. So Soul Cave is beautiful.
So somehow it was still
Basically, gonna add that
calling that
Rocks and
oh,
coins.
shoot.
So as simple as that. So the other thing we're going to do is start moving some parts around. So I want this wall,
Every
instead of being where it
I
is,
already have made a mistake.
to be
can I undo?
on the far end.
Like I actually want to. I want to stop. I'm gonna close my. I'm gonna close the game editor. I'm gonna do two things. I'm going
wants to
to
go right.
not save the persistent level. I'm gonna go find where those files just got added because I want to upgrade to 421. Yeah. So I need to just gotta browse a little bit. Hold on. Let's start actually loading that up.
uh, okay, so
0 there. Okay.
mine. I could do this a little bit cleaner. 0 that out.
RIP 420. It was a good meme, right? Alright. I just deleted those files.
And I want our end trigger similarly to be on the right side because we're going to turn right and leave from the right.
So we're gonna do the same here, and I'm gonna guess, educated guess here, most likely he's probably gonna do the spawn point thingamabobber.
Do convert in place.
And just so you know, for the quicks, something I found out which is nice, WER can switch between different things. This will allow you your positional, so to move this wherever you want. The next one, this is for rotation, and then that one's for size.
Oh.
So.
Okay, well, never mind. What's the sub process? Hold on. Let's close the whole. Let's close it all.
Oh, excuse me. I apologize for burping in your ear.
Launcher says it's running, but it's not. Background process. All right. So.
Okay, and then attach point. I want to make sure I was doing all this in the right mode.
Couldn't delete the intermediate file. Well, let's do that for it. Ah, okay. Here's the big blah with updating Unreal Engine. Is I use the Fmod plugin. Let's make sure it's got a 421 release.
Okay.
21's been out for a while.
There we go. And I probably get rid of the spawn points, I'd imagine, but we'll wait and see if that's what he does.
Side, so we'll have this over there. And then finally, our attach point is going to need to be on the right edge as well, so I'm going to just type in some numbers here, 500, 500. So now it's on that right edge, but we also need to rotate it 90 degrees. Because when we make that turn, we want our next tile to be attached going that direction.
Okay,
so there we have our curve. One more thing we're going to add is another box collision. We'll call this turn zone.
Turn zone.
And we'll move this over to the center.
Get that dead centered. We're going to add a new box collision. Boom, because we have now everything set there. Box collision. This is going to allow me to actually turn. Box collision.
So I use Fmod for my sound.
Turn
I
zone.
don't know if I should or if it's worth it.
And then we're gonna add that to the scene.
But that's what I use. So I don't feel like changing it right now, and it works pretty nice.
Oh, there it is.
Lani Panuki, can you give me some advice on my Portal 2 lighting? It seems to crash a lot for me. You're not naming your lights, are you? Do not name your lights.
And we'll make it a little bigger. We'll say 480, 480, 64.
40, 40, 64.
Really extend the compile time. Because the way Source Engine works is if you have a light that's named, that means it can be changed dynamically. So specifically turned on and off. And and Source Engine's all about that baked lighting.
What are you doing?
If you have
you're actually trying to look cute because I'm not touching. I know you're in that attack mode. If anything touches you, you're done.
A VRAD in that area, or for the whole map, I'm not even sure. which is the on state and the off state. Now, if you
Oh
have
god, if you guys
two,
saw
then all
this
of a sudden
guy,
you have four
I could show you.
combinations
He's
of on-offs. If you
trying
add
to
in a
act all
third, now
cute.
you've got 8. You add in a fourth, 16.
That's okay. I'll wait
Did I
till
do
someone
that
actually
right?
comes in to show my cat.
Or should have gone up quicker?
Let's see here.
It's very dangerous to have named lights. Does naming light entities...
So I think I gotta scale it up just a
And
little
we'll
bit
place
on the
it
ground.
up in here.
Yeah.
Now, you might remember back in the...
Yeah, it's because...
That's what I thought, yeah.
Blame baking. Well, that's, that's Source Engine's whole thing, is that precompile. That's why it's so efficient. Alright. Family.
So I
first
killed-
video, when we set up the player control, we had it set up so that if you entered a certain zone, you were able to turn right or left. So that's exactly, and we did test that with a box trigger, and that's exactly the function that this is going to have. So we'll go into our collision presets. We'll make this overlap only pawn.
So you just got to know that about the engine.
Then-
If you want like
Collision
flickering
presets,
lights, use
overlap
sprites
open pawn.
and projected text
Presets,
or one because you only
overlap
get one
pawn.
version of the engine. Also,
So the pawn
We'll go
overlap.
to component, begin overlap, and add
Portal
one of those
2
events.
actually has a whole
Now we'll
scene
take
where
our other actor,
you walk into someplace and it's really dark and then the lights all flash on, but
Cool.
it literally just
Cast-
teleports you to the exact same map but lit.
or run current.
It's
Cast
crazy.
run character. Okay. So he goes over here. On
Your
event
custom laser field contraption has
overlap,
like 10
begin
named
overlap, right?
lights, then
Begin.
woof.
Yep.
That sucks.
begin overlap.
I think it probably is smart enough to take into account the fall off radius, and if the
Begin overlap.
if they don't overlap, then it doesn't matter.
I can
but-
delete that, delete that, delete that. Don't need any of those. Then from here,
All right.
component
So I
begin.
gotta change
Wait,
my plugin.
There we go. So cast to from
I
the
think
other
this
actor,
is-
run character.
Yeah. So this is what I need.
Cast to run.
I think this is just the plugin. Yeah. Okay.
Character.
Character. Check to see if that's our player, and if it is,
As long as
Copy
it's
file.
character.
we will set can turn.
Because I already have that in there. Set. Can turn. Yay! And I think I gotta activate that. Right.
And we will set that to true. So we're saying you've gone to a corner,
Yep.
now you can turn. So there we go. So we've got our right corner set up. So before we go and spawn these,
Okie dokie then.
I'm just going to duplicate this,
I should be
And
able to
quickly
start up
make
my game now.
the left turn version, because it's
Everything.
Okay. So file save, and then he comes over here. He
It did say
duplicates
that about
this.
Deleting the intermediate folder. If that happens again, we'll deal with that.
Left.
manually.
And then I bet, educated guess here, but it's probably not far off.
Oh,
Construction
shoot, no, don't
viewport.
open that.
So this is just go over here,
Unreal editor.
and then these two swap.
Oh wait, good. No, don't rebuild. Perfect. Wanted to launch the engine.
And 500 again.
You wanted
Oop,
to give off the illusion that the lighting comes from the Fizzler models, hence
Oh,
why you had to put so
why'd
many
you do that?
entities.
No, I don't want
and
5,000,
name
I
them
want
for turning on and
500.
off. Well, if you name them the same name, then that counts as one light in a way, because it's one variation. You know what I'm saying? So
There we go. And then the attach point.
So if you just call them like, I don't know,
And then just give it this quick spin.
Fizzler lights, all of them with the same name, then that only counts as one toggle, because when you target Fizzler lights and you say turn on, it's going to turn them all on and off. They get treated the same. You can't target just one of them. There's literally nothing in here. Why
I just
couldn't
want the
you-
attach point.
It's open in another program? It's not.
There we go.
Hold on. Let me close the Epic Launcher.
There we go.
Let me close this.
I'll save. So now I have a left, I have a right.
Let me close
The ability
GitHub.
to turn in that area because I have the turn zone. Yep.
Ah, frickin' A. It's Visual Studio.
Okay.
It's going to be super easy to do.
And then I think
So
if there's
left
an
corner.
array,
We'll open that up. And all we're going to need to do is just move some things around. So we'll take that wall over here. We'll put it over on the right side.
Monty Punicki is using B9.
We'll take our end
so
trigger,
you don't name the lights.
put it on the left where we should exit from.
That's interesting to know.
And we'll take our attach point. And let me just minus 500 on Y for this.
Monty Punicki using the B mod. Is that
And then
spin it.
rotate it around
off the stream?
so that it's
Boom.
pointing
Monchez, how you
to
find
the left. And there we have it. There's our left corner. It's done.
Converted play.
So
Pretty
now
much
we can
just
save
have
that.
the,
Pretty easy.
And then we'll go to run game mode and we'll start spawning these.
Which version do you use,
Now,
Monty Punicki?
we have our floor tile array.
I assume
we
it
could
was
just
originally
add our
14.4.
corners in here.
I-
The
I
problem with
kinda
this
feel
is
like that's not
that
gonna
because
be
we're
efficient.
randomly picking one of those floor tiles,
especially
it's
since
possible
Steam
that we
Spec
could
seems
get
so much
3 or 4
good
lefts
for
in a row, or
2.4.
3 or 4 rights in a row. And what'll happen there is our course will double back on itself and start overlapping and intersecting with itself, and it's just going to make a big mess. So we want to avoid that, and there's a few different ways. There's kind of logic you can put into it to make it not happen. I'm going to do something really simple. I'm just going to make sure we go straight for a while before we ever turn. So what I'll do is I'm going to treat these curves as a different thing. So I'm going to duplicate our add floor tile function, and I'm going to call this add floor curve. And we'll open that up.
Okay, so we're gonna go into the run game mode, add floor tile. We're gonna duplicate this,
Griff,
call
you
that
used to use the B mod.
curve.
You've used to use the B mod ever since it came out because you felt like you couldn't learn Hammer because you thought it was too hard,
Did he call floor?
and you were a fool.
Yep.
Is that how you got here too, Griff? And Monty Punicki is using the 2.4. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys used it.
He opens it up.
And it's all going to be pretty much the same logic. But instead of pulling from floor tiles,
'cause you never
I'm going to
really
add a
know,
new
'cause a lot of
variable.
when I first
And I'm
came
going to
out
call
with
this
the B mod, it was kind of like
floor
Floor curve.
curves.
some people were like, "Well, why are you
Curves.
encouraging people to use the PTI?" And it's like, let them realize that there's more to the level editing than just what Portal 2 provided you, and they'll see
That
like, oh, I can do more. Well, how do I do even more than this? How did they make this mod?
variable.
Oh, there's more tools out there. I did
See
think
that?
the PTI
Keeping the connection
it
there.
diminished the
Yeah.
the Portal 2
Floor
modding community a little bit with the workshop because there's a lot less reason to use.
Don't know why that's important yet, but I'm guessing it just allows me to.
But it all
Maybe
came
corners
about
would be a better word,
like,
but
thinking
anyway,
of Portal 2, so
floor
then
curves.
had its web domain
And I'll make sure
taken,
that that gets
Excuse
plugged
me.
in there.
and
And
Somewhere
hit
he's gonna have to
compile and-
stop at.
but, like,
everything looks decent except for this. We're getting a warning
I
here.
don't know, it's real
I think because we copied the
back
function,
now,
it's not
so
liking
that
this. So the get
it's
attach
empty
transform,
without
I'll delete it once
which is, I think is a good.
Does it give us that?
It's a way to
somewhere?
get the
Nope.
domain
Okay,
back.
so we don't have to worry about that
and just replace it.
because we're
I don't
advanced
think, I don't-
technology.
I
Get
wouldn't
attach
blame
transform.
Space
Valve
age
for
full
That'll
of
go in there.
awesomeness.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
Probably made the
that'll look great.
All right.
If I hit
community
compile,
more
yeah, the warning went
accessible.
away. Okay,
But I
so
think they
next,
so now
actually before I
that's,
forget, let's go to our
Save.
defaults.
it's a lot
our floor
more surface
curves,
level-y, you
We'll
know,
add
like,
2.
it's so easy to pump out content into the workshop.
Okay.
There's a lot of
So
crappy
you went
content
to
out there, and people
class
the
defaults.
community isn't
curve.
so direct. Before, it's the forums. You had to post your map
And
on the forums,
then-
and then people like could comment, and like people read that stuff,
Left.
and like it was all very interconnected.
Right.
It's just a different era.
And we'll add our left
I
corner
left that era. I have
and our right
serious
corner.
nostalgia
Yeah, I'm
for
not
it,
keeping my
but,
naming consistent, so sorry about that.
Goes
It
on.
should probably be add floor corner.
um,
Anyway, so we'll go back to our add
Monty
floor
Punicki is
tile.
lighting a room with orange lights just
And what we're going to do is we're going to go straight a certain amount of times and then make a curve. So we'll make a new
You
variable
using
and
a
we'll call this
crusher?
current
Crushers have the worst problems
straights.
because they're models.
Okay. So I think I know where he's going with this. So
Senator
what
Griffin,
he's
in
gonna
my
end up
opinion,
doing
Hammer is much better than
is
PTI
probably
just
building the
because
array
freedom
from the
of level
streets that
design
after it
makes
counts
less
X
intelligent
amount, then it has to
Oh,
branch off and
absolutely.
trigger this.
Oh, I
But if
learned
it
on
doesn't,
Hammer,
then
and I
it's gonna
love
continue
Hammer.
on.
I actually can't use the
Educated
PTI.
guess.
When I get it.
So
oh, this takes
he
so long.
went to compile
When I get into
save,
the PTI,
and then
and I'm
that
like,
was
okay, let me
under
just
run game
draft out a
mode.
puzzle,
Add
and then I'm
4
making a Hammer. I
tile.
sit there and I'm like,
So pop those over
I
there.
cannot think in that tool.
And
And
then
I think it's just because I must have
straight-
developed my
you don't need Oculus Rift right now. What are you doing, Oculus?
in Hammer. I even have a hard time with Unreal, but it's close enough to Hammer where it's like, sure, I can come up with new puzzles. But when I'm in
Current
Hammer, I'm just like, oh yeah, let me extrude this wall. Let me
straight.
just put a fizzler here, a little laser
Did I
field.
tell- did I
Oh,
do
drop
it?
this down a little bit. Oh yeah,
Straights.
black wall here. Portable here,
It
and
would
it's
help
like
if I.
I just like I can think when I'm in Hammer. I really, really like Hammer.
Then
I wish Unreal's
integer.
3D view is
I
a little
bet
bit more
he
like
keeps
it,
his
or at least
right.
somebody
Let's
made a
double
plugin
check
where
that.
And what we'll do
you
is,
control the world the same way.
when we call
Yep.
add
Okay, we
floor
done?
tile,
We launching?
I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to say, is it greater than,
Headset not
let's
detected.
say
That's 'cause
7.
It's not plugged in.
And we'll branch off it.
Yeah, so that's another reason why I really stopped working on the B stuff. Was like
So
I didn't.
Sure,
we'll
it's
look at
I
this.
never-
Let me just space things
I
out a little
used
bit more
the
so
B
it's easier
mod.
to
I
see.
never used the B2.2.
We'll look at our current
Like, I did
straights,
it because
and
was
it's going to
fun,
start at 0,
and it
and
was
so it's going to be
all
less than
of a sudden
7. So
realized
if it's not
the
greater
idea
than
of what I
7,
wanted. I
let's just
wanted you
spawn
to
a regular flat
not be
floor as we,
limited to
or a
the fixed palette size. That's why I made the B2 at first. And
That's-
then Carl was making his style.
Okay.
and
So this is
so
gonna
we got
count
in
X
touch,
amount
and
as long
I
as
was
it's
like, well,
less
hey, I'm
than
making this
that
new
amount. You're gonna
palette
continue
picker.
on the path
Can
you're on
we,
right now.
let's implement your
Why are we
style
not doing?
changing into the B2, and he's like, yeah. So I never even
Nope.
released the early versions of the palette picker
Why are you not doing
publicly.
less than there
Which
for
would be
me?
like 2.0 and 2.1. But then when
Oh,
Carl
did he change
implemented
it?
his style
Is it
change,
not?
I mean, it introduced a lot.
when we
of
call
processes,
add floor
so many
tile,
edge cases.
I'm going to look at
But also
this,
the
and I'm
palette
going to
Right
say,
up
is it
there.
greater
begin
than,
with, and,
let's
it's
say,
just a
look at
pile.
this, and I'm going to say, is it
It's
greater
so hard to combine those two
integer.
things. Like you have your own custom palette of items, and then different styles, and different styles have so many options.
See,
and then
mine's
you're
coming out
overriding
as an
stuff in
array
the
over here. I don't want
VBIS.
it as an array. I want it as.
Or did we do it in the, maybe it was the VBS
Integer,
direction
non-array?
first. So it's like all these different things.
But if you look for him though,
And
which
then,
is weird.
and I
it
guess
is
just
still in
abandoned
array
it
mode.
after a while. It's like, it works enough.
Wonder
People
how that
were wanting this.
works.
Spencer.
Okay, whatever. I mean,
Team Spend was.
that's not that big of a deal.
He was making fixes.
Some
and I was like,
things you don't understand.
It's out there. It's fine. And then,
Why is it not blown
but then
up?
Team Spend approached me. He's like, hey. I would love to be able to use this on not Windows. And I was
Okay,
like,
so what's
yeah, me
that?
too. So we talked about a whole overwrite. So we used all the old assets, but then rewrote
7.
the front end. Although we
Going
didn't
to
even do that. He did it.
branch.
Like I helped him design it. I told him how the B2.2 worked, and I worked with him, and we structured
Yeah,
out how the
continue on
new
through.
2.4 would work. But then he just ran with it, and he did it all in JavaScript.
And then
It
I'm
was
betting
awesome.
he's
Or
gonna
no,
call to
Python.
function.
Did it all in Python.
Call function add floor
Um,
curve if
You need
true.
to learn how to do BTS with Hammer.
Then,
You made a ham
let's
beat.
say 7.
No.
And we'll branch
I've
off it.
also worked on projects to recreate Hammer, and they don't go very far.
So,
Excuse
we'll look
me.
at this.
I
Let me
just wish
just
I had
space
Hammer
things out a little bit more
source
so it's
code
easier to
and
see.
make some tweaks there. But
We'll look at our current straights,
I don't.
and it's going to start at
Plus, I mean, I
0,
think, like, well, I'd also
and
like
so
to
it's going to
get
be less than
paid
7.
for that.
So
I
if
guess
it's
this is similar to
not
like
greater than
I was
7,
like, well, maybe I'll
let's just
try
spawn
Valve and
a
then
regular
just work
flat
with
floor
Hammer.
or a regular
But
straight
they're
floor
on
as
source
we've
Probably
code,
already
the
been
end
so
doing.
here.
it's
He's
like,
gonna do that.
And then, at the end of that,
Yep.
let's take our current straights,
Filing shaders. All right.
and we'll add 1,
So hey, the game loaded. That's awesome.
Start with 1.
and set that to our current
That's
straights.
awesome.
So every time we do a straight floor, we add 1 to that. So then,
But won't that? You're gonna run into a problem though. Is as it adds, it's not gonna remove it. Because then once you hit the
I can't
checkpoint,
keep these
you're
square
good.
dots that I made.
it's going to keep getting added to, and then at some point it's going to go over 7, and at that point, we'll go ahead
Actually,
and
really
add a
like
floor
the way
curve.
the
I mean,
looks in the
I
shape of
get
the
it, but
filing. It's
that
like,
is gonna be an issue. I'm already thinking, I guess, a little bit ahead of him.
you see
he's
all these
probably
triggers, and you're like, oh,
triggers
I
this
forgot
and gets
triggers
this.
even existed. There's triggers
So
everywhere.
adds int to int. Float to float. No,
Glass
into
is
int.
solid.
Into int.
This trigger's like in all the doors.
Boom. Boom. And whoop. There we go. That looks nice and neat. I'm thinking.
We add 1 to that.
Yep.
So then it's going to keep getting added to, and then at some
That's
point it's going to
true.
go over 7, and at that point we'll go ahead and add a floor curve. And then the only one more thing we need to do is back in the add floor curve function. After we add a floor curve,
Set that back to zip there.
let's
that makes sense.
The in-between levels have all these triggers. It's like
Worker,
trigger to close the door, trigger to open the next door. The next
and
one might have
then
a
I
trigger.
bet you he goes back here and sets that back to 0.
reset our straights back to 0.
That makes sense. Okay, so back. Nope, this one.
Actually, I didn't realize that these were.
Set 0.
These triggers are currently set to visible, but hidden
Bam.
in the game or something.
Compile,
Oh no, that's a
save.
level complete trigger. Yeah, the door triggers aren't even.
So
showing up.
add floor tile,
We
we'll look
wouldn't-
at this. If it's less than 7, it'll add a straight one, and then it'll add to that. Once it gets over 7, it'll add a curve,
Yeah, the door triggers
and then reset back to 0.
aren't showing
Yep.
up because.
So let's
that's
see
what
how
I
this
was worried
works.
about.
We play the game.
What did I say here?
We immediately run into a rock. That's fantastic. Okay, so
Maybe I
here we
see
go. We're going
doing it.
straight.
Then boom, you see.
We hit a curve,
Around.
and there we go. We're able to turn.
I didn't
It's
mean
telling
to
the
change
player,
levels
you
of
can
game,
turn.
sorry.
Here we're dodging. Here we're dodging. We hit that corner. We can turn. When I hit D, it makes the turn.
Oh, because you won't run into
Okay,
yourself. 'cause
so-
there's only 10 of them.
There we go. We've got a course
Done.
that goes up and down,
So it wouldn't matter.
and
if
you
it
can
goes
run
up or
around. You
down.
can hit corners.
Oh,
You can
there's
turn
some.
corners. You can pick up coins, and run into blockers. So let's end this video for now, and we'll come back and just do one little quick wrap
Doesn't
up.
that go to left eventually? Okay, so I should have the same if I go to my endless runner and hit play. That would help if I could dodge today.
Very basic. All the lighting is borked right now. Let me
Oh,
Three, you get
oh.
to kind of- it's like the worst level stuff,
I
just
freaked
in
out.
HL. Like they're so boring.
Okay. So
Kind of disappointed. Maybe I should do the first 7. But then that's a lot of work.
I want it to go right eventually, hopefully. Every 7. There it goes.
See, I don't want to do all
Or
these.
left, that'd be.
Let's do this.
Ah, see, here we go. We got a working game.
Duplicate.
Yay!
Level
A
01.
little dodging, a little harder to see the rocks time to time.
Keep it organized.
I feel like I want the rocks in the corners though. Okay, cool. I got a running working game. That's actually a little bit of fun. I got corners.
But also, we need to import these new ads.
Okay, so the wrap up. Doesn't he have another one right after this? Except-
Okay, so we've done most of our game here, our little prototype, and I want to show you guys something really quick here. If we play, obviously, as you saw before, we run into rocks, we explode. The problem we have here is we can smack into these walls. We can turn the wrong way,
Have my debugger settings.
and it does nothing. We should be smacking into that wall and dying. So let's set up, for the last video here, just set up a little something so that we hit those walls, we're going to die. So we'll go back to our main floor, and in here we have our 2 walls. So we'll take one of the walls, and we'll set up a
Could do kill
on
valves.
component hit. Now, first of all, let's go to our other actor. Let's cast to our player.
Okay, so event graph under floor tile. Well, I'll have to do this for probably. Would I have to do this for both? Do this for all of them, wouldn't I? Well, that's a pain in the butt. That's something we should have done from the get-go. Okay. So on component hit, floor tile. Okay. floor, tile, event graph, component hit. Component hit. Oh, nope. I wanted for the wall. Component hit. Wall. There we go. Oh boy, this means that every time there's a double wall, I have to do it for both of them, I'm guessing. Unless he has a simpler way to do that, which would be nice. Kind of hope there is an easier way to do that. And he's thought about that.
Actually, the thing I wish I could change the most about Portal 2 is the PTI's code.
Cast to run character.
Because then you wouldn't even need the B mod.
Was other character? Yep.
I actually remember talking to somebody who worked on the Portal 2 PTI, and we talked about the idea of custom elements. This is back when it hadn't been released yet; it was still in beta, and they were having conversations about what if you didn't have all the items at first.
And then once
No.
you cast to run
We don't
character-
want to just hit this and always
Stuff like
die,
that.
unlike that rock.
It was an interesting concept.
In these cases, when we're hitting them on the side,
Ability to change puzzles.
I mean, you could have the player die every time he touches a wall. I don't want to make the game quite that, brutal.
I do.
so I want to be able to like run along these walls without dying. I just want to die when I hit a wall head on, like that. So what I'm going to do is, I am going to grab the forward vector
where you could like tag it
of,
as a categorical thing. Like
Get
this is an
active
item,
forward vector.
and you would set up as an instance, then you could drag it into the world. And
Get
actually,
actor.
Team Spin and I were setting up or planning out, I should say, the
Forward
my
original-
player.
not the original, the new.
And then what
BMOD
I'm going to do is, I'm going to take the
2.4.
hit,
We
and I'm gonna
did
split this struct pin,
plan
so I can get
around
the contents
idea
of
that
it.
eventually it would be on Steam
I'm going to look at the hit
as
normal,
a
and I'm going to
prototype
drag that
demo,
off,
and then
and do a dot
workshop
product.
where it would be items. And so,
So
people could
you
select
want
their items and they could keep the
split
items up
this,
to
which
date,
allows you to see
subscribe
everything
to them, and
that
there
could
be
be
versioning techniques. So actually,
involved.
the BMOD 2.4
that made
has a
off
much more
that
complicated item structure,
dot product,
which
which
is why
I have
nobody seems to be
no
making
idea what that
items for
means.
them.
Yeah.
And that's because it
Dot
supports internal
product.
versioning. So that
Does a
when you
dot
subscribe to an
product
item, you can always
Returns
have
dot
that
product
version of
to
the item, but when
3D
you load up
vectors.
BMOD, you can
Okay,
select
not
give me the
sure what
latest
that
version,
means
but if
yet,
it
but we'll find
breaks,
out.
you know, on the current implementation, you can always go back.
With the forward vector
That's not a good
Of
idea to have
my character.
elements
Okay.
as you go.
Now, if I'm
Yeah,
hitting
yeah,
that
which is
head
why they
on,
didn't
I
do
should
it.
get
It's
-1
just
from
something
this.
that,
So I'm going to,
was theorized, you know. Like it
Minus.
was put up in the air, like, oh, well, what if we had this idea? And then they talked about workshopping.
Okay,
But
so
then
we
in the
have
end, they
that.
decided not to have a dynamic palette,
check to
which I
see
think was the worst
if
thing they
it
did.
equals -1.
Because
And
yeah, there's so much about that I don't like. You wouldn't even really need
Nearly
the BMOD if
equal
they had a
slope.
dynamic palette. That's it. Like a scroll bar on that palette. That's all you need. Scroll bar and a filter. That would be the best thing. But
I feel like
they
I
didn't.
thought
So. But if I
Nearly
ever
equal float,
got
that's
hired
the right
about,
one.
it's probably the first thing I would change. It's just-
tolerance.
it doesn't even have to be a default setting, but it could be a.
Actually, you know what, I'll just do nearly equal,
because that's where all the.
I haven't
items are
really-
If you
stored
find your
is in
wall
this
collisions
little,
are not working, try changing the B value to 1.
It's like an
Tested
INI
this a
file,
whole
it's like
lot.
JSON file, it's
And
not
we'll do
a
the
file,
tolerance
but
of maybe
they have all these
0.0.
settings stored there, and you could just say,
So
scroll bar.
do this
Done.
-1, 0.01, and then if it
One.
equals in that range,
So,
it's gonna do
if it's
something.
around -1, I'm probably hitting it head on. So in that case,
Soul Cave got added.
I will branch.
Yeah.
Ooh, excuse me.
So now the question is, do I leave all the Soul Cave assets here?
Then we are going to branch.
Also, I'm going to open this, and it's going to trigger a whole lot more
Boom.
shaders to compile. You guys can never see the shaders compiling, but
There we go.
this is in the corner where my face is. Here, I can hide that. I can find a way. Got 7 people out there. What's up, everybody?
I got corners.
Always asking me to resave the level, so there we go. We'll do it this time. So in now that Soul Cave has been added, we are going to
rocking and rolling.
That way I have it all versioned in case I make any changes. Now it's 3,000 shaders. Slick Gaze. You got corners now, and you're rock and rolling. Rocking and rolling. Nice, dude. Endless Runner. Are you tagging it with some sort of meta information in some way or variables to say that it is a corner? Because your AI would greatly benefit from that. If you ever, well, especially if you get like a power up that automatically keeps you alive. And are you doing an Endless Runner where you can like, there's like 3 lanes that you can stand in?
Not. Obstacles? Did I spell that right? No, I did not.
You set a kill volume for the walls. So if people try to run into the walls, they just die? I don't know if I'd do that. Because what if they're like spamming, get me over, get me over. Like you could have like holes in the walls, and those would be kill values if they try to jump into that. But I would probably just not even let them hit the wall. Or if you want to give your Endless Runner a new flavor, you could add wall running. So like jumping up onto the wall puts them up onto the wall. And sometimes that's how they have to get over caverns. Is like
a ninja.
It's either that or maybe that's the same as a jump. You know, like slide over onto the wall and you wall run. But or there could even be secret areas you could bump off into. Sorry, I think way too much about games. I love concepting ideas for games. Not so much lanes for the players, but for the obs. For the obstacles, is that what you're saying? Like a ninja, yeah. Give Endless Runner a new flavor. Yeah, I feel like my messages are getting out there now. I can see your updates. Sorry, autocorrect. Oh yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to update my camera.
Oh, that looks really cool. Whatever he's got going on here. That looks. Your screen. Windows, old school Windows, screensaver.
Okay, here we go. Took me a minute to set it up properly, but there, you see how many shaders are compiling now.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
It looks really cool on my screen with the constant building of the squares. Reminds you of an old school Windows screensaver. Yeah, I dig it too. It's funny because like that's not what it's supposed to look like. I actually really like this effect, but these are just sprites. It's a mist shader that hasn't compiled yet. That's really funny. Actually, we should look around. I don't like how sprites work. I feel like
Interesting.
It doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't like that sprites turn to always render towards you. Now, maybe that's like a GPU thing. But I feel like they should just be facing the camera location.
You
so
okay,
as
bud?
you go around, they just always face you.
Not comfortable?
That makes sense to me. But actually, rotating as your camera rotates to always render on the same plane. Like maybe that's a GPU thing, and they are a GPU thing. I don't know, but I feel like that's not how I'd want sprites to get rendered if I had the option. What is this? A giant volume here or something?
Huh.
This is the main area.
And if that is the case, let's call death. So we hit that smack straight on.
What's funny is how like the lighting information keeps real time changing when I rotate these
Call
function
function.
slightly into the sun, and then it's just like bright.
True.
I think they even are blocking the light right now because I don't know. Anyway, because the lighting information doesn't know that they're not opaque yet.
And
Oh, this ugly thing right here, that's a god ray.
there we go.
Alright,
That
let's
looks
go
a little
back
nicer.
to the beginning where those squares were being cool.
Okay, so compile, save.
Oh no, the squares are missed now. This is where it was. Here's some other ones. Except I don't have my oh, my Unreal's actually just tanking a little, that's all.
There it goes. It's kind of cool.
Hey, Middle, welcome back here. That's so hard to read upside down. I'm actually
I should die.
dyslexic.
Otherwise, I'm not going to do
Everyone-
anything.
Oh, so you can read things upside down?
Okay, so
It's the
we've
opposite.
got
You
that
can
set up.
barely read things right side up.
Let's do the same exact thing for the other wall. So we'll add a component, hit on that,
Pill-
and since it's really close, we can just do this.
Compiling.
Duplicate everything, pull it down here,
Yes. Compiling squares. So that looks like
and we can
squares.
just connect this
And then
up. Other actor,
some nice
cast a run character,
you worked my brain there, Middle.
split the struct, take the hit normal, and pop it into our dot product. Okay, so now we've got these two functions set up to deal with hitting walls.
Let's go to the overview.
Why do I do that? I'll just say comment that is hit.
So pretty much what he does here
I
is
think I said this before. I
he
actually
does this
like
again
when
for
they're
the
like
second
this,
wall.
You just kind of get to see their rough shape.
Viewport, second wall on
Oh yeah, I
component
really
hit,
like these because they're smoother.
and the event
and that's what I'm looking
oop,
for. Not so
event
much
graph
jaggedy.
OWAL 1.
Little
I don't want to
sub-vibe.
find, what am I doing here?
Okay, I can turn my camera back on, I suppose.
Split
See, now I have an
struct.
easy way to transition. See, now I've got two. I've got this and I've got this, but this one hides the compilers. They're completely separate scenes. Anyway,
Other
I
actor.
actually want to. I think I mentioned this yesterday, but I have plans for a new theme that I'm making myself.
Normal.
Because right now I'm just borrowing someone else's, but I drew this out, and my wife helped me with some page composition of this too.
Comment. Hit controller.
But anyway, this there's also the cats.
Controller. Something along that
I think
lines.
I'm gonna try to
So I'm
theme
gonna allow it.
things out.
Oh,
Plus, I
wall.
don't have any of this stuff for like most recent follower.
Alright, so now,
cheer, or random stuff.
if we run,
Not that I really have much of a need.
we
but
should still be able to, yeah, smack into these
just flipping
walls
the
on
table
the
mean
sides.
instead
But then
of
if we hit
table,
that
some
one,
compiling
We hit one of these head on, we die.
shader.
That's great.
I think I killed that, but we'll find out.
Oh, I can see it. I can see it. It's hard to read that.
I betcha.
Niker 107. Welcome to the
Betcha.
chat. First time, I believe. So
I
what is Death Run?
probably
I've
killed
noticed you
it.
streaming a few times, but never taken a look. Hey, well, welcome, welcome. It's a puzzle game, and hold on. I'm just
Maybe it'll
getting
work, maybe it
notifications
won't
of
work.
follows from 14 hours ago. The sit-down clown.
Nope, didn't work.
And what looks like Chinese characters. follows
And that's
12 hours
because
ago. Niker, Decker Run is a puzzle game. I comment. Well, right now we are compiling, so
Bet
actually
it
I can
has
show
something to do
you.
with the construct.
We just pushed out a build,
construct.
so today is like a weird day. On the to-do is add a few plugins and start detailing some maps.
Parent
so
begin
think
play.
Talos Principle.
One of them's
or,
doing. I guess I have to figure out where that's being done. So
currently all
right
assets are
corner,
being. Wow, shaders are really tanking.
parent
Can't
construct.
even use the Unreal Editor right now.
So if I go back to the floor tile,
Menu.
the construct
okay.
script is where this should be done.
Hit play.
Yeah,
Actually, I
that's
don't
all
need to
that.
show
That's
you
the
in
only thing that should be done
editor.
there.
Why don't I just launch it from Steam? Ah, yeah. Preparing to launch.
When spawn points
Oh, it
should
hasn't updated
be
yet on my
eligible. Get event graphed.
Nice.
That's all it should
I'm
pull in.
waiting.
see.
41 seconds. Then I'll show you what it is.
Can I copy
I
this?
am updating shaders because I did just update to 421. I pushed out a build, and it's like perfect time. We have nothing on the commit. Like there's nothing on the chopping block. We're all ready. So yeah, I
Let's
just
do that
updated
there,
421,
and then do it here.
and I am recompiling shaders.
Delete.
Oh, so I didn't miss this other message. So it's a puzzle game that you're making entirely on your own or with a team.
Delete.
How far ahead in development are you? Yeah, it's just me, and I've been doing it for about 2 years now.
Okay.
And
So
about maybe a little less than a month ago, I decided to start streaming full-time the development process. For a few reasons. One being just so I stop being in my own little bubble, and so that people knew about it. Also, it actually really helps me stay focused. So
nope. I still don't die.
it's not just my. I thought it was just Unreal Engine that was tanking, but it's actually my whole computer with these shaders.
Wonder why.
There we go. So
I
here's
don't.
an
I don't.
example
I
of what
should
showed
die,
to
right?
everybody. Level 7 if it loads.
Maybe.
Normal load time is about 0.5 milliseconds, so remember all assets are from a portal mod. You can
Let's try that.
tag
The
objects,
one, like you said
and
to do
so
when you read
tag
it.
and tag. They can get destroyed, womp womp. But when you've got a tagged object, you can switch places.
This should kill me, I think.
So if I
Nope.
can throw that across,
It's not
I
working.
can't. So let me put this up here and tether back over here.
Mine
I
is not
can now put that
dying.
onto the button
Oh,
by
why are you not
teleporting
dying?
over here, walking onto the button myself, and teleporting back. And now I can
Was I
walk through
supposed to
here.
do all this in? I do apologize, but I might go
Okay,
back to
so
the
we've done most of our game here, our little prototype, and I want to show you guys something really quick here. If we play, obviously as you saw before, we run into rocks, we explode. Problem we have here is we can smack into these walls. We can turn the
Right.
wrong way,
That is definitely a problem.
and it does nothing. We should be smacking into that wall and dying.
But,
So let's set up,
actually,
for the last
this
video
build
here,
doesn't
just
have
set up a
the
little
zoo level
something
on
so
it.
that we hit those walls, we're going to die.
I do have a
So we'll
zoo
go
level
back to our
too,
main floor,
recently,
and in here we have our two
because
walls.
that
So
was
we'll
the
take one of the
original game
walls,
concept, was
and
just
we'll
to
set up
teleport
a on-component hit.
Within the last month, I've added two
Now,
gun mechanics.
First of all, let's go to our other actor and let's cast to our player.
So
different areas of the game, but there's no puzzles yet that really use
Now,
them, so.
we don't want to just hit this and always die,
Nice
unlike that
work.
rock.
Thank you.
In these cases, when we're hitting them on the side, I mean, you could have the player die every time he touches a wall. I don't want to make the game quite that brutal, so I'm going to be able to like run along these walls without dying. I just want to die when I hit a wall head on, like that.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do
makes
is,
sense.
Niker.
I am going to
Browse the Unreal,
grab the
streams.
forward vector
So
Just click.
of my player. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the hit and I'm going to
Are you a
split this
developer
struct
yourself?
bin so I can get the contents of it.
Okay, so
I'm going to look at the
so
hit
I
normal
said
and I'm going to
you're
drag that
start
off
detailing level 1 now.
and do a dot
Preparation
product
for a grant submission.
with the forward vector of my
This
character.
level.
why is that not working?
Now if I'm hitting that head on, I should get -1 from this. So I'm going to check
Niker,
to
would
see
people
if
add off a
it-
comment
Oop,
that
did I do
it's
the
another
wrong one?
Portal-esque, put a box and a button game.
Or tile.
So aesthetically, right now, it absolutely looks like
Oh,
that.
I did do something.
Oh, you saw the stream because Discord told you, and
Okay.
I'm on your friends list. Oh, Niker.
Wait, why is that as a dot now?
Yeah, yeah,
Should
yeah.
be
I
a
know
dot.
you. That's cool. It's
equals
Fingers are all
-1.
wrong.
And
There's a lot of
actually, you know
people
what? I'll
also
just do
like
nearly
things
equal
like-
because I haven't
there's a few
really.
Nocts out there.
Yep,
There's been a
that's where I
few,
went wrong.
like,
Okay. So why, I don't know why I have a dot in here.
Flippy, and
Wait,
I'm like,
I have
oh, I
something to do
recognize
with
that
the
name. And then it's like,
tested
oh, no,
this a
not
whole
the same
lot.
person.
And we'll do the tolerance of maybe
Right.
You are the Niker.
0.01.
I think the dot
So,
up to
If it's around -1, I'm probably hitting it F
You're one of the
maybe-
mods on Thinking with Portals. Sweet, yeah.
with the forward. I'm going to look at the hit normal and I'm going to drag that off
Who you are. I just
and
I-
do a
I
dot
just assumed you were
product
somebody totally- I thought you were just
with the
like
forward
Twitch or
vector
something.
of
Cool,
my
dude.
character.
Thanks for stopping in. I do spam that.
So when you do the two of them together,
people Yeah, so people do a lot of times say it looks Portal-esque, and a lot of that also has to do with the square box design of all the levels. And all
And then it
my
should
level
say
1 is
equal.
actually
Why isn't that
it's
saying
basically
equal?
an homage to Portal 1 right now. I don't know if that's
Hmm.
going to stay, but
That changes to an equal.
Now, if I'm hitting that head on, I
I
should get
do
-1
plan
from
on
this. So I'm gonna
changing a lot
check
of
to
things
see if it
aesthetically when it
equals
comes to it, but I'm
-1.
just using assets from
And
this Portal mod,
I-
like this cube and the buttons and the doors.
That goes to from a
I
dot
don't want them to be
to
cubes in the end. I want them to be
an
this
equal. Mine
energy
doesn't do that.
source that you have to take to energy receivers and then that get powered up. So
Return.
conceptually and aesthetically, I do want them to change. So this is level 1 detailed.
I don't understand that
let's
part
do
right
two
there.
things.
Struck pin, so I can get the
Get
contents of
active
it.
vector. Get active vector.
I'm gonna look at the hit normal, and I'm gonna drag that off
Hit normal.
and do a dot product
We're gonna
Vector.
commit
Dot
with the
product.
forward vector
of this level
of
1
my
copy.
character.
So the forward
gonna
vector.
add
Now, if
character.
I'm hitting that head on, I should get -1 from this. So I'm gonna check to see
So, yeah,
if
you do stuff.
it
The
equals
source obviously,
-1.
but you're hoping to switch
And
to a Wii 4 game soon.
actually, you know what? I'll just do nearly equal.
Only make stuff in blueprints
I haven't
and
really
photos on my research.
tested
No,
this a
we're
whole
control
lot.
changes to be
And we'll do the tolerance
For
of maybe
a
0.01.
games, 2D
So,
convention,
if it's around -1, I'm probably hitting it head on.
sure if all of
So
you
in
use
that
Wii
case,
4 as well. Wii 4 does support 2D.
I will branch.
Yeah, it's called Paper 2D, but also you can make a orthographic 2D game with 3D.
Oh, wait a
If
second.
that is
Do
the
I go to true or
case,
false?
Or maybe not even
let's
orthographic,
call
maybe a side-scrolling 2D style.
death.
A lot
So we
better.
hit that, smack
That's
straight
2D.
on. I
I've
should
never
die.
used it.
Otherwise, I'm not going to do anything.
I absolutely
Okay,
love
so
Wii 4,
we've got
especially
that
from
set
the
up.
source background.
Let's do the same exact thing for the other wall.
The
So we'll add a
editors
component,
little
hit
bit,
on that.
different, but like this whole world is
And
that part right there is, I think,
Since
is
it's
what-
really close, we can just do this.
What this level 1 is right here,
Duplicate
you see
everything,
it's
pull
a
it down
box
here.
brush, and then on the inside are
And we can
subtractive
just connect
box
this up.
brushes.
Other actor,
Subtractive.
cast a run character, split
And
the
then this
struct,
corner is actually an additive
take the hit normal,
box brush that
and pop it in.
into a triangle.
Hmm.
So that's how I do it. You can, and I do normally when I'm mapping, which so I will now. I have my axis panel.
I wonder why
so
that
it's
is that
similar
way.
to Hammer, but I actually think Hammer has a little bit better of level editor as far as usability goes. But
Let's try it this way. Equal.
overall, Unreal is miles ahead of Source Engine, especially since they are constantly updating, and the blueprint system is amazing. You
I
can
don't
minimize this
understand
to
why
C++
that's doing
if
that,
you
but
want.
maybe it's just the newer one.
And
So
yeah, I
mine
use
does
almost
not
exclusively blueprints.
blow
I
up.
do have. Actually, I should just say Visual Studio here. I do have a few C++
Nope.
functions that I write
Didn't mean
because you
that.
can have them both, and then I just expose them to my blueprints.
It should.
If you're not AAA, you don't need to be using C++ for
Boom.
everything. Maybe if you want to get really deep into the replication side of things, but still, I highly recommend blueprints. Even if you're a coder, like I have 12 years of coding experience, but I'm still using
Save.
blueprints.
Let's try that. I just want to try a couple different numbers there. Maybe one of them will get this to work properly.
You said 2.5D. Yeah, for sure, for sure. You are
Oh.
experienced with UE4. Oh, okay, good. Still feels janky though. I don't
Um,
really know why. I seriously want to switch to UE4 and
Negative
start
2?
making stuff for a time. But I've still got projects in Source that I want to get done, like CS:GO, Danger Zone, and maybe Half-Life 2
Oh, I wonder
stuff.
if it's the plus and
Mod's
minus that
nice.
needs to be set.
Danger Zone. I made the switch. I was working on Backstock, and I was talking about this earlier on stream. But I just came to a point where I was like, I need to work on my own thing. I can't work on these volunteer projects and my own mods for forever. And then what? I release a free mod.
Boom.
That's what got me to switch. But see, like, yeah, here I've got like a little function library of. Here's something. This is like the most
Die?
intensive one, calculator
Nope.
function transform. So let's not look at that.
Why aren't you dying?
Get relative transform. I actually don't even. I think there actually is a way to do this one in blueprints, and I think I need to delete that. But clone actor.
Hmm.
Get scaled curve. This one was sweet. I needed to be able to change the length of a curve. You could do it in C++, you can't do it in Blueprint, so I just wrote an exposing function.
Wouldn't I
And then in the
technically
header, I said, make this blueprint callable.
hit wall?
Done. Get scaled curve. So yeah, it's pretty easy to move back and forth between C++. At least for as far as function libraries go, I wouldn't recommend
as run character.
Like as far as
because I kind of want him to die every time we just touch a wall. I think the wall should be no
implementation in C++ and then having it trying to communicate.
That'd be only if you go the wrong direction.
Blueprint actors, because that
I could do that.
But as far as like general functions, it's so easy.
On hit wall, run character, true. Target death.
Okay.
What if I just
you code as well. I think there's actually beneficial. I think that's actually beneficial for blueprints because you still need that sort of logic circuitry-driven thinking when you develop and learning how to program. Yeah. Oh yeah, blueprints is straight up still programming, and if you have a programming mind, it will excel there. I think the great thing about blueprints is it's so hard to make a mistake. You know, compile errors. There's no real syntax errors. It's very smart in helping you figure out what you did wrong as far as a.
I don't think that's gonna work. Might.
Way. You know, you
right
can
now I'm just kind of touch shooting here.
And the context-sensitive search is way faster than IntelliSense anywhere else.
No.
So.
Hit normal. That should equal that.
Absolutely. What you're just saying right there about syntax and game mechanics. Like, this is what I want. I don't want to be writing code. I want to be coming up with game ideas and just telling the game engine how I want that to play out. So, okay. Still compiling.
They should.
That's fine. Yeah, GitHub was launching and I needed to...
Parent, big actor, begin overlap. Call. Track off.
Alright. What's the first thing we do?
How do I activate it? Wonder if that says something to do with it.
I need to find like my. I should have done these updates. There we go. Update Deco.
Activate. Is there no activate one? No. Okay.
3, 4. What? 21.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Okay. Good commit.
Run character.
And now.
So cast a run character on hit wall. You're gonna get forward vector, so the speed at which he's going. Oop, do I have those backwards?
Yeah.
Forward vector.
Update
nearly equal float.
Engine with 421 changes. But yeah. And then we will add this detail.
I wonder if there's something down in here. Camera tricks. No. Like this is kind of like so much. Fall through the floor, right through this tutorial.
And let me make sure Soul Cave is added to LFS. I don't want to be committing all that to my repo. So, is that under Git attributes? I can't remember.
Make a high score, best record, menu.
Silently watching and listening to everyone on stream because you don't have much to add to the conversation. Womp womp. Well, thanks. I'm glad you're still listening. That's one thing. Red Silencer, welcome to the chat. I think this is your first time on the stream. We were just talking about that on the Puzzle Discord. Usability versus power.
Thanks so
Which
much.
Puzzle Discord? Red Silencer. You're on my friends list, I know that. Yeah. Niker, that's alright. Kind of hijacking conversation with Ben. Should probably let him start detailing. It's alright, man. You're fine. You were here a few days ago, Red Silencer? Nice. What emoji is that? Hey, guys. I have a hard time remembering, especially with people who I do recognize their names. The Thinky Puzzle Games Discord. Oh. I just joined that.
Doesn't even know how to make the distance record.
About that yesterday. Oh, hey, somebody linked my stream there. Nice.
touch the side
Oh, very
walls.
cool.
It says.
Respar, who is that? NC
Check the value
Welcome to the
term.
stream. I believe it's your first time.
But even trying that still didn't work. Awesome.
Yes, this is where the LFS is stored.
Change the character to a
So,
ball when it
let's add
comes.
something else. Assets.
Don't want that either. Since they've got gaps, how do I create? They fall off.
There we go.
Don't work since the map is.
Sweet. So now when I commit this, it's not going to inflate my repository. We'll be getting back to it soon. I will say.
I feel like there's something easy to do here. I mean, his should theoretically work. Save. Theoretically, this should kill me. Not here, but should kill me when I go boom.
I'm not entirely sure why.
Nope, that didn't do it there.
No, I did not hit the commit button right there. Still writing its description. Oh well, I'll undo it in a minute. All right, let's get on to actually doing some stuff.
Let's see here. Forward vector.
Red
So
Silencer, friends with teams.
on component,
team spend.
hit wall.
You wrote it 201.
Can I just do
but
that?
It's 210, man. From the Portal community, yeah. Nike, recognize your name somehow.
Hit wall. I just want to do this. Let's just see if this works. So let's get rid of
I think
that.
half the people here are probably from the Portal community. Well, womp womp, I accidentally did that. Hey, we're getting low on these shader compiles, though. Look at this.
You grab that. Bring that
Only
on over
654 left. Excellent. All right.
Death to the character if they touch a wall. I don't want you touching the wall right now.
To detail
Just see if that
this,
works.
I'm going to use these Soul Cave assets because these rocks look beautiful. Which is why I grabbed them.
Grab that. Bring that over there.
Probably nature.
Break that.
Maybe not. I'm gonna have to start
Break
learning
that
all
one
the paths for these
real quick.
assets.
And then break this one.
Right,
There we go.
I like
Get rid of that. Alright, so that should do the same on both ends. Compile,
Actually, I think I can just
save.
close Git.
See
think I
if
can.
I'm right.
Yeah.
Alright, so anytime you touch a wall, you're dead now. I think I just gotta figure out a different way to have it calculate, but this should kill me. There we go. Yay. Okay. So we've got a working death mechanic. It's not his way, but you know what? I'm okay with that because that's just my... I'm going to change it anyways down the road how I want to do it. I just want it to actually work. So you actually died if you touch a wall because this isn't working yet.
Into our dot product. Great. Let's try see if it works if we turn the wrong direction.
It's fine.
Turn the wrong way. Boom, smack into a wall. Great, so this is exactly what we got. So here we have our game. We have it set up. We've made it expandable. As you notice in the game mode, we've made our floor tiles an array. So we're able to add different types of floors. And I'll show you guys just a little different version of this. And this is based on the same thing. I just after the Osaka thing, I did a little bit more to it. If I play this, I have different types of floors. I have some that have a gap, and I have to jump over. I have this one where I have this extendable bridge thing. I have my corners as well. And it's all based on the same stuff. I'm just adding different types of floors to it. And I died. Okay. I'm trying not to die while I'm explaining this. It's kind of hard to talk and steer at the same time. So these floor gaps are basically just a different type of floor tile that's in my array. Same with the bridges. And here's a different type of item. Magnet that pulls coins in.
Yep, that makes sense.
Extendable bridge. Magnet again.
You ever release what you had?
And all I did was just add different floor tiles to that array. Oh, I missed the bomb.
All the maps.
Bomb's pretty cool.
I feel
I'm
like
guessing
that's
the bomb
A couple
gets
power-up
recalled.
items that I've thrown in here.
I don't want to.
And for some reason, it wants to give me only the magnet, which is pretty cool as well because it pulls coins in.
Yep.
And you can see I also added a save game feature and a little bit more to the HUD so I can save a record up there. Okay, so bomb lets me run into the
That is pretty
rocks.
cool.
I also have a UMG progress bar down there that keeps track of how much power is left on my super item. It's draining, draining, draining. So there you go. So in this way, and now I'm gonna fall and die. So in this way, I can make take that basic prototype that we had
So he does
and
a
just
lot
keep
more
adding
with
to
it.
it and adding different kind of features and testing things out. And
Insane.
Blueprint makes this super easy to do. And and again, even if you're not a programmer, if you're like me, you're not a programmer, you can do these things, and it's a lot of fun.
Different
And I hope you
tiles.
guys learned something from this, and I hope you're gonna go out and prototype some games with Blueprint.
There's no puzzle to this one either, so I'm just kind of like
Playlist.
really
What?
just detailing. You had an alpha demo with shitty maps about a year ago. Womp womp.
Okay, so I've completed the first tutorial. I technically have a working game that I can touch that I die.
I think I need to go unlit.
I kind of would like to make it a ball, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I mean, it's all polishing it up a little bit, different art styles,
Here.
going through kind of increase or decrease in difficulty, adding different kind of maybe obstacles would be nice, like maybe a bar you gotta jump over would be nice. I would get rid of the walls, change that up a little bit, and I mean, there's a bunch of small little things that I actually kind of want to work on over time, but now I have a basic working game. It spawns, it moves. I do want to try the other one that there's another person that has a very similar running project. I want to see how he does a couple things differently, just because I think that'd be beneficial to have more than one run
These assets are very
run
cavey.
variation.
I wish I could subdivide them all.
I did send it to my partner. Oh,
I like this smooth
I'm
looking
going
rock.
to look back through my chat and see if I can find it. There it is.
People obviously
Boom.
clinged onto the idea of the new pink-purple aesthetic.
And then
Want to
my
bring it to
use
Portal,
Virtuous
but of
Learning
course I
Hub.
have a problem with
He's got
changing
quite a few more.
excursion funnels of Portal Gun,
22.
Crosshair, RGB because it's
Oof.
hard-coded. Yeah.
What's this game look like at the end? I'm just curious.
Feel like learning Unity should be more like
Because
choosing your own adventure? Try
Smells nice,
Udemy.
guy does roll up
With
before
just a
the
few short questions,
Bird
we'll
Tea.
recommend the perfect Unity course for you, so you can build your own games fast.
Description of this video. Now, within these quick start guides, you have a couple of things that you need to install.
Nice.
For example, with Android, you need to install CodeWorks and the Android SDK
Not
so
this
that
one.
you
Okay.
can actually package your game for this. And you also have a
quick
couple of
fixes. So he builds a
Hey to my
game.
Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video, we're going to be introducing you to a few quick fixes
He
to
does a
some of
jump
the
in
issues that we're having with
kinda
our
coins.
Endless Runner
Use it a
game.
lot.
Those issues
Actual
being,
three
first and
lanes.
foremost, when
That's a
you go
great
and
rock.
swipe left or
Literally called
right,
Flat Rock.
you are going to notice that it is also making you jump at the same time when you
That's
do
Iron
not
Rock.
want that to happen. We're going to be
There are
fixing that
other
up by
asset types
simply
that are going to be
disabling the
used.
tap input as part of our swiping system. It's really straightforward, it's really easy. It's just something that wasn't included in one of the previous videos. Moving on from there, you'll also notice that the sound for the coin is only being played while the magnet is active. So once the magnet stops being active, you are not going to hear any sounds when you pick up the coin. So what we're going to be doing is just adding in that sound blueprint node to the regular coins
I do like
as
that
well.
he has
Moving
a
on
start
from there,
menu
what
and
also
everything like that. I think
happens
that's gonna be
sometimes
important.
is when you first press restart, you spawn straight into an obstacle. So what we're going to be doing is
They should always
showing
have,
you
like, a
how
start
to
zone.
add an empty tile before you spawn in all the rest of the tiles with your obstacles on there, so that way when you spawn in there is no chance of you hitting anything straight away. And it's all really straightforward, but just follow along, and hopefully by the end of this video you should have a clean working version of the Endless Runner ready for packaging the game in the next video. Package this for your Android device with the rest of the code that we've created already. Hit compile, hit play, and you can see now we have some empty space before we do go in and play our game. And no matter how many times we restart, we are not going to have any chance of going into an obstacle, simply because we have got a completely empty tile before they start their game. So you can see here, no matter what, we've got a fair little bit of distance, and I can just keep on pressing restart, and it's not going to cause any issues. So that is pretty much everything fixed up for our Endless Runner. If you have any other issues, I definitely advise just going through your code, but these are the main ones. Windows device. Stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a different kind of runner. It wouldn't be a bad idea to learn how to do it.
You should take this online uni.
I won't be using the texture. I'll be using something else.
I'm gonna save this project.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Virtus here, and today we're introducing my brand new Endless Runner game tutorial series. As part of this series, you'll be using Unreal Engine 4 to create the framework for an Endless Runner game similar to Temple Run, Subway Surfers, or alike. We'll cover absolutely everything you'll need, from procedurally generating floor tiles, creating various obstacle types, pickups, high scores, and other awesome gameplay mechanics. You will learn absolutely everything you need to set up the foundation of your game. However, if you want to take things one step further, you can do so by checking out one of my many other Unreal Engine 4 playlists, where you can take an advanced look into things like level design, user interface development, programming with blueprints, or more, and step up your game. If you guys are looking forward to this series, as usual, drop a like on this video and subscribe if you haven't done already to stay up to date, and move on to the next video to get started. And as always guys, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
Virtus.
This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases, make sure you follow us on social media.
I'm curious to see how this goes. Because I mean, this is they're small videos, so maybe they won't be.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video, we're going to be setting up the project for our FB Mobile exactly the same way. So what I want you guys to do is go ahead and open up the latest version of Unreal Engine 4 that you have. In my case, this is Unreal Engine 4.19. Now within here, what I'm going to do is go ahead and create myself a new project.
Third person. Okay. So file, new project.
Hard to find.
Third person. And what kind of quality do you want?
And this new project is going to be using the third person template. And the reason why I'm using this is just because it gives us a basis for a third person camera. And as you see in most sort of Endless Runner games, your camera is going to be directly behind the player, and that in itself is third person. We're also going to be developing this game entirely within Blueprints, so make sure it is the Blueprint version you're using. Down at the bottom here, when you're creating your project, you want to make sure this is chosen for either mobile or tablet. In this case, we are working
that's kind of cool, because now we're doing it a little differently here. We're actually going to...
And then for the quality, just leave that to maximum, and we are also going to include the starter content.
There we go.
So he's going to mobile tablet, which I'm okay with this.
We are going to give this the name Endless or Virtus Runner. Let's give it the name Virtus Runner. So Virtus Runner, and then with this we are going to go ahead and create the project. Now creating this project can take a couple of minutes, it just depends on the performance of your computer, but once it has gone ahead and loaded up, what we're going to do is dive in and start working on that camera system. So I'm going to pause the video and we'll be with you in a second.
There we go.
Okay, so
It's
once
like
your engine
kinda
has loaded up, you
like
should have
do
something
this,
that
and
looks
these
a bit
line up
like this.
Yep.
When we go
like
ahead and press
the
play,
material
you
does.
should be
It's like
able to sort
character,
of move around, and
light
it's going
bulb
to
lights
allow you
on.
to have all these controls that you don't really want to have for an endless runner. What I mean by that is you don't really want to be able to move left or right with your mouse or
More
anything like
metallic.
that, and we also don't want these joystick controls to look
not sure
Makes
around
perfect
either.
sense to me.
So what we're going to do is get the camera in the position we need it in, which is going to be a little bit further back, and then we are also going to be disabling some of those look controls as well. So what I'm going to do then
Let's
to
see
do
here.
this is I'm going to show the sources panel within my content browser within the bottom left hand corner of my screen here, and then I'm going to go to my blueprints folder and
Yep.
open up
See,
my
now this
third
turns this other
person
one
character.
blue.
This
Blueprints.
blueprint is going to contain
Some sort of
all of the
inverse
inputs
relation
and
to these
all of the
colors.
controls for the character that we're going to have, and that is why I am opening it up. Now, the main control that I'm going to get rid of are going to
Anyway,
be
that's
the
not what I
look
wanted to look
things. So for this, with the look-based stuff, you can see here we've got the gamepad
We could
inputs.
say it
This is for
should look like
turning the
sliced
camera.
rock.
We do not need this at all, so I'm just going to go over this whole comment.
And Griff, if you're
Gamepad
still there,
gone.
you can change those colors without the code. You
And
will
bots,
have to
and just delete
hex
it so that we
edit
can
the
no
What else
binary
gone?
that.
for the
And then
executable,
the
but
same goes for the mouse
it is
input in here as
possible.
well. We do not need that, so we are
Others have
just
done it
going to delete it.
for other things.
And now,
Gone.
if we compile and then go
House.
back into the viewport and play our
I
game,
can no longer
we
move.
should no longer be able to move it with our mouse, which is exactly what you want it to do. So for actually setting up the camera system, it's really straightforward. Now, a blueprint does have two sides to it. You have the code side, which we opened up and is in the event graph that we're in at the moment. You also have the physical representation, and all of this is within the viewport. And within the viewport, you can see the different
brings up the
actors
fact
within
that
that
you can use
blueprint,
scripts for that,
and
but-
you can modify them from there. So for me, in this case, I am trying to set
You're
up
not a coder,
a
your friends
camera
are.
view which is similar
I don't know how
to
to
a
hex
endless
edit.
runner like
You can
Temple
see it,
Run
just look
or
up how to do it
Subway
online.
Surfers, and with that you are going to find the camera is going to be further back so you
Sorry,
can
bud.
see a little bit further ahead. So I'm going to move this. I'm just going to
I don't know
quickly
if it's just a bad
click my
scale,
follow camera,
or this
move
doesn't
this
look good
back
at
a
this
bit,
scale,
and then
or
I'm also going
maybe
to
it just
move
wouldn't
it
look good.
up
I think it just
above
wouldn't
the
look good.
player so that you can see further ahead. Because if it's directly below that character, you are going to have that character obstructing your vision.
I also think this
So
would
if we
look
go ahead
better
and compile
white.
this, and then press play, what you should have now is a camera that looks a bit like this.
Can I change
And
the
you can
color?
see it's starting to look a bit more like an endless runner.
Say,
Now bear in mind, it's kind of, it is kind of chopping off the feet a little bit, so I'm going to move it down just a bit, compile it, and then press play. And really what you guys want to do here with this is just take a moment or take a couple of minutes to get the ideal camera view that you want. So just move
Okay.
forwards and backwards.
So first things first, I'll get rid of that. I don't need this anymore. This is the old one. I can get rid of that because there's nothing left in that one for me. The
Oh,
Ben
wait,
V is still
missive
streaming
color.
it out there, rocking it.
I meant to change this.
And let's get my camera in the right place first.
That should change the.
Stop.
These crystals should recompile now. That I changed these colors. Wait, can I just pick
Almost.
a color? Oh my gosh, okay.
That should be the trick. I still cough just a little bit.
Is Substance not connected right now or something? This shader should be changing. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
Maybe I could use that. I want it to world align somehow though.
Cool. Okay, where I'm
Until
happy.
you
Whipping
get
boy and
the
you
look and the
sugar.
style that you're after. For me, my feet are still cut off, so I am going to move it down a little bit, and I'm also going to move
Dom
it forwards
Camus,
a little
you in the
bit,
chat right now?
and then compile it.
I
And
see,
like I said,
Thinky Puzzle Games is the OMG's. It's got cute kittens. They are my kittens.
Oh, you know what I don't have going? I
Oh,
don't have my
let's
music
switch to
going.
blue now. I don't know if that's a good emissive color or not.
I just want you
Maybe.
guys to keep adjusting
Got a good
this
look to
until
it. It
you
doesn't
get the
world
look
line,
and
though,
the style
and I
that you
need that
are
world
after.
Whoa.
Now, what I'm going to
maybe-
do now
I
is
shouldn't be
I'm going to
messing
get you
with
to
DJ now,
I'm going to
but
show you guys how you can get your character to run
This is my shade.
forwards
What's going on, mate?
it's
endlessly.
very
And this is
Look at
probably
this
going
thing.
to be one of the most
This is
important
freaking out.
pieces of code that you're going to need. So going back into our third person character, go to your
freaking
event
out.
graph, and then where you've got your movement input, you'll have a little comment box that says movement
Let's
input.
try closing
You will
that.
have an input axis move forward
Let me
event.
open it again.
Now, as of right now, that is basically using the keyboard. We don't want that to be the case of moving forwards.
Yep,
We want
nope,
it to
that's
do it
dead.
all of the time. So I'm going to delete this event that I've got here, and instead,
Huh.
what I'm going to
Wonder
do
why it's-
is use the event tick node. And what that's going to do is every frame it's going to
Okay, for
fire
some
off
reason my
whatever
music's
is
not
hooked
working.
up into it.
Hey, something
And
to do
in
with the
this
fact that I
case, it
started the
is
stream
at
beforehand.
movement input for
Oop, I gotta go
going
back.
forwards you are after. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get you to I'm going to show you guys how you can get your character to run forwards endlessly. And this is probably going to be one of the most important pieces of code that you're going to
Probably
need.
super easy.
So
like the
going
other guy was.
back into our third person character, go to your event graph,
World Space
and
Alignment
then
screen
where you've got your
coordinates.
movement input,
You're
you'll
gonna add
have a
on
little
tick.
comment box that says movement input. You will have
line
an
text.
input axis move forward event. Now, as of right now, that is basically using the
What's different
keyboard.
about World
Oh,
Alignment?
excuse
We
me.
don't want that to be the
See, the
case of
lines are a
moving
lot straighter,
forwards.
makes
We
me
want it
think
to
I
do
did
it
it.
all of the time.
And I don't
So
trust
I'm going to
anything
delete
I
this
wrote.
event that I've got here,
It's not the best thing
and
to say, but
instead,
it's true.
what I'm going to do is use the event tick node.
Okay.
And what that's going to do is every frame it's going to fire off whatever is hooked up into it. And in this case, it is at the movement input for
Let's try
going
this.
forwards. So I'm going to right click,
Marks.
and I'm just
Right
going to type
click.
in
He's a
event
little slower,
tick.
so this will be a little easier to
And
follow
then
actually,
with this event tick, I'm going to drag out from the
Marcus done.
execution
which is
pane
always good.
and
Or a
hook this
mark,
up to add
cosine
movement
done.
input. And what this is going to do now is
Oh,
it is going to move forwards to the scale value of 1
Mint Spider, I'm here for
Okay,
every
so that's
tick or
speed.
every frame. So if I compile this now, press play, and you can see our dude is now running forwards endlessly. You're not really going to be able to see it too much at the moment because our track is not endless, he's going to get cut off. But the procedurally generated tiles is going to be something for a later video. But as of right now, we've got our camera
Yay.
system set up, and we have also got our character running endlessly. Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything for
Here we go,
today's
Pump.
video. Make
We
sure
got a
to
guy
move
running
on to
again.
the next video where we're
Now
going
we're moving to the next
bringing
one.
our game to life a little bit further. But for now guys, once again, stay awesome, keep curating. Your boy Virtus, signing out. This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the description.
Feel like learning how to draw should be more like choosing your own adventure?
I never
Try
liked
Udemy.
commercials. I
With
get
just
them.
a few
And ads and all that. Just never liked them.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be setting up the blueprint for our floor tiles that are going to be spawned in endlessly. As of right now, when you press play, you are just running straight
automatically run
forward
forward.
on a pre-made level.
It's chilling here
What I
today.
want you guys
Wonder
to
if
be
it's cold
able to
outside.
do is to be able to run forwards on a tile which is going to have 3 lanes. And it's going to look a little bit like this. And having said that, you guys need to make sure you download the latest version of the Endless assets because you're going to need these textures to set up the material.
Where do I get the endless assets? That's a good question. So let's save this.
What is this even being
Save
used for?
current. I don't even know where the assets
Oh,
are
wait a second.
here. Marketplace, I betcha.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
I need a texture coordinate.
should just Huh.
is a UV right here. This is the for the bump offset.
Not opening that up.
Maybe I should
Wonder
pass
why
it
that
into
is.
both. Probably. It was just screwing with the bump offset.
Do I have it plain? No.
Yeah, there is an element though in the game later.
Why isn't
where
that
there's a
working?
Mirror, where everything gets mirrored.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
could do
broke
it this way, I think. Pretty sure I can do it this way. Unreal Engine
Except then you
for
can like dimension shift certain
Marketplace.
things.
Right, isn't that what it's called? Marketplace?
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
this is not.
And then I can
what
just
wanted
download
to
it that
look
way.
like.
And then search. Endless.
If I just drag all these UVs back up here.
Oh, excuse me.
Partially atomic, banging my head against foliage stuff for the past hour. I got to the point I need to do this in C++ for it to be remotely intuitive.
Endless
And noped
assets.
right back out. Yeah,
Where
for
is he
sure.
getting the
Not
endless
ready to
access
commit yourself
from?
to that yet.
Is
No,
it maybe
don't
something he
ever.
provides?
There's rarely a time where you're like, oh,
Or
C++ would be
course,
better,
level
and then you
design,
do it, and then it
blueprints.
is better. Oh, you know what my problem is? I'm not setting the scale here.
Resources.
Wait, or am I? World position. This should default someplace, right?
So this is allowing me
World
to
position. Absolute world position. Yeah.
get started, browse by video, download resources. Okay, there we go. Yay. Open with. Probably don't care to see any of this, guys, but you're gonna watch it anyways.
See right here. Normally, world aligned texture takes a texture size.
Oop.
Where is that texture size being set? Right here. Absolute value, then it's getting inverted and then being used as a
Nope.
divisor. So
If you saw my email address. That's
What am I
the worst
doing
thing in the
here?
world.
input texture size. Why doesn't that show up here?
Huh.
Input texture size vector 3. Is there actually two? Hold on. World aligned UV.
Authorize.
One under miscellaneous and one under texturing. So world aligned UV texturing. They're the same. Oh wait, texture size. Wait, I am actually stupid.
Okay.
I'm passing the UVs in there for some reason.
Allow.
Oh, Nelly. I don't even need to do that. Also, let's bring these back. And then use the coordinate here. I literally don't need to pass anything in. It should have default values.
Just give me a moment here. I'm gonna try to.
Mainly it's that you need to access a
Try
class that isn't
download.
exposed to blueprints. Oh, dude. Well, you can use C++ for that. Like I did that the other day for this
It's not
get
pulling up.
scaled curve. So the curve is exposed to blueprints.
Okay, there it is.
Function library. Yeah, it's open twice.
I mean, it should just be as simple as download and go. Right?
So yeah, I just wrote. There's a function called.
Oh, there's my
scale
download right there.
curve. So I wrote a function to create a new curve and then
Ta-da!
copy the curve that's being sent in and then scale it and
Extract
pass it
all.
back out. So I can, in
Downloads.
blueprints, I can be like, hey, yeah, scale this curve, and then I get a new curve back out of it. Because that's not even
Browse.
available in blueprints, and it was nice.
And. just
Oh
gonna
yeah, you
save
can
that.
hold Alt to drag
in
all
Unreal.
connections. It is very helpful. I
We're gonna
lied.
call this one assets right here in Unreal.
Alt is break all connections. Sorry, it's control. There we go. Yeah, it is pretty awesome. So, let's compile this.
Did I spell it right?
Alt click is danger son. Yeah. Whoops. Womp womp.
There we go.
Who's out there? What's up, everybody? So we got some new guys in here. Marcus, Don, and Mint Spider. How's it going? You guys are chatting a little bit up front, asking about the puzzle mechanics. Were you guys both from the Thinky Puzzly games? I'm assuming one of you is Dom Camsus. Sounds kind of
Get rid of that. Get rid of that.
I don't know if it's supposed
Why? I don't know why you're doing that. Oh.
Alright, so I'm trying to use the world
Ta-da!
IDVs here.
There we go. So now we have the assets we need. I can pull them in as
They
needed.
are changing.
Sorry about that. Took me just a minute there to get everything back up and running. So now I can go back
This is
to.
the problem with using world line EVs.
I don't need this. Don't need that.
Me. Also,
It's
wait,
4 hours
is
old.
world,
That's about right though.
Texture size, I'm hoping.
For your floor tile. So what we're going to do is, once you've downloaded these, once again the link for that is in the description below. I need you guys to go and create a new folder within your main content folder within your content browser, and we're just going to give this the name Runner
Marcus John.
Files.
Thanks for playing.
Open this up, and then within here we are going to create
Ben, I
another
have a
new
question.
folder
Are you free after
called
the stream to talk, not
Tiles.
necessarily voice
Now
chat?
this Runner Files folder which we've just created is going to
Yeah, hit me up in
contain
the
all of
Discord
the
anytime.
assets for our game.
I'm always around.
This Tiles
usually always
folder
around.
is going
Tonight I
to
actually might be going to
contain
D&D, but
the
if you
assets
ask me something in
specific
Discord
to
even now,
our
we can
tile.
get to it during
So
lunch.
the textures for it, the
and also ask me
materials for
things
it, and
in
all of that
stream.
good stuff. So within your endless
Hey,
assets
this is starting to
folder,
look better.
select your floor tile
My world of
underscore
Line
diff
UV is
underscore
working.
em and underscore normal.
A certain
These
angles
three
get
textures
screwed
are
up.
going to be
You
used
can't
for
handle
our tile. Just
that,
click, drag, and drop them into
these
our
tangents
tiles
does not
folder
overlap
to
in
import
certain
these
Okay.
into
but
the engine. What we've got to do now then, because as you know, you cannot use a texture on a
want it
object,
to
you've got to
work
use
the
a
way
material instead.
camera does,
We are
you
going to
know?
create a material, and this material
But
is
this
going
is
to have
great
a
because, like,
diffuse on it,
see,
which is going to be
no
your
matter where
base color,
I put these
an
assets.
emissive, so it has a bit of a glow
now,
on
not
there as
necessarily
well,
with
Okay.
and then then a
these,
normal map as
meshes,
well to
but
give it a little bit
with
of
meshes
depth.
like these, I can
Okay.
So right click on your
rotate,
diffuse
scale,
and press create material.
So here, let me make another
And then
copy,
we're just going to
scale
give this the
guy
name
up,
floor tile underscore matte,
and you know,
open it
Wow.
up,
but
and we
it
can
all
start
seems to be a
working
part
with
of
this.
one,
So hold down T on your keyboard
I don't
to
wanna
create a
trigger.
texture sample,
It kind of all
and then
feels
do
like
the
it's-
same thing
it
and
flows
create
together.
a
Like,
second
there
one.
is a seam.
If you don't want to use the
Actually, the
keyboard
seam is very
shortcut, instead you can just type right click and type in texture
Basically, I'm trying
sample
to get rid of
and do
seams.
it
That's really
that
what it
way.
is.
But that's up to you.
Wait.
These
How do you do that with
textures
a
you
T?
can just
Offset,
type
so that's
right
why they're
T on your
warping.
keyboard to
Oh,
create
I'm
a
not
texture
leveling the bump
sample,
offset. Hold on.
and then do the same thing and create a second one. If you don't want to use the keyboard shortcut, instead you can just type right click and type in texture sample
Doesn't
and
work.
do it
Huh.
that way. But that's up to you.
Marcus Don.
These
Am I
texture
saying your name
samples
how
are
you
going to
expect it
be
be said?
for
You
the
tried
textures
Unreal
that we've
Engine
just
some time ago,
imported,
but the
so the
interface scared
diffuse,
me.
the
Aw.
emissive, and the normal.
Trust me.
Because we right
you get
clicked
used
on
to
the
it, it's
diffuse
very
map and
nice.
created the material from there, it's already given us a texture
I thought about
sample
giving you the
with
PlayStation
that
I'm
version.
gonna
diffuse
guess.
selected and
Yeah, play
hooked
that
up to
stream.
the
Ah,
base
gotcha.
color.
Yeah.
We've just created two
yeah,
new
talk to me
texture
about that in the
samples, and with
chats.
these, we just need to define the
down
texture
to
for the
play.
normal and the emissive within here.
Partially tell me. I might want to
So
check
with
out
the
texture
second
bomb
texture
node.
sample selected,
Okay.
go to your texture in the details panel in the bottom left, and just set
Borderline
this
textures in game
to floor
development?
tile
I
underscore
don't know.
em.
Still thinking
Yeah.
about it.
And then with
Uh,
this, hook it up to
Partially tell me.
your
I was playing that
emissive
earlier, it
color.
kind of randomizes
And
texture
what you'll
correction a
notice
bit.
you've now done is given your floor tile a bit of a glow on these little lane lines that we've got here.
This is
Marcus
color.
Dananucci.
I'm thinking on that one. Yep.
No. Dana.
This is
Don-
color. Then this will end up being the normal here.
Tuone.
Alright, like so.
Gotcha. Alright, I'll call you Marcus then. Got a nephew named Marcus.
With the third texture sample, set this to floor tile underscore normal, and hook this up to the normal
Griff
on
said no
your
stream, gotta
main
go take a
material
shower.
selector up here.
Shower.
And what you'll find now
We'll
you
return
have
if the stream's
is
up.
just
Nah,
a little bit of
sweet,
fake
sweet.
depth.
I'll be here until at least 6.
Press apply, and we are
so
good to
it's
go.
another
We have
4.5
now
hours
got
at
our
least.
material set
Why?
up for our floor tile.
Texture bomb.
So what we've got to do now then is actually create the
So, So basically, world align UV is a function I wrote which is basically a copy of a world align texture, except I didn't want to have to use texture objects to be able to get the UVs. Like this guy takes too.
That's purple. That's really purple they got going on there. Pump, you're falling off, bud. There you go. That's better.
Right,
The second one. If you don't want to use the keyboard shortcut, create a tune the normal on your main material selector up here, and is actually create the blueprint. We have now got our material set up for our floor tile. So what we've got to do now then is actually create the blueprint, which is going to contain the look and the physical representation of our tile.
Let's see here. So
within our runner tiles folder, our runner files folder, we're going to create a new folder called blueprints.
Okay.
And within here, we're just going to create a blueprint actor for that tile. So right click, create a new blueprint class with the type actor, and we're just going to give this the name master tile. This master tile blueprint is essentially going to contain the physical representation of our master tile. And when I say master, we are going to have some sort of duplicates of this. This one is going to have the main functionality and act as a template, essentially. So open this up, and we've got to add a couple of things in here. First and foremost, we've got to add a mesh in. A static mesh is going to be something that you can walk on.
static mesh is
So add a
always
component,
most important.
and for the type of component, we're going to use a cube.
What destination do you want
And
me
with
to
this
set
cube,
for
in the
it to go
details
to?
panel
And
on the
then
right hand
conveyor belt
side,
PLCs
we're
can
going to
handle
change the
rest.
material to
And
our
so then my
floor
job was
tile
writing the
underscore
logic,
mat that we've
which
created
determined
here
I got
already.
this barcode at this
And
location,
notice
so
now,
where do I
we've
wanna
got
send it? And that also had to do with like
Oh.
managing information from a host client and stuff like that. But that's just
I think
that's the kind of
they have
logic that
left
went into it. So my side was more like
this morning.
database.
My parents are on their way to
drive.
driving to Florida.
You interviewed at controls at a company once, but it seemed like they exclusively did ladder logic. Yeah. The controls guys at this
Cube.
job, they did ladder logic.
So
Among other
you
misunderstandings,
did
I thought a
here,
PLC
stack
was the
mesh.
same as a PLD,
Cube, give
similar
it
to
the.
FPGA, and they
Okay,
never
so
corrected.
click that. Stack
I've never
mesh.
used a PLD or
Cube.
FPGA. I've never used a PLC necessarily, but I think we always interface with PLCs. My job was not that. My job was on this other software side, and which also like we hosted a web server
Yay.
where
Wait, why
where
doesn't
people
mine
could,
have that?
log in and change parameters that would then
Should.
influence the decision making of where the packages would be sent to when they got scanned.
Mine
Controls
doesn't
Jeff,
look like
you wanna
his.
Tell me which company or which part of the country this company operated
we're
in?
going to change the
Did it start with
material
a D?
to our floor tile underscore mat that we've created here
okay.
already.
So texture
And notice
bomb.
now, we've got our tile
You said this
material.
randomizes texture direction. See, whoa. I don't know if I want this or not. I might though. Very interesting. So something like this actually might be what I end up using. Single sample highlights. This seems like this would be amazing for grass and water. This is awesome.
Hello.
I really like
Just
this.
actually in the midst of developing
Cool, so let me try
a
utilizing
endless
it.
runner.
Where does it take its inputs?
I have right now kind of following the virtues.
My question is, where does it use the actual texture objects? Because I
Learning.
can get
I'm
around
on
that.
number
That's
3
Here
of
we
I think
go.
it's like
Texture
20
2D.
something. I did build
See, I
another
don't understand what a
game
texture object actually
already.
is.
That's an endless runner as well. But it just hasn't. I mean, it has everything I want, but I want to learn more about the
What's
endless
this
runner
doing?
first.
Where is it sending it to?
But I
Texture
got my
bomb, single
mother-in-law
sample, that
talking to
takes
me
a texture
about
object
baby
2D.
pictures because I have a baby shower
So
coming up
let's
soon.
drive in and see where that's using it.
We're destroyed.
Hey, there's a parallax occlusion
So what I'm trying to figure out right now. Oh, goodbye.
I like how these are just left over from the developers. You know what? That's fine. But I'm here in the texture bomb single sample looking for where they actually use the texture.
So my
object
texture is
mode.
nothing like his. I mean, everything's there. That's there.
Right here.
Base.
And they just set it
That's
here
all
as
good.
the texture.
And then mine. But mine doesn't repeat properly. I think that's what's going on.
Can't you pass in a sample?
For that tile. So right
So
click,
he does a
create a new
blueprint.
blueprint class with the type
Actor.
actor, and we're just going to give this the name master tile. This master tile
Logo
blueprint
doesn't look familiar,
is
though.
essentially
It's
going to
either a very
contain
small shop or
the
very small
physical
branch of a very big
representation
company,
of
and they don't even have an office in
our
the city or
master
anything
tile.
like
And when I say master,
oh, Johnson
we are
Controls.
going to have some sort of duplicates of
That's not
this.
where I worked.
This one is going to have the main functionality and
I
act as
wonder
a
if I worked with
template,
them.
essentially.
Let's see here.
So open this up,
I feel like that sounds familiar.
and we've got to add a couple of things in here. First and foremost, we've got to add a mesh in. A static mesh is going to be something they can walk on. So add a component, and for the type of component,
Cube.
we're going to use a cube. And with this cube,
I wonder if maybe that's from going wrong. Am I
It's
doing the
very
wrong
Interesting.
master tile?
So I don't like it when you have to pass in a texture 2D object because you can't make a texture 2D. And like I'm probably thinking about this all wrong.
Yep.
But
For some reason, it didn't like that one. I like this.
in the case of like if I
Okay,
use this
now it looks
3D
like theirs.
noise and I have
That's
this
good.
here, what I'm about to send out to the base color.
in the
There's no way
details
for me
panel
to
on the
make
right hand
that a
side,
texture.
we're going to change
So,
the
yeah.
material
Right.
to
Like-
our floor tile underscore
So
how
map
could I
printed
roll the line
here
here?
already.
Excuse me.
I
And
couldn't.
notice now
Or I
we've
couldn't even
got
texture
our
bomb
tile
this, and I'm
material
probably thinking
and
about
it's
it
got
wrong,
the
but
free lanes
that's
that
my
I
problem
wanted to
with
give
using
it.
texture
Now for the
texture
size,
to
because we
be
don't want it to be a
references, so I'm
cube,
trying not
we're
to.
going to set the scale on the X to 10, on the Y to 10, and then the the Z is going to be
I kind of feel like the
0.1.
offset is actually inverted.
So if you
The
zoom out
Z.
now, you should have a nice looking little tile that looks a bit like this. And now we need to add
Yay.
one last thing to this, and that is going to be our attach point. Our attach point is going to be
Attach point
where
just like the
we're
other
going to
one.
be
That
telling
makes
the
sense.
engine to add the next tile.
So if you want to add,
Now for us,
continue on.
we are going to be having things moving forwards on the x-axis. So our attach point is going to be over here. But what I do need to do is make sure our floor tiles are facing the right way. So I'm just going to rotate this tile positive 90 degrees. And we can now
feels
add
better.
that attach point. So go to add component,
I just
And
think
and we're
add
going to
arrow.
add
I
a
don't know
arrow
if it looks
component.
better or not.
Component
Now,
arrow.
this
It only
arrow
has to be
component
one.
is not going to be something
is
the
it
player is going to be able to
skewed to the
see, but it is something
That's
we're
wrong.
going to be able to
Something's
use to
happening.
take the location of and use it to spawn the next tile.
Oh.
To get this arrow,
Why is mine giant?
and what you want to do is you just
Anyway,
want to make sure it is over here, over at the end. So get the default position,
Zip
which
zip.
is over here, and then move it this way
Negative 50.
just so it's on the edge, and it should be at about negative
This is like a moment.
50
You're like, hold on,
on the Y, and then there shouldn't be a gap.
chugging.
And the rest should be on 0, so the location should be 0, minus 50, and 0.
Interviewer's name was Johnson.
And what I'm also
One of the
going to
things
do
sticking in your mind.
is rotate this arrow
Nice.
so it's facing forwards just like this.
Well, that makes sense to me. You're on board with it so
And
far.
then
Engineering.
hit
Jump
compile.
them.
Once we've done
This
this,
is like a moment
that
where
is pretty
in a game
much
if you,
the
like,
main
took
element
drugs
set
and
up
then all of a
for
sudden
our
you're like,
floor tile.
"Is
And
that
if we was
wall
to bring this
warping?"
into our game,
And
you'd
it
be
just,
able
like,
to see
slowly
exactly
reveal
what
her.
this looks like. And you can see
You'd be
we've
like,
got
"The
some nice little
wall
proportions here.
is
We've got 3 lanes just like any other endless runner, and it is good to go. Now we have still got a lot more that we need to do in terms of adding the functionality to get the engine to spawn these endlessly, destroy them after you've used them, But
Yeah, it
all
hurts
of
to
that
walk
is going to
around a
be
place like
for
this.
the next video.
Let's see here.
But for now, guys,
So
once
he's
again,
moving on.
thanks for watching.
He's gonna
Stay
be
awesome, keep curating. Your boy Virtus,
I don't
signing
get the,
out. This
why
video
it's-
was made possible
Excuse me.
by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases, make sure you follow us on social
It has
media.
something to do with me trying to world align it all.
This is
Did I set
Udemy,
these back to
the world's
regular
largest
coordinates?
marketplace for
Or should I
online
just-
learning.
Let's see here.
On Udemy, I learned how to code my own games in Unity. Udemy made it incredibly easy. I learned C#, built my first game in Unity, and got the latest knowledge in modern game development. Everything I needed to know. With thousands of mobile-friendly video courses, Udemy's expert instructors can guide you through any topic. Your course
Udemy.
never
I've heard good things about Udemy.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be taking a look at how we can get our floor tile to spawn into the game endlessly. As of right now, what we've done is set up the physical appearance of the tile.
So we made what we
However,
need
there is
to run
no
on.
endless elements to it, it's going to
There's
be
nothing
something
that's
that you're
gonna
going to
tell
have
it
to
to
place in
continue
manually.
on.
So having
Yeah.
said that, we're going to be taking a look at how we can create all of the code to get it to
See,
spawn into the
That's,
game
this is what it's
endlessly.
supposed to look like. Instead of going
Now,
to the
what I'm
side,
going to do is take a
supposed to go
moment to try and
backwards.
explain the way that we're going to get this code to work, so
It's
that when
also
we're
a
putting
tricky
it
drug
together,
mechanic
it's
right
going to
here.
stick in your head a little bit better.
the wall is
So right now we have a
Oh,
blueprint
careful,
for our
Punk.
master tile, and that blueprint is just under runner files, and then
Also
blueprints,
hard to
and then
update.
master tile. What we're going to be doing is within this master tile,
Okay.
at the end of this tile here, we are going to have a box collision.
See,
And
a
this
bump
box
offset-
collision is going to
offset
fire
should
off
just
an
be like 1 or
event
something. Maybe.
when
I
the
had it
player
set to 5, I
collides
wonder
with
if
it,
that actually
which
So,
is going to spawn
every
a
time we
new
collide with it-
actor
Ah, looks okay.
of
Gets a
this
little weird,
class,
can
which
do
is the
It's a
sport,
crystal.
an
which is the
event.
floor tile. And the
Act like him
location
walking
that it is
by
going
it.
to spawn that
Probably looks
actor
fine.
in is at the attach point that we created here already. Now, with this little
think
arrow
one is the max
component,
you can
if you
go before it
haven't
gets
done
weird.
so already, just give it the name spawn point, just like that. So let's go ahead and start working on this.
But yeah, bump
So
offset's
first things
not
first,
working
what we're
with-
going to need to do
Okay.
is we're going to need to have a box collision. And this box collision needs to be at the end of the tile. And like I said, when the player runs through this box collision, it is
the,
going to
world
spawn a
aligning
new
UVs.
tile. So with this
Box
box collision, make sure it is the full width of your floor tile, and make sure it is also nice and tall as well, so that even if the player does jump, they are still going to go through it. So
Right, which makes sense. I hate that it goes negative, but I mean, whatever. Ten. Nope, it's bigger than 10. I'm about 15. Taking a break? Oh, no.
what you should have by the end of your little scaling, it should look a little bit something like this, and make sure it's just before the end point there. So once we've done this, what we're going to do is with this box collision selected, we are going to create a begin overlap.
Okay, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna up it by a lot. Ta-da!
Oh, whoa. How
Bring
is
it
that
on.
world aligning UVs? It was literally world aligning a texture as an output.
Box collision. If you hit that, you spawn the next one.
I
Good
feel
job.
Like,
And he's
This
going
is not
down.
doing what
He's
I
doing an
expected.
event. Begin overlap. Which is gonna add it in here.
Event for this. The way you're going to do it is select it, go to your details
I'm gonna try
panel,
breaking
and
it.
scroll all the way down to the bottom and find begin overlap.
so it
And
was
then just press the
appending
little plus
this
icon
with
to
its
add it
alpha.
and go to your event graph. And what we're going to be doing within here is we are essentially going to be checking to see whether or not the character has overlapped it. So drag out
Static
from
switch
other
is
actor
just-
and cast to the third person.
Cast a third person character. So
Export float
other
4.
actor cast to
So that's sending
third
out.
person
That's not what I
character.
need though. I don't need that.
So if it is the third person character
I don't need
Character.
these.
that collides with that
And then
box,
what we're going to be
I don't need
doing
the
from here
events.
is casting to the game mode
just
and
wanna send
firing off a
these
function for spawning in the
blurb stuff.
tiles. Now we haven't made that function just yet,
whatever.
so what we're going to do
Brr.
is compile
Usually my
this
burp today.
and then swap over to our third person game mode.
Goodbye.
Within
We
our
don't need to
Why
send
are we
all
going to the
these
game mode?
our
keys here.
third and then so what we're going to do is compile
Final
this
save.
and then swap over to our third person
Get rid
game
of
mode.
that.
Within our third person game mode, make sure you open up your full blueprint editor if you haven't done so already.
I get you to the game mode. Oop, wrong one. Alright, so the game mode was in...
Wait.
No, not third person.
Shoot, I was in
Blueprints.
the world align texture node.
Game mode!
Ah,
Open up full blueprint editor.
no, don't save those
Alright,
changes.
now we're cooking with gas.
Is this
And
literally
then
what
on
I
the left hand
actually just
side,
was trying
we are
to
going to
accomplish?
create a new
yeah,
function
here.
with the
Use
name
Spawn
spawn
tile.
tile.
So
And within here,
his method, let's see if his is similar.
Oh man.
Spawn tile.
what we're going to be doing is spawning in a
It's taking the
tile
vertex normal
and
world
setting
space.
the location of the next tile to be spawned in. So the way we're going to do this is spawn
Yeah.
an actor from class,
Again.
Spawn
and then
actor
with
from
the
class.
class type, we're going to
So-
set this to our master tile, which is the blueprint that we set up already.
It's a red,
And
green,
then
blue,
And that's
for
gonna be
the
X,
spawn
X, Z,
transform, which is basically where
right?
it's going to be spawned in the world, so location, rotation, and
Master.
scale,
Did I call it
we are going to
master?
promote this
What
to
the
a
heck did I call
variable,
master tile? Yep.
and we're going to give this the
RGB.
name next spawn point.
RGB.
And we're just going to drag
Okay,
it
so
down,
far we're
make
the
it
same.
nice and clear, just
Is
like that. Once we have spawned it in, what we're going to do is cast to
Yeah.
the master tile, the one that we've just created, and get the location
My comment.
of that spawn point within the tile
So why does it
blueprint
care
and
about the
set
vertex
this
normals
as
world
the
space Y
variable
value?
and sort of where it should be spawning in that next tile. So it's basically going to be endlessly updating itself each time it spawns in a tile. So the way we're going to do this is, as master tile, we are going to get spawn,
It's contrasting it
point.
against projection.
So I'm gonna get the spawn
transition.
point
and to
from the
find that you
master
might
tile.
have to scroll all the way down to the
Contrast. I
bottom.
don't know what that is going to be used for at all. Masking back out the R, which is fine because
and get your spawn point, which is your arrow
Yep.
component that you created
that
already.
just means main channel.
With this, we are going to get
How is
the
this a X, Y,
location
Z?
of this. So type
Where's
in
the Y?
get world
This is X, Y?
Get world location.
Yeah, I don't get it. This is just because we're not sending out
So far I'm
So
on
we're
board,
sending
I
out a Z.
understand. We're getting location of
Location.
the spawn
Great.
points.
and what we're going to do from
absolute
the
world
cast to
position.
master tile, we are going to set
Not material
the
object,
next
though.
spawn point equal to the location of
and we
here.
got
And the
the
way we're going to do this is
size.
hold down Alt, right click,
Absolute value,
and
then
split
make it
your
negative, then we
structure
divide
pin.
by it.
and the way that
So it's gonna
transform
be
works,
negative.
as you know, it is going to cover location,
Inverted.
rotation, and scale. The only piece of information that we're trying to
Location.
get
Such a
from
weird
that
thing
spawn
to do, I feel like.
So
So what is this? This is what this has got to be doing.
how do you do
is-
that? You set,
Position.
split that, grabs that,
Divided by
throws that on there. So we're casting that to the
ABS.
main
Size.
location.
All right. It's 0 minus.
And then from
size,
there,
so negative.
that looks good. Okay, so
point is the location. And if we hit compile,
File save.
what we can do now is
Then it grabs
call this
the
function
red,
to
blue.
spawn a tile. So if I was to
So
go
red, blue
back
is
into my
X,
runner files
Z.
and into my master tile,
So hold on, red, blue equals
after you overlap
X.
with that trigger, we can now cast to the third person game mode, and as the third person game mode, we can spawn a
GB
tile when
Cast the
equals-
third person game mode. So cast to
I have to just write it out.
third person game
RGB
mode.
equals X,
Game mode.
Y,
Which I should just change all those,
so
but not for
GB
now.
is YZ,
Then spawn tile
and
function.
then RG is X, Y.
Okay.
you run
So that's what
over
we're
the
getting
end
here,
of
but we're
that
getting
tile. So hopefully
from
this is making
this.
starting to make sense. So
Yes,
when
so
you
far
run
so
over
good.
the
We're on
end
the
of
same
your
page.
tile, as you can see in your viewports,
So
it is going to
This
fire
is
off
the-
an
this is the
event,
confusing
which is
part.
going
These are the
to
confusing
tell the
bits.
engine
Doing
to
math
spawn
on
in
stuff
a
you
new
don't really
tile
understand too.
at the
And then we lerp
location of the
between-
next spawn point.
should be able to
Within
test it right
your
now.
master tile, make sure you set your object wildcard is equal
Lerp
to
between
get
X,
game
Z,
mode.
and X, Y.
Okay. So get game mode.
Lerp. X, Z,
Just
X,
that way it
Y,
makes sure it's
based
grabbing
on
the right game
alpha
mode.
of
And then we are good to go.
the contrast.
Now, if we was to press play, jump in, and go onto this tile that we've created here, it should be spawning
Input
in
projection
those
transition
tiles.
contrast. I don't know what that
Now,
is,
if
though.
it isn't, straight
And
away,
our
that's
vertex
not so much of an
workspace is
issue.
normal
All
R
we've got to
absolute
do
value.
is just, first of all, set up a proper level for it. Because at the moment in this level, it's just not really going
Try-
to work. So
what's
go to
that?
File, New Level, of the
Reassign
type
zones.
default,
Somebody know these things,
and then
huh?
just delete the space here.
Unreal
Now, what you want to
Engine,
do is
good
spawn a couple of tiles in
world,
when you first get your game.
aligned
So what we're going to do,
UVs.
I think
new
it just
level
Google it.
of the
Anybody got
type
this?
default,
deleted that.
and then just delete the space here. Now, what you want to do is spawn a couple of tiles in when you first get your game. So what we're going to do is, within our third person game mode, go to your event graph tab and use the begin play node
He's gotta use the
to
texture object.
use a loop,
He's
a
just using
for
aligned
loop,
UVs.
which is just going to run.
Event begin
Does he have to do a
play.
different one for each face?
For loop. So similar to the last one. For loop for how many I want to actually spawn. For loop. This will spawn X
That
amount of
spawn tile
tiles.
function 10 times.
So he's doing 10, which I mean that there's no difference. That's just how many tiles are gonna actually spawn. And spawn tile. So it's gonna call that function 10 times. Bam, 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 bam.
So what you should have
Should work.
is something that looks like this. So first index
9,
0, last
'cause that'd be
index
11.
9, and the loop body should be equal to spawn tile. So basically what it's doing is looping from 0 to 9 and spawning in some tiles. Hit compile,
Yeah, everyone's just
hit
plugging his
play,
shit into
and what
line
you should
texture.
have now is the main functionality of your endless runner.
Oop.
You can see if I
Which
eject
works fine. It just doesn't
that
work
what it
for
is
all
doing
faces,
is when it gets to
is
the
what
end
it
of the tile,
seems.
it is spawning in a new one, and we now have our procedurally generated
Wait a second.
tiles in our
And like, I don't
game.
know, maybe it shouldn't.
Now notice, as you go past the tile, they're not destroying themselves, and that's not great for performance.
He's doing something here.
Okay, so I have a quick small thing. It's just not facing the right way. And that's something as simple as
Just timesing it by strength.
boom.
Nothing.
90.
I feel like my textures don't work on surfaces like this.
Yay. I have an endless runner again. Yet again. But it's not gonna be something
So what
good
you're
for
going
me.
to want to do is, within your master tile, after you've spawned in the new tile, we are going to add a delay of about 0.5 seconds and then tell the engine to destroy the actor.
Wait, you can drag
And
this
because
material-
we're already within
wait, you
that
can drag
master
different
tile
materials onto
blueprint
different polygons?
and we have this
That was
equal
okay,
to
just
self, it is going to destroy itself. So if we go ahead and press play again, eject, you can see after half a second it is going to be destroying the tiles behind you. And if we zoom in and we look forwards, it just looks as if we are running forwards endlessly, and you can turn left and right and all of that good stuff. So anyway guys, that is pretty much everything that I wanted to teach you in today's video. We've still got loads left, such as moving between lanes to lanes, obstacles, pickups, and all of that good stuff. But once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep
I think it's a good
creating.
time to take a
Your
quick
boy
break. I'm getting a
Virtus,
little hungry.
signing out.
I'll be
video
back
was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want
in about 10-15 minutes. I just want to get a little food in me. And then we're going to continue on this nice little stream going on for a little while here. And hopefully finish this up today.
I'd like to get this one done. Howdy. Okay, so I am back. Went for a nice little walk. Got a little food in me, and we're good to go for a few hours. Sit down and continue on working. So where we left off was, let's see here. I think I have a endless spawner. Guy running again. We have another one, different texture this time around. Eventually we're gonna put lanes, so they can run lane system. This one, similar kind of idea, but nothing fancy. Just kind of goes up and down. So let's see here. That's the master tiles. The game's there. New map. All that's there. So let's see what Virtue has going for
Patreon page using the link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases, make sure you follow us on social media.
Hi, Hyun here with League of Legends. Now you're gonna be saying wow every time you play this video game. Now look at this, I'm a blind monk. 1 slap, I'm farming some gold. 2 slaps, you slap on some friends, and look at the more you slap, the funner it gets. You don't have to switch any games. Now you like your friends, but you hate finding it. Play solo, meet new people, play with your friends to build up that teamwork. Now I'm an introvert too.
Yeah, no, not much for.
It will be tough to tell when it has compiled, so let's
Hey there, Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video, we're going to be showing you how you can get your player to be able to switch between the 3 lanes. As of right now, all they can do is just move left and right just like this. However, it's not particularly precise, it's not the way that you would find it in most Endless Runner games. Instead, what we're going to be doing is having the player swipe on their mobile phone to switch between the 3 lanes, and it's going to take you precisely within that lane, so straight in the middle, so that way you're guaranteed to get the pickups, guaranteed to hit the obstacles, and all of that good stuff. Now, what we're going to be doing in today's video is getting the player moving left, right, and sort of switching between the lanes, and in the next video, that is where we're going to be focusing on the input side of things, so that's going to be your gesture control. So for now, let's go ahead and dive straight into it. So the first thing that I need to do is establish exactly where the center of each of these lanes are going to be. And the way I'm going to do this is by opening up my master tile. My master tile is something that we've created in the last few videos and is something that is just being spawned endlessly in our game. If we go to our viewport, we can take a look at this tile. Now, with this material, I have set it up in a way that it's very easy to see the center of the lane. And this is just the middle of each lane going straight down here between the big white lines. Now, I need to get the location of that center, and the way that I'm going to do this for each lane is by adding in a couple of arrow components. So what I'm going to do is with these arrow components, I'm going to have them zeroed out like they are at the moment, and I'm just going to move them along. So the first one is minus 330, and then if I duplicate this, move it over to the center of the middle lane, it's going to be 0, and then lastly, for arrow 2, I'm going to move it over, and by the time it gets to the middle of the lane, it is going to be 320, and you can see that's now centered. So, that is perfect for me, and we now have the location. What I'm going to do with these arrows, I'm just going to give him names. So the first one, I'm going to rename this in the components panel in the top left to lane 0. The second one is going to be lane 1. And then the third one is going to be lane 2. So now we have our 3 lanes. And what we can do is start to work with these with blueprints to get the character to move across these 3 lanes. So what we're going to do is close this master tile now, and we're going to go into our third person BP folder. And then the third one is going to be...
So this would be lane 1, lane 2, lane 3.
I'll show you. I mean, you can feel free to do
Lane 0,
anything
lane
you
1,
want.
lane 2. So
I probably won't be able to play it until the morning.
lane 0.
I feel like this is where the color is coming from right here.
Did he space him out? No, he was just getting right nice and simple. Lane 1, lane 2. And this would be lane 3. Or lane 1. That's the middle. I just want to reorganize these. They switch. I don't really do that. Oh. That I didn't want to do. Put everything underneath it. Edit.
So if I used colors here, like a
Okay. 0, 1, 2. Perfect. Oh, they stick out a little there. Okay, nice. So now I have
lane 2. So now we have our 3 lanes. And what we can do is start to work with these with...
I'll be right. Why is my battery dying so quick? That's fast. 15 to 7%? Or just 20% a couple seconds ago? What the heck happened here? 6%. My battery's just fading quick. I'm gonna need to plug this in. Shoo. What the heck happened here? Let me restart that. I'm gonna go grab my charger real quick. I'll be right back.
give you live feedback. So I'm going to make an instance. I almost said my hammer scratching. My Unreal is a little locked up. That's all. There we go.
Wow, my phone, that's the fastest I've ever seen my phone go from
So now we get the chance
0 to hero, just like that.
to use trilinear. Yes, no. Fascinating. So this should be the default material right here. It looks
I can
a
do
little
this.
and that might be because
Good knife. That would spin too,
maybe the
but
default
that's okay.
material.
I don't need that spin. That went quick.
I mean, it is exactly the same.
Make sure everything's closed out. We almost lost the phone. Okay. Now we're back. So, what's going on here?
Blueprints to get the character to move across these 3 lanes. So what we're going to do is close this master tile now, and we're going to go into our third person BP folder. Go to blueprints and open up your third person character, as the character blueprint is where you're going to be handling all this input stuff and moving the character around and all of that good stuff. So what I'm going to do within here is find myself some empty space up here. Now for test purposes, I'm just going to use the inputs on the keyboard left and right to fire off all this lane control stuff. So what I'm going to do is make myself some space.
Okay.
And I'm just going to right click and type in left. And then I'm also going to right click and type in right. And these are just keyboard controls that we're going to be using for testing just for now. And with these we've got to set up a whole bunch of blueprint functionality and a timeline and all that good stuff to get it to seamlessly switch between those 3 lanes. Now before we can set all of these blueprints up, we do need a couple of variables. First of all, we need one to tell the character which lane they are currently in, the lane they're going into, and then also the locations of each of those lanes. So the first one, in the bottom left hand corner, add a variable and give this the name lane. And then in the top right hand corner, make sure your variable type is set to integer.
Okay, so we're gonna make a new variable lane colon int. Okay. And then after that,
and then once you've done this, compile it and set your default value to 1 as you're by default spawning in that middle lane.
Okay.
Now, we also need a new variable called new lane. So just add that, it should still be an integer, and then if you compile this, your default value should be 0. It doesn't really matter too much what that is. And then lastly, we are going to add one more variable, and we're going to give this the name lane X, or lane Y rather, as that is sort of how we're moving it around. We're moving it on the Y axis. And we're going to set this to the type float. And what we're also going to do is turn this variable of ours into an array so it can hold a little bit more information, so it can hold the information for all 3 of those lanes. So what we're going to do is just next to the variable type, you got the little tic-tac looking icon here, press that and then just convert it to an array. Compile this, and what you should be able to do now is press the little plus icon here 3 times to add in 3 different values. So the first one, as you remember, was minus 330. The second one was 0, and then the third one, or the third piece of information rather, is going to be 320, just like this. So the engine now knows where those lanes are going to be. So let's start making the magic happen. Let's switch between the lanes. The way we're going to do this is when they first press left or right, it is going to set our new lane. So drag out from pressed and set your new lane variable, and what we're going to do is clamp this, and the clamp is just going to stop it going above 2. And then so set your minimum and your maximum. So
left set.
I forget that you could even do that.
So
okay, close the default material because we don't need that anymore.
Left, and you set the new lane. Pull that out on press.
That should
clamp. Integer max would be 2. No, 2, 2, 2. There we go.
minimum should be 0 and maximum should be 2.
Yep.
And then your value is simply going to be integer plus integer, just like this. So let's move this up, give us a bit more space. Move this along, just like that, and it's going to be integer plus integer. Now the original value is going to be our lane, so get lane, hook this up into A, and then we're going to add -1 to this because we're shifting over to the left. And we've got to do the same thing on the other side, so what we're going to do is copy all of this and paste it. So what we should do when we press right on the keyboard, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to set our new lane equal to lane +1. So going left is going to take us down the lane.
That makes sense.
And then going right is going to go up the lanes, if that makes sense. And now what we need to do is now we've got the functionality to tell the engine which lane we're going into, we actually need to make it switch over to that lane now. And the way that we're going to do this is by using the set actor location node, and we're going to lerp in between using a timeline to sort of fade them over to that lane instead of teleporting them over. So what we're going to do is right click in the center here, and we are going to add a timeline. And you can see at the bottom we can add a timeline, and we're just going to give this the name lerp timeline, just like that. And then from both of these, hook them up to play from start. And we're going to open up this timeline, and we're lerp timeline, just like that.
Why it's called lerp?
Which right now,
The heck's
I think
lerp
what
mean?
is set to 128.
Don't know what that means, but that's okay.
Which maybe the tiling is
And
why
then
it seems to
from
do.
both of these, hook them up to play from start. And we're going to open up this timeline, and we're going to add a float track. And with this float track, we are going to give this the name lane Y.
How do you?
We're going to give this play from start.
Okay.
And we're going to open up this timeline, and we're
Upper left.
going to add a float track. And with this float track, we are going to give this the name lane Y. And then with this at the top here, we are going to set the length of this track to 0.1 seconds. Now this length that we're defining is essentially how long it's going to take the character to get from one lane to another. So if you want it to be quicker, reduce the time. If you want it to be slower, increase the time.
As part of its transition.
So we've got this, we've got our length,
Maybe it was supposed
and
to
we
be
now need to
128.
add some keyframes, just a start and a finish, essentially. So we're going to right click on here and add a new key to the curve float 0. With this, with the time for the first one, we're going to set the time to 0 and the value to 0. And then we're also going to right click again and the value to. With this, with the time for the first one, we're going to set the time to 0 and the value to 0. And then we're also going to right click again and add a new key. And this time, at time 0.1, we are going to set the value to 1. And what you should have is something a bit like this if you zoom out. And don't forget.
Oh. The value. Oh, thank you for whoever just subscribe or not subscribe, followed. Hello, welcome to my stream. So I'm in the process of learning how to code. I actually have no idea really what I'm doing too much. I know a little bit here and there, but I'm really new at this. So what I'm doing here is kind of following. I'm going to follow a lot of YouTube videos and kind of learn from the YouTube videos as I go through. Hopefully eventually to transition into my own variation. Hopefully, one day. But yeah, that's
you can
what
just
I'm
zoom in
doing
and out
here.
with this, just using the scroll on the keyboard.
So,
sorry, on your mouse.
I
Compile this, and we are
right
good
now
to go
I'm
within our
building
timeline.
a.
What we need to do now is go
Nice.
back into the event graph
It's a lot of fun.
and set up
Yes.
the functionality for this lerp.
I've
and
built
to
a couple
move the
things.
character itself.
I've been doing an endless
So,
runner right now.
When it's finished,
And the one I'm building right
playing
now
that
is using
timeline,
Virtue's
we are going to set
Learning
lane
Hub. It's pretty good. I'd recommend checking
equal
him out. He's
to
got a couple
the new
different
lane,
variations.
like we did here.
But I have done
So what
the
we're gonna do-
the other one I've done was the Unreal Engine one. Did that as well. So that was
Let's get
fun.
a reference.
That one's a little different
So,
than this. It's kind of
what
following
we
the
need
same
to do now is
process.
go
But
back
this one's a
into the event
lane-based endless runner,
and
and the
set
other
up
one was just
the
kind of you can
functionality
move your
for
own
this
character.
lerp and to move
That
the
one I
character
finished actually
itself.
later just today.
So,
So that's
when
always
it's
nice.
finished playing that timeline, we are going to set lane
material
equal
Set
to the new lane, like we did here. So
back to
what we're going
event,
to do is get a
finish,
reference to new lane
set
and
lane.
hook it up into there. On the update, we are going to drag
So,
this
what
out,
kind of game are you working
and
on?
we are going
If you
to
don't,
tell
if you'd
it
like to talk
to
about it a little.
set actor location. And what this is going to
My end goal is to make a RPG element thrown into the Endless Runner. I think. I don't really know for sure if that's going to work. That's one of the goals I'm aiming towards. So new lane, get should be that. Right, is that how he did that? New lane, set, and then he's grabbing off the update. Set actor location. Set actor location. Third-person animations. Tutorial on third-person. So, like the making from a third-person view, making the characters animate. Like maybe if you want the guy to do the robot or something like that. I'm guessing. Something along that lines. I actually have to look at animations down the road. That's something I'm gonna have to do too.
See, I don't know why that just really
That'll be fun though. I actually look forward to that kind of stuff.
Before it was using a default
That'll probably
value,
be
and now it's
another
not,
couple
now
days down the road. I'll be able to
it's
start jumping
like-
into that.
do is every time that timeline updates,
Was there a particular
it's gonna move the
tutorial that you're
character.
looking for, or that
And
you
the reason why
were
it's moving
looking
the
at?
character is
as you're
because
building
the target is currently set to self. Now, we need to feed a location into here. So what we're going to do is break down this vector, because I want to be able to put float values in here instead. So right click on the little orange vector pin
Split the structure.
and press split structure pin.
Different
And this is
locations.
going to break it
which
down
then
into our X, Y, and Z.
the
And now all we've
based
got
on
to do
this
is just feed a bit of information into there.
should be
Now, like I said, we are moving this
the-
character along on
is
the
this the
Y
Y?
axis.
This isn't
Yes,
working for
the
the
Y.
sides
So
of
what we're
things, so
doing is getting the lane Y,
if I take this,
and we are basically just feeding it into here along with the information for the X and the Z that it already has, because we're not changing the X
So,
and the Z.
what
So what
we're
I'm gonna
working
do
on right now
Is get a reference
is
to the
just making
capsule
the character
component,
run different lanes.
and
I
I'm
believe is where
going
he's
to
at.
get the world location from that in itself.
Capsule
just like-
component.
for things that are at a certain angle, use a different material, perhaps, or a different projection.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
I think that's what Orbline is trying to do anyway. It's interesting.
There's been a couple good ones. Anything from the Unreal Engine, they tend to be a little bit on the faster side. But if you can follow along with them, they're usually put a lot of information packed in a very short time frame. I think because those videos are they're timed where they have to
Oh,
be
yeah,
within
can't
certain
get
time
this 'cause
frames, like
it's
20 minutes
strictly
per episode,
vertical
something like
pace.
that. But I do
So
find
it's
them to be
probably like
just a
Divine
little
Light
bit
0 or something like that.
tougher, unless you have a lot of pausing abilities, which I mean, anyone can pause on YouTube.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know why though. It was working fine when
Gotcha.
I was not passing it.
Blueprints are the way to go nowadays. If you can
Notice
learn
they
how to
have
use
default
blueprints, you can build just about majority of your game. You'll need to know the C# when it looks when you're going into the actual production, like for maybe different consoles, Linux-based things like that. That's where it might be more beneficial to know different codes.
And I'm going to right click on this again to split the structure pin, and with itself, and reference to the cap already has, because we're not changing the X and the Z. So what I'm going to do is get a reference.
The capsule component there. Okay. So I've got a reference to this. And then the world transform. Grab that.
reference to the capsule component, and I'm going
world
to get the
transform.
world
Location.
location from that in itself. And I'm going to right click on this again to split the structure pin, and with this I can directly feed in my X.
Yeah, he's
and
actually
my
the reason
Z.
that I'm streaming
And
Blue
now
Moon
the
now.
only one we've got to worry
Ben
about
V. He's a good
my
guy.
Y.
I've liked to listen to him. But he's
And the
been
way
going
that we're
through
going to do
streaming.
this is by using the lerp node.
I
So
kind of
we are
keep it in
going
the
to add
background just so I
a
can kind
float
of
lerp,
jump back and forth once in a while.
and
chat
we're
with
going to
him.
hook this up
Go back to where I was going
into
over here though.
our new
So He's definitely a lot more advanced than I am. I have probably about 6 months of experience with this one. I've done more with like what else have I done more with? Unity, I worked with that first. RPG Maker, actual code, C++, C Sharp, Java, HTML, things like that were stuff I did in the past. It's been a while since I've done any of that, but this is kind of the same ballpark, but it's actually a little different because now it's more like Legos. This is the way I'm kind of calling it myself, where it's just kind of you're getting the puzzle pieces together, but you may not know what all the puzzles do for you. I guess is a good way to put it. I'm finding that a lot with this. What I like to do is when I'm seeing something I don't know what it is, I'll go over top, and if I don't get enough of a definition there, I actually go and look them up on Google. So you'll see me doing that a lot in my stream too as well, trying to just understand what these things do and how they work together. And then that way, I figure at the end, it will help you become a better coder when you know more of the pieces and how they work together. But that's kind of one of the things I'll be doing. So for me, I'm a very, very, very start out learner right now. Which isn't a problem for some people. Some people don't like it, but everyone's got their own values and what they like, right?
Location for
so,
Y.
one of my goals here
for the
is,
A,
since I've already built the Unreal
Alpha,
version,
we are going to get this information from what
version
we've got
as well,
already.
and then I want to kind of mix them together and see how I can
First of
do
all,
with
we are going to get our
transforming the
lane
code
Y and
to
hook
work
this up
together
into our
with each
alpha.
other.
And then what we're going to do is drag out from here and use. Sorry,
I'm working with
our lane Y.
My brother-in-law, who is a game developer, he runs his own studio, Whispering Dragons. Him and a couple other people. I am working with them to hopefully co-produce a few new types of games in the future. That's one of our goals. So it's going to be a while. Eventually, he'll start streaming like me, and then what you'll see is my side of the stream building the game, his side of the stream building the game, which will be kind of cool. And we'll have that ongoing conversation, almost like a podcast. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. He has a couple other things he has to wrap up first before he can start doing all this, which isn't a problem at all. It was something I kind of knew going into this, so I'm kind of taking the jump right now since I have the time to kind of learn what I need to learn, and then hopefully he can, when he gets on, he'll get himself up to speed. Yeah, I think it'll be because like you know how to play games. Everyone watches games, but you never know really what goes into making the game. And I think something like this will help people kind of get that mindset that there's a lot of work that goes into these things. It's not something you just can do overnight, even if in a couple
get
days.
A reference to that, drag it out, and just get a reference.
Most of the time, there are substantially fewer vertices than pixels. Moving any math to the vertex shader can be a big performance benefit.
Get a reference.
Okay, wait, which way is moving it to the...
Alright. One thing I don't like is spaghetti.
Which one is this?
You'll hear that a lot when you watch the Unreal ones. They do a lot of spaghetti control, which is just this line stuff. I don't like things mixing over top of each other, so I try to make sure that they're always in the right spots and nothing's like overlapping. That's just me though.
Of that.
I will be streaming for myself. I try to stream at least 5 days a week. It'll be like every other Monday. I won't, depending on what my wife and I are doing. We have a baby on the way in a few months, so we are trying to get ready for all of that. But when she has every other Monday off, so we might be setting up the apartment, things like that for the baby. But other than that, she does work. I'm a home, stay-at-home dad soon in the future. Hopefully making this my job in the future. And so I'll be on probably Monday through Friday, anywhere from probably 10 o'clock until to about 5, 6 o'clock, somewhere in that range. Usually when the wife gets home, I try to take a break for a little while just to hang out with her. But then I can sometimes come back on later in the night. Eventually I want to start to have a set schedule so that way people know when they can come watch me, which would be cool.
Reference to lane and hook this up into your first reference here for alpha, and then now and hook this up into our A. Get another reference of this just by copying pasting this and hook it up into your B.
Copy paste.
Now get a reference to lane and hook this up into your first reference
my
here for alpha.
Chat minimized for a while.
And then
Lane.
also get a reference
Get
to new lane and hook this up.
new lane. Get.
And hook this up into
So-
your get reference.
I think I understand what's going on here.
And your array should always be hooked up.
Oh, thank you,
to
thank you. I really appreciate it.
Y. Now what you should have here, with
hopefully I'll
all
see
of
you
this
around
code,
in the future.
is a functioning
Come back, check it out.
system to
Definitely,
switch
if you ever
between
got questions,
your
more welcome to
lanes.
come ask.
So let's go ahead
I
and
always like to
compile
try
this
to
to
solve
try it
problems.
out. Press
You have a good rest
play
of your
in
day.
your runner level, and then if you move left,
by the way, Ben,
it's going to
Much
switch to the
appreciated.
left lane. Move right, it's going to move into the middle one
Partially atomic. I would accept
between
nothing less
your
than a
lanes. So
dandy
let's go
run
ahead and
out.
compile
it
this
does
to
both
try
there.
it out.
That makes sense.
Well, we'll see.
Press play in your runner level, and then if you move
in case
left,
I'm not
it's
familiar,
going to switch to the left lane.
I will-
Move right, it's going to move into the middle one, and you can just seamlessly switch between these lanes
Have a good rest of
here,
your day.
and it is
If I didn't know
working
you say it.
So we're
just the way that you would want it
that
to
a little
for an
bit.
endless runner. Now, what we still need to do is set up the functionality for gesture control, so you can swipe on your phone to move it left and right, but that is for another video. What we do have for now is simple switching between the 3 lanes.
I don't know where the
Anyway
projection
guys, that is
File
everything
save.
once again.
Hopefully.
Thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep curating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
That
This
didn't work.
video was made possible by my supporters
It
on
feels,
Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the
Okay.
description. To stay up to date on new releases,
So that
make
didn't
sure
work
you
like I
follow us
thought.
on
I must have
social
missed
media.
something somewheres.
You move left, should have
Yeah, I actually
here
don't
with
know
all
why
of this
it's doing
code
this.
is a functioning system to switch between your lanes. So let's go ahead and compile this to try it out. Press play in your runner level, and then if you move left, it's going to switch to the left lane.
Okay.
Move right, it's going to move into the middle one, and you can
So
just
play.
seamlessly
Wild.
switch between these lanes here, and it is working
For some reason.
just the way that you would want it to for
not
an
working
endless
like-
runner. Now, what we still need to do is set up the functionality for gesture control, so you can swipe on your phone to move it left and right, but that is for another your lane Y.
Okay, so let's figure out what's going on here. So, did I plug it into the wrong one first? Turn value, new Y.
I'm gonna have to go dish out a little
Put this up
salad for
here.
lunch here in a minute. So I'm
Get
just
that
gonna
up
look to
there.
see what taking out that code did.
And then, LARP.
Killed it. What if that code was helping in some way?
Lane. Then, so we got lane going into get. Lane Y should be grabbing both. Putting that
It
into
does
B.
change the angle. That did
The
change
alpha
the
should be
angle.
grabbed from lane Y. Did I miss something?
So we're getting vertex normal,
We should
absolute
get the new
power,
lane.
absolute value, powering it.
The X and Y capsule component.
Then we
I'm
were
grabbing
breaking
the
it,
capsule
adding it
component,
all
grabbing
up.
the X
So
and
let's
Y.
say we powered it to 0.
That should be
Anything to the power of 0 is 1.
X.
So that's 1, 1, 1.
Sorry, the X and Z.
We're adding those
Ooh,
up.
okay, now we're good there.
That's 3. 1 divided by 3. That
Not
makes us
teleport,
our
target itself.
RG and B.
Finished. Let's see here. Wonder if there's something in here.
So then 1/3 becomes this whole thing.
Left center lane, switch back to left lane. Just move. For some reason.
So it takes 1/3, or it multiplies 1/3 of this, 1/3 of that, 1/3 of this.
So he's having the same
So
problem.
we take a little bit of all these angles.
Only switches to lane. Farless,
Up to
skips
the
middle all
3
day.
trilinear
If I
angles.
wait to switch to,
Okay.
I can't switch the other way.
I think that might make
Virtues, my character. Each time I press left or right, and because
Wouldn't there be
it
like
gets destroyed, the character falls.
negative
Shut the video
versions
and
of this,
check
or does that
everything.
just work?
Still, read more.
I don't know.
Same here. Hi guys. Same problem. Here's the solution in my case.
Added up
The
all
orientation of the
bits
mast tower
this,
have it turned
this.
into the turn to the run. Check yours.
So
Has to point exactly to the
becomes
direction
the angle.
as you see in the video.
The vertex angle.
the
completely determines which part it takes,
case,
which is why
in
it's
my
all
case, the
screwy
orientation
right
of the
here.
master tile, so the direction of the master tile,
We want
turn
the vertex
it
angle
into
to
the
take
wrong
into some
direction.
account.
Check yours. Direction you can see, meaning that the x-axis should face forward, the up, z up, just like for your screen. On the bottom left corner, how you fix it, go to your master tile, then add the component window, click on the element, and hit Control A to highlight all the elements. Turn everything in one move, then select the select and rotate object tools, everything to the right, and rotate everything to the right direction. It works for me 100%.
Maybe it's supposed to be called
I did have to manually enter 0, 0, and 90 in the rotation segment on the right hand to line everything up exactly. This all worked just fine. Hope this helps. Don't know why everything's correct now.
He's doing the exact same thing we do in the beginning. He's doing something different down here, though.
So,
Not by much, though. He's using append, which...
awesome.
is interesting.
Video.
Wonder if this is a better solution.
After the lip time, run off the XY. Virtue had my brother had in the link arrows to the version you can not going to have. So it wouldn't make much sense if you could change it on the fly, perhaps. Good reason, but I guess I'll never know exactly now. Moving left, right, it's an array. I tried, if you move the arrows
Yeah,
in the
we see some
y-axis
other
like you
angles,
did, and it's going up. So it has something to do with the
Yeah, I like it.
axis. Virtual key put into partial game. Virtuous key. No. Only addition. Bolt to check. If you
Wait,
can
this gets
switch
really
lanes
more
as it would let
complicated.
you.
Oh, wait, he's got to try...
When you set the float array.
Linear projection and trilinear mapping, or planar. Does he have multiple?
My problems
Got a website.
for it in my master tiles. So one fix that someone else did here is they went to this one. They grabbed using how they do that. They said Control A to highlight all elements.
Nice. He's got some
Control
stuff out
A.
there. I'm looking for veins and stuff.
To highlight all elements.
I'm looking for that.
And
material.
then rotate. Somehow I'm gonna have to rotate.
Well, I
Should
might,
face forward. X-axis should and the Y should point
might
right
have to
and
go
the
through
Z
this.
upwards. So
See how
forward.
he does it all. Oh, he's even got math.
Okay, so everything's
Rodrigo.
point that
Sorry,
direction.
it
Needs to be
says like
pointing
that.
that direction.
Maybe it is, but Rodrigo Villani. I'm liking your video.
Wait a second. Let's do it this way.
Oh, it's an hour-long video I'm looking at here. Yeah, I need to save this for some other time. It is already saved in my watch later and in my Unreal. I have never seen this before. I probably saw it and was like, oh, this would be interesting. Wow.
Okay.
That's funny. Okay. Somebody else has got a video, but oh man, I think that other guy's was probably the best. I didn't even watch it. Since only 6 minutes though.
Zip, zip, zip. Zip it up. Where's my lane 2? Why is that way up there? Where's my attach point?
So is there a difference between the projection and the mapping? I'm assuming there is.
Zero that
That's
out.
what I like to see.
320.
This is brilliant.
320.
I'm gonna try this out for sure.
Zero that out. Put that right up there. 500.
Gosh, I don't even need to. I don't need to get it myself.
Zero that out.
I don't need to type it out. They provided it. What,
There we go. Spawn point box. Let's try that, see if that fixes my problem. Oh, oh. Okay, I know what happened there. I need to find this. So I ran that direction. Now I need to go 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Zero that back out. There we go. Yay, it works.
It's called super cheap tri-planar mapping.
And then if I play eject,
Tri-planar mapping.
it doesn't work as I'm not possess. Whoa, that's psychedelic. Oh, those are probably all the polygon counts, huh? I wonder what that means. The different layers of mesh complexity, good, bad, extremely
partial
bad.
atomic default decal material. Oh, I haven't looked into the decals at all.
I haven't missed those yet. Okay, so it works now.
Yeah, trying out different ways.
Rotating it definitely did the trick.
What
So
is
we
this?
can go
Trying
back.
a camera vector.
I now have it working. Oh, let's go in and fix up my code a little,
So
just to make sure it's all nice and neat, non-spaghettified.
since I just made this,
Let's see
function
here.
not here yet, so I'm just dragging it manually. Okay, straight up, no parameters. Let's try it out. And
Ta-da!
not sure what this is for, so maybe that's something we might want to configure. here.
Anti-spaghettied.
Very simple.
There we go. That looks a little better.
Oh, look at this. Well, this already looks fine. It looks scaled off, but that's fine.
Ta-da!
Let's see what it shows up on as this
I
wall.
can just bring this down here. Don't need that up so high.
Wait, use trilinear. Yeah, so this is regular. And this is me using this guy's UVs.
So we are all set. There, compile, save. And now I am on the same page. Oop, epic by accident. That he's on.
Now what you should have here with all of this code is a functioning system
And
to
spaghetti.
switch
Dog
between
outside to grab
your
a package.
lanes.
She was
So let's
refusing
go
to
ahead
come
and
back
compile this to
eventually
try
had
it
to
out.
walk in front of the entire
Press
road.
play in your runner level, and then if you move left, it's going to switch to the left lane. Move right, it's going to move into the middle one, and you can just seamlessly switch between these lanes here, and it is working just the way that you would want it to for an endless runner. Now what we still need to do is set up the functionality for gesture control, so you can swipe on your phone to move it left and right, but that is for another video. What we do have for now is simple switching between the 3 lanes. Anyway guys, that is everything. Once again, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep curating. Your boy Vert.
Alright, Richard,
Feel like
thank
learning
you.
photography should be more like choosing your own adventure? Try Udemy. In just a few
Whereas the other one is using the Vertex normal world space.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can set up point scoring for your Endless Runner game. As of right now, what we do have set up is some basic movement within our level. We're able to switch between the 3 lanes and we can run endlessly. However, as of right now, there's not really much of a point to that. And what I mean by that is that you're not scoring points, and that is what I'm going to be showing you how to do today. So every time you go over a tile, I am going to tell it to give the player 1 point. Now, what we're also going to be setting up is functionality for a point scoring multiplier later on that they're going to be able to adjust. But the main thing is that every time you go over a tile, it's going to score a point, and we're also going to have that shown on the screen in the top right hand corner so the player can see it going up and up as they score those points. So the way we're going to do this then is, first of all, I am going to open up my third person game mode, and then within here what I'm going to be doing is creating a variable which is actually going to store the number of points. So in the bottom left hand corner here, add a new variable, and we're just going to give this
I think actually this might be the same type of function. Add components. See,
the name
I don't know what that does.
current
Cheap contrast,
points.
breakout.
Okay, so
It's a little different. I'm not sure how, but it is. And this now takes a power, so we'll use our blend cutoff.
you went into game mode,
It's a copy of.
made a new one, current points.
I don't like trying to develop this.
And then for the variable type, we are just going to set this to an integer.
Integer.
And then we're going to go ahead and hit compile.
Compile.
And then we're also going to make another variable, and we are going to give this the name points multiplier. And with this, we're just going to compile this and set the default value to 1.
I didn't spell that right.
So, let's
LTIPLIER. That would L. Multiplier. Yay, I can spell today. Not really. That's okay though.
Let's start working on the functionality to get those points scored. And like I said, we are going to be giving the player 1 point every time they go over the tile. So what we're going to do is go into our runner files, go to the blueprints folder and open up the master tile. And if you remember, we set up some functionality for when they hit an end trigger just before it deletes that tile. What we're going to do is we're going to use this and tell it to add a point from there, so we don't have to set up any new functionality. So what we're going to do, just before it destroys the actor, we're going to move that along, make some space just like that, and we're going to break this link. In between here, what we're going to do is cast to the third person game mode so that we can actually access the variable that we just created, so we have access to the information.
Third person.
With the object wildcard, we're going to set this to get game mode.
Get game mode for the object.
So we could get some cool.
So get game mode.
Effects and maybe even project a height map. Then on to the.
And then as third person game mode, what we're going to do is set current points.
So I don't know.
And what we're going to be doing.
I feel like it's
wait, does he just type in set?
What we're going to do is set.
A rock coming out of grass. But
Okay, so set.
Like almost like caves in a way.
Current points. Okay.
These aren't even lined up in the real world.
Current points.
Now what is this going to do for us?
And what we're going to be doing with this
delay
is essentially just getting the value that we've got already. So as third person game mode, we are going to get current points, and then what we're going to do is we are going to add an integer to another integer.
So
but what we want to do is get the points multiplier sort of added in there somehow, so that we can use this for a little bit of extra functionality later on. So as third person game mode, you also want to get points multiplier, the other variable that we just created. And what we're going to do is drag out from points multiplier and do integer multiplied by integer. So this one here with the little star. And we're going to get
really good on top.
points multiplier hooked up into the second input for B. And then A is going to be 1. And then what we're going to do with this is we are then going to do integer plus integer. Going to do, and then points multiplier hooked up into the second input for B, and then A is going to be 1. And then what we're going to do with this is we are then going to do integer plus integer. So essentially, what we're doing is getting current points, so the number of points they've got already, and then adding 1 times the points multiplier. Now, if you guys don't want the points multiplier, you do not have to add this in. This is entirely up to you. But what we're going to be using this for is a pickup. So when you pick that pickup up, you're going to get twice as many points. So just take a look at my code, break it down a little bit, and you should be able to see exactly what we're doing a little bit better.
Okay.
So the points multiplier, default value for that is currently 1. So if we're doing 1 times 1, it is just 1. And then if we're adding the current points plus 1, it's just going to be adding 1 onto your score. But if we have the points multiplier equal to 2 for whatever reason, it is going to add 2 points instead of 1. So go ahead and hit compile, and what we're going to do with this is we're going to run a quick print string from the set points so that we can see exactly how many points we've got. And once we know that that is working, we can actually work on adding that to the screen. So what we're going to do is drag out from the execution pin from set current points and print a string.
Oops.
For the in string, just hook this up.
I'm doing this wrong. Oh, let me fix my spaghetti. Why is this so funky? I guess if I did this.
I don't know why this wall doesn't like me, but it's a BSP anyway. So yeah, this is without trilinear projection. This is what it would look like. Or are we even using triplanar mapping? Whatever. Anyway. Hey, Mega Miley, welcome to the chat. First time, I think, or were you here yesterday? Hard to tell sometimes. Sorry I missed your message there.
Okay.
Trying to make a material that draws a texture of the exact same X and Y plane. You were not here before. Okay, well, welcome then. Thanks for dropping in. I feel like there was a Mega in here recently. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to...
Curious.
I don't even know how to describe it. I feel like I came from a Hammer world before, and that worked.
And once we know that is working, we can actually work on adding that to the screen.
Oh no, you.
So what we're going to do is drag out from the execution pin from set current points and print a string.
Nice.
For the in string, just hook this up to the return value from your set current points, hit compile, and then hit play within your runner level.
So yeah,
and you can see in the top left hand corner, it is now showing us our points. And as
seems to almost work.
So this should, in theory, compile, save,
just don't work, but
give me a count. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. You're not working. Why you're not working?
If I take this and I try to stretch it, it's not gonna be happy.
Somewhere's on the line, I messed up.
I don't know if that's because
value
it's stretched or because
from
of
your set current point from the equal to 2 for whatever.
But yeah, I'm trying
Okay,
to
so we have
material
everything go from here. These all come from the same node, so that's fine. They can all be roped in together. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. Then we have current points, which is going to the bottom pin of the add. Good. Points multiplier. Oh, I think I already know where I went wrong. It probably says 0 on mine, doesn't it? No, it is 1.
Is it using its
Points multiplayer.
object scale?
Oh,
Or
I
using
wonder
its UVs
if
at
one
all?
of these was supposed to have a points. They probably don't. A default value. Yep, that's what it is.
Seems kind of off.
So I have to go here, default value, give it a 1. Compile, save, and then
The angle.
that
It's
should
not a huge mess. So do
2,
you have
3.
any
There we go.
experience with
That's what it was. Something simple and easy.
nice textures?
Just something that was kind of in the
Kinda
background.
feels like black
A
magic
reason
to me. What
that
the-
current
materials
points
are magic. Shaders
showing
are
us
magic.
our
Yeah, it
points.
counts.
And as we progress through the level, it is adding in those extra points. And one other thing that I do want to show you is if I go ahead and open up my third person game mode and set my points multiplier to something like 15 now and hit compile and hit play,
15,
it is
30.
going to
it's
add
gonna-
15 points every
time, so-
single time as opposed to just one. So if you want to change the number of points that they're going to be getting later on the fly, so something that you can access in code, this points multiplier is the way that you're going to do this. So let's show you how you can get your points displayed on the screen properly now, because you don't want to be doing it with a print string.
Right.
So what we're going to be doing is inside of your runner files and within the blueprints, we are going to right click and create a widget blueprint. And this widget blueprint is going to be for the heads up display.
Widget.
And on here we can add a dynamic text element which is going to show your points. So like I said, in the content browser, right click, go to user interface and add a widget blueprint. Give this the name runner HUD, just like that, and then just double click it to open it up. And then with my points, I'm going to put this in the top right hand corner of the screen. So within your palette in the top left, go and grab a text element, drag it to the top right, and then within here I'm going to get a nice big font. So in the details panel, expand my font under appearance, make it nice and big,
What is it?
and I'm just going to set the
91.
default text to 000, just like that.
So these are off.
Alright, so he sets the default text to 0 zip 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 zip. He zips it up. And then the size. Just make it.
Well, it's all on the
I
grid,
like
so it
90.
seems actually like it's fine. If I reduce the grid size, there.
There we go.
Oh wait, no, I'm literally using.
And now for the bit where we actually make it dynamic. You might also want to make sure you anchor that to the top right hand corner so it stays there. But now for the bit that makes it dynamic. If we go to our content, the content is what it's going to display. What you can do is create a binding within here that is going to bind it to a variable, and that way it's going to update live dynamically and get that information, get the content from a variable that we've created
Okay,
already.
so same as the other guy.
And in our case, that is going to be our current points.
Yep.
So click bind and then create a binding.
So
And
this
then
is the same
with
as
this
last time.
binding, we're going to make some space, and from the execution pin of the get text, we are going to cast to the third person game mode so that we can reference and access the information from that variable we created.
Game mode.
Object wildcard, once again, that should be get game mode.
Get game mode.
And then as third person game mode, what you're going to do from here is simply get current points, and then hook this up to the return value over here. Now what this is going to do is convert the integer value to a string, string being text, integer being a number. You've got a couple of settings in here that you might want to play around with, such as minimum integral digits, which is the amount of minimum digits there should be in there. For me, I'm going to set this to 4, and then I'm just going to compile this. And what we can do now then is get this widget blueprint that we've created displayed on the screen so they can see that score. The way that we're going to do this is by going into our character blueprint. So close all of that down,
Gotta
go
visualize
to
the
your
map in
third
your
person
head, yeah,
BP
for sure.
folder, go to blueprints and open up your third person
Wonder if
character.
it's gonna be staying up a little
Within
longer to fix
here,
everything.
I'm going to find
I'll
myself
play it
some
once you
space
fix it. I mean,
and then right click and
that could be
use the
tomorrow or day after,
begin
doesn't
play
matter.
node.
Mega Miley. By the way, do any
Alright,
of you
so-
know if there's a bug in
Event.
GT421.1 with vehicles? You've got a super basic vehicle setup, but it just rolls when I try to drive it. The physics asset is set up to have a box for the body, and it feels like it just responds like a capsule or sphere.
To
or something.
create a widget.
Create a widget.
Is Hammer some sort of world building tool? And you see what I'm trying to do. So you're basically trying to force.
I bet ya
as far
this
as
is gonna
the
be the hood.
coordinate is concerned.
Ow. Am I
Widget.
that smart?
Yes.
With
and
the
world
widget
line.
class being the one we've just created,
Yeah,
which
Hammer
is
is
Runner
the,
HUD,
uh,
and we are
map
just going to grab the
creation
return
program, the
value
level editor
and
for
add
all
that
Source
to the
Engine games.
viewport.
So Half-Life 2, CS:GO, Portal 2, probably old Dota 2 also. Yeah. And that's
Okay,
old, I
so we're gonna add that to the
and line
viewport.
it up
And
just
yeah,
like
With
that.
that-
And now if we hit compile,
We should
hit
have.
play, you can see I
Why
have
is it
now
this
got
Their brush
my
system
score up in
is
the top
amazing,
right
which
hand
is good
corner.
because
And
all
every
worlds
time
are
I'm
just
going over
almost
these
pure
tiles,
brushes.
it is increasing my score. Now what you will notice is the points have sort of gone off the screen a little bit because of the way I have placed them, and also the way it's converting the integer to a string. It's using grouping, which is basically just adding a comma.
Okay.
We
Of course,
don't
I
want
couldn't
that.
do this
So
with
what we're going to
Source
do
Engine.
is go back
So
to
this
our
is
runner
big, this
files,
is different.
blueprints folder, and open up our runner HUD. And then, if you remember, I said the minimum number of digits was 4. So within my default
I mean,
text, I'm going to
honestly,
add
this
a
is looking
4th
pretty good,
0
but I don't know why it's not
and make
always
sure
working.
I add space.
HUD. So in the HUD area,
So
I'm
let
in
me
the
get
HUD.
these brushes out of here.
how do I get back to that one that shows me what he's looking at? Oh, designer? Yep, there we go. Okay.
For that and drop it in the top right hand corner.
Wait. So
And
he's
open
just,
up our runner HUD,
Just delete all the lighting.
and
Ah,
then
yeah.
if you
Right.
remember,
Like everything's
I
coming
said
from
the
this light right
minimum
now
number of
anyway.
digits was 4. So within my default text, I'm going to add a 4th 0 and make sure I add space for that and drop it in the top right hand corner. I need to access that binding that we've just created here, and you can see at the moment that is called getText_0.
get text.
Press the little
How old is
magnifying
Source
glass
now?
to go to this function, and then under here
Gary,
you have got
Gold
use
Source
grouping.
Engine
If you
came
don't
out
want the comma,
in 98
uncheck
with
that
Half-Life
and you
1
will
and
no
then
longer
Source
have
Engine
it.
with Half-Life
Compile it,
2 in,
press
like,
play,
2004.
and now you can see
Portal
our
2
score
still
is
on
going
Source
up in
Engine,
the
they just
top
kept
right
updating it,
hand
but the
corner,
latest public
and you can
branch
see
is
the
like
player is now
2013.
able to collect points.
So, man,
Now there
how
is
do
a
modern
still
games
a
do
whole
indoor
bunch more
areas
that
with
we
a
need
bunch
to
of
do
flat
in
parts?
terms
Do
of
they
the
reuse
heads up
models for
display,
everything, or do
but
they
that
still
is
use
going to be
Yay.
something we'll be working
They
on
use
as we
models,
go
yeah.
throughout
Models
the
for
If I
everything.
get rid of
series.
that.
But anyway guys, that is
Tools in Unreal
everything
are
for
basically
today's
included for free.
episode.
It's true,
Once
that's
again
true.
guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep
Okay.
curating.
So
Your boy
Let's go.
Vertus,
How did it-
signing
I
out.
think count the
Oh,
latest
just
release
click
of
it.
the
This
same
video was
time.
made
CS:GO
possible by my
and
supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my
Okay.
Patreon page using the link in the
I
description.
mean, other games
To
have
stay
been
up to date
released
on
in
new
used
releases,
stores.
make
Uh,
sure you follow us on
boom,
social
boom, boom, boom.
media.
The Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable.
Coding your
basically
own
just
games
uses
is
the
easier
Pro
than you
2
think.
and Node
You know,
modifications.
You should take this online Unity course on Udemy. It's
Oh,
taught by a
uh-oh.
software engineer and a game developer who are
I broke
both
some.
expert instructors.
Why aren't you
learn
dying?
C#,
Oh.
object-oriented
I know why.
programming, functions and variables,
If I bet you
basically
could-
everything you need to know to make games,
Those are supposed
and all
to
for the
be
price of takeout.
ceiling
The course is yours to keep and take at any time. And if it doesn't work
That's
out,
kind of important.
you can get your money back in
I
30
think I can
days.
get rid of the print string now.
Can't wait to see what you make with this. Get started now with this special discount.
Pretty sure I can do that. Compile, save. Pretty sure it's gonna count. And then also I
Here's
can
the other thing,
eject.
is I've got this whole model, and all you'll see difficulty of it is this edge of it. That's why I also wanted to try
Hey there,
using
Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video, we're going to be showing you how you can get your speed of your character to increase over time. So what you will find is in most sort of Endless Runner games, as you progress through the level, your running speed is going to increase to make it a little bit more difficult. And that is exactly what we're going to be replicating in today's video. And the way that we're going to be doing this is when you go over the end of your master tile, we are going to tell it to multiply the current max speed. Now what we're also going to be using is the clamp node to make sure it doesn't go over a certain value, to sort of make sure that the game doesn't get too hard, so to speak. And all of that is going to be done in blueprints, and you're really going to see your game get a little bit more difficult as you implement this feature. So let's go ahead and dive straight into it. So open up your master tile blueprint class, and then what we're going to do inside of here is just before the destroy actor and the delay node, we're going to make some space, just like this. And what we're going to do is after this print string, we are going to cast to the third person character. Now the reason why I'm casting to the character is because inside of there is a character movement component, and within that character movement component you do have a maximum walk speed, and that's what we're going to be using to control the speed of our game. So for your object wildcard here for your cast a third person character, just drag that out and type in get player character. And then what we're going to do is, as third person character, we are going to get the character movement component. So type in get character movement, scroll all the way down to the bottom and get a reference to read the value of the variable character movement. Now what we're going to be doing with this is dragging out from character movement and setting the maximum set the max walk speed. So what you should have is something a bit like this. So after you've gone over the end of the trigger box for this tile attached to the rest of our code, we are going to set the max walk speed to a new value. And the way we're going to get this value is by getting the existing value of the walk speed. So drag out from character movement and get max walk speed. And then what we're going to do is use the multiply node. So we are looking to do float multiply.
Okay, so she's getting max walk speed.
Of Google searches up right
Get
now.
max move. Is it max speed he's getting? Walk speed.
You don't understand making flat indoor areas without BSPs. Like if you make an indoor area with
Float times float.
models, that seems like such a detraction from BSPs.
Float times float.
Well, models have shape.
Multiplied by float. So if you type in multiply, you should be able to find it at the top here. It's a little one.
You type multiply, you can actually hit the little star button.
And what we're doing is
X.
multiplying the current max walk speed by 1.01. And what this is going to do is gradually over time it is going to increase your maximum walk speed as you go over these tiles. Now what we do need to do is implement a way to define the maximum walk speed you want, because you don't want it to endlessly get faster and faster and faster, because it is going to get impossible. And that is where the float clamp comes in. So if you type in clamp, you should be able to use the clamp float node. And what this is going to do is allow you to determine a minimum and a maximum value, and then just hook up your return value into your set max walk speed. Now the default speed for the max walk speed is 600. That is going to be your minimum. Now if you want your maximum speed to be twice the default speed, then you would set it to 1200 instead, or if you want it to be 3 times, then it would be 1800. But realistically, you're just going to be playtesting your game to determine that maximum value. But what you do need to know is that your minimum value is going to be 600, and that is going to be sort of how you're going to be gauging the speed at which you should be going. If we compile this now and then press play, as we go over a little bit in time, you are going to notice that our character is going to start getting faster and faster and faster. Now, the way that I've set this up, being multiplied by 1.01, it is going to be quite a gradual increase, so it's going to take its time. So it might be sort of 2 minutes before you notice a difference. But you guys, you will figure that out. So you can see here, it is now getting faster, and it is getting faster, and you're moving across the lanes the way that you want it to. So that is pretty much everything that I wanted to cover in today's video. We've still got loads more to do to add obstacles and stuff, but we have our main functionality in the game for moving.
So theory, we should be getting faster and faster and faster. In theory, I think I have to let it go for just a little bit. It does look he's getting a little faster. Cool. So that makes the game increasingly just a little bit more difficult.
In a minute, I'm gonna have to like carve holes for the doorways and stuff. It still has to be playable, right?
Definitely faster and faster. Nice.
Moving between the lines, increasing over time, we're scoring points and all of that good stuff. Once again, guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
Feel like learning Python should be more like choosing your own adventure? Try Udemy. With just
we have now a working game. This is actually a little bit
Hey there Dev Squad,
simpler.
Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can get your obstacles to spawn into your scene randomly. Now in today's video we're going to be setting up a simple pipe obstacle, and when you run over that it is going to end over the game. Now what we're going to be focusing on in today's video is importing the static mesh, setting up the material, and then working on the blueprint code to get it to spawn randomly into one of your 3 lanes, and this is going to be on every single tile that we've got. Now before we go any further, you guys need to make sure you have got the latest version of the Endless Runner files. If you don't have this already, just go ahead and download it. The link for that is in the description below. Within these files you have a meshes folder with a static mesh for the pipe, so the player is going to be able to see the pipe. This is a 3D object. So what I need you guys to do is to go ahead and import this into your content browser. So within your runner files folder, right click and add a new folder called static meshes, or just meshes will do. Open this up and then find low_obstacles_pipes, and then with this you are just going to drag and drop this into your content browser to import it. Now what you do need to make sure you do is underneath the mesh section you have the little drop down. Make sure you click that and combine your meshes so it's going to import it as one big pipe obstacle. Once you've done this, go ahead and just click import all, and then close a little message log. We don't need anything in there. Now what we have got is 2 materials that it is created for us. Now you can use one of these, it's up to you, as your material. I'm going to delete the connector one because we don't really need this, and I'm going to open up our main pipe material, and within here what we're going to do is just give it a bit of a red metallic color. Now at the moment it's got this little parameter. What we have got is 2 materials that it is created for us. Now you can use one of these, it's up to you, as your material. I'm going to delete the connector one because we don't really need this, and I'm going to open up our main pipe material for us. Now, you can use one of these, it's up to you, as your material. I'm going to delete the connector one because we don't really need this, and I'm going to open up our main pipe material. And within here, what we're going to do is just give it a bit of a red metallic color. Now at the moment it's got this little parameter in here. If you do have this, delete it, and instead what we're going to do is just right click and add a constant free vector. Now with our pipe we are just going to give this a solid red color so that it is nice and visible to the player. So we've created this vector free, and I've hooked it up into my base color that is going to define the overall color of the material. In the details panel in the bottom left here, we're going to go to our constant and set the R to 1. So this is going to increase the red to 1, and because the G and the B are also at 0, this is going to be completely red.
Yay.
Now what you can do if you want to is you can add other effects to make this pipe look a little bit nicer. So if you want to, you could add a constant into the metallic value, and then if you set this value in the details panel to 1, it is going to make it more metallic, and you can see it has now.
Did a constant 1.
Now what you can do if you want to is you can add other effects to make this pipe look a little bit nicer. So if you want to, you could
up here.
Yep. Constant.
Or am I staring at it over here? Can I say complex?
Into metallic. Give it a metallic look.
It's under collision, and I was just not reading.
add a constant into the metallic value, and then if you set this value in the details panel to 1, it is going to make it more metallic, and you can see it has now come out with this metallic look. You can also play around with roughness, specular, and so on. It's entirely up to you, but for now I am just going to leave it at metallic. That is going to be enough for me because it's a metal pipe. And then I'm just going to press apply to apply those changes, and we can now assign this material to our static mesh for our pipe. So you can see it's already done this automatically because that material was linked to it, and what we should have is a pipe that looks a little bit something like this. And the idea of this, you can see it's already done this automatically. You can also play around with roughness, specular, and so on. It's entirely up to you. But for now, I am just going to leave it at metallic. That is going to be enough for me because it's a metal pipe.
First time in, I believe.
And then I'm just going to press apply to apply those changes, and we can now assign this material to our static mesh for our pipe. So you can see it's already done this automatically because that material was linked to it, and what we should have is a pipe that looks a little bit something like this. And the idea of this obstacle is to just get the player to sort of trip over on it and fall over. So let's talk about now then how we can actually get this being spawned into our tile blueprint. So within your runner files, go to your blueprints folder and open up your master tile. Once it's open, what we're going to do is we are going to create a function.
Whoa, where did he go?
Actually, no, yeah, we're going to create a function. So create a function, and we're going to...
Master tile.
I guess we'll go ahead with
okay, so master tile.
Material.
And then he made a function in here. Okay.
I mean, it's just temporary. This is just... Although, actually, maybe I should
call
use
this
what material
spawn
I'm going to use later.
obstacles.
Yeah,
and this function is just going to be something that's going to be played as soon as we spawn in this tile. And essentially what it's going to do is spawn an obstacle at each of the 3 lanes that we've created. So within here, what we're going to do is we are going to be creating a switch on integer node.
I got my CMA backwards.
Now, what we're going to do with this switch on integer node is if the integer equals 1, we're going to tell it, if it equals 0, we're going to tell it to...
If Switch on it.
Lures and unsuspecting viewers with the guts. I do indeed. What I recognize is this name from Thinky Puzzles. Yeah, you made a few puzzles in Games in Your Time. Oh, nice. Board Bonky. Glad to have
spawn
you here.
nothing. If it's equal to 1, it's going to spawn a pipe. And you're going to be doing this with all of your obstacles, and we're going to be getting a random integer into there to make it randomly spawn an obstacle or randomly spawn a gap. Now, if you guys want to add more logic to spawning the obstacles, you can do, but for now, this system is going to work.
Right.
So, switch on int. For, we're going to add a pin for 0. Now with this, if it goes to 0, we're going to tell it to do nothing, so we want a gap. On 1, we are going to tell it to spawn an actor from class. And the class for this is going to be a blueprint containing the pipe. Now we don't have one already, so we're just going to leave that blank. And the spawn transform, we are going to be using the lane 0 transform. So drag this in. And then with this, we are just going to get the lane 0 and get the transform. So get world transform and hook it up into here. And then for the selection, we are going to hook this up to a get random, so random integer in range with the minimum being 0 and the maximum being 1.
Random.
It is going to do its bit. So what this is doing is on lane 0, it is going to either spawn in nothing or spawn in a blueprint class that we're about to create randomly. Now we need to create that blueprint class. So within our blueprints folder, right click, add a blueprint class with a type actor, and we're going to give us the name obstacle underscore pipe. Open this up. And we're just going to add a static mesh component into here. And this static mesh is just going to be our pipe, so we are able to see it. So just type in static mesh
Mega
or
Miley off to bed. Good luck with the rest of the game. Hey, thanks. Thanks for dropping by. Come around. Follow if you haven't already.
I'm just gonna call it that because I think it's
just find it manually. And then in the details panel on the right hand side, search for your pipe and hook this up to your static mesh. So low underscore obstacle pipe, hit compile, and then what I'm going to do is quickly drag this into the scene so I can get an idea of the scale, and because I haven't got a floor tile there, you can't really tell. So what I'm going to do is open up my master tile, set the class to obstacle underscore pipe like we just told it to, and I'm going to hit compile.
Feel like learning Unity should be more like choosing your own adventure? Try Udemy. With just a few short questions, we'll recommend the perfect Unity course for you, so you can start building your own games fast. Udemy makes it easy to learn everything you need to reach your goals, all at your own pace and on any device.
Cool.
Join 24 million students who invest in themselves.
What do I do?
Hit play, and what you should have is nothing spawning in, and the reason why there's nothing spawning in is because with our tile in our main event graph, from the begin play we have not told it to spawn the obstacle, so hook this up.
Okay, so if I go to game mode, no, it wasn't game mode, do that.
Because then you'd have to be able to recall
Master tile, master tile,
which tag do you recall, stuff like
graph.
A lot of thinking would have had to go into that.
Save. Bet you now it's gonna work.
Hit compile, and then hit play again. And you can see now, it is actually spawning our pipes in here. Now, we are able to run over them. That is just because they're so small, they're like steps.
Okay, so
I'm gonna leave the door for now, but I'm gonna have an alt version, I think.
no, they're not spawning. Broke something here. Let's figure it out here. So we have the obstacle.
What am I looking at here? I'm missing all this.
Master tile.
Totally original artistic liberation.
Spawn obstacle.
An arco version of yourself. Just put push-out metal blocks.
Obstacle pipe. That's what's gonna pull.
Surface.
Everything's
Mirror
good there.
Reflecting a mirror falling through a surface of a 40. Dude, I gotta look at this.
Not worried about the color anymore. Not worried about the HUD. I'll come back to that. 0 to 1. I think it's because it's something's messed up with that part right there.
From class.
Using
And the
master
class
tile.
for this is going to be a blueprint
Master tile.
containing
Switch
the
on
pipe.
it.
Now we don't have one already. We are going to be using the lane 0 transform. So drag this in,
I'll watch it.
and then with
Okay.
this, we are just going to
Set
get
the
the
right
lane
lane.
0 and get the transform. So get world transform
Nice.
Okay, world transform. Yep.
and hook it up into here. And
So
then
that's where it's
for the
supposed to spawn.
selection, we are going to hook this up to a get random, so random integer in range, with the minimum being 0 and the maximum being 1. It is going to do its bit.
Okay.
So what this is doing is on lane 0, it is going to either spawn in nothing or spawn in
A 1.
a blueprint class that we're about to create randomly. Now we need to create that blueprint class. So within our blueprints folder, right click, add a blueprint class with a type actor, and we're going to give us the name
Why would you do
obstacle underscore pipe. Open this up,
Got that all set.
and we're just going to add a static mesh component into here. And this static mesh
would you
is
write
just
this
going
in?
to be our pipe to see it,
That's just
or
C++
just find it
OpenGL.
manually. And then in the details panel on the right hand side, search for your underscore obstacle pipe, hit compile, and then what I'm going to do is quickly drag this into the scene so I can get an idea of the scale. And because I haven't got a floor tile there, you can't really tell. So what I'm going to do is open up my master tile, set the class to
That was something.
obstacle underscore pipe like we just told it to, and I'm going to hit compile. Hit
There should
play,
be nothing.
and what
I
you
wish
should
they put
have
an F1
is
give me that,
nothing
like-
spawning in. And the reason why there's nothing spawning in is because with our tile in our main event graph,
has a light
from
value.
the begin play, we have not told it to spawn the obstacle. So hook this up,
511 meshes over
hit
here.
compile, and then hit.
So master tile. Event graph. Spawn obstacle. On event play. Cause it should.
Mistake. Let me put this back.
Let me.
There we go. For now.
Where is master tile? Let's go to viewport. Where's lane 0?
You're not working on it right now
Oh,
because you're terrible at
wonder
3D. I am too.
if
Taking
components.
a graphics class, I understand how 3D works, sorta.
I think that's what I did. Wrong. Delete
I
that.
can't model.
Let's try that. I might have grabbed the component down there. I don't think I wanted that.
It would be nice
Play.
for me to learn. You know, I could leave. I can leave BSPs in here. I just need. Actually,
No.
don't even need to model this. This could have all stayed BSPs.
They're not spawning. Why
I'm
aren't you
leaving
spawning?
these couple of BSPs that do exist here. These additive brushes.
Let's do this. Just to make them
Just
actually spawn every time.
Tighten up this.
Lane 0. Just in case, I mean, for some reason I'm just getting super unlucky.
Okay,
the heck is that? Oh, wait a second. I bet you it's something to do with. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Yeah, because they are. Okay. Has something to do with this. Oh, what am I doing wrong? So the size of it? No. It's spawning it, but they're spawning
If
flat.
there's a better way to model, let me know. Or map these kind of things, let me know. Instead, you're making 2D games. It turns out you suck at 2D as well. Oh, womp
Just
womp. I'm sure you do great. Is that why you're in that thinky, puzzly games. I wish I knew about that way sooner. I like the idea of that.
So in runner files, blueprints, open up the master tile, go to spawn, obstacles, function, and do what I wrote before. What you wrote before? Just split the first disconnect line from return by using.
There we go. Look at that.
First split. Just split.
Now we'll,
Where did
you
you
probably
hear
won't
it?
even be able to see any of that detail we just added because this hallway is going to be lit like
What?
a Christmas tree.
This guy, I guess, has an answer to it, but I don't see where. On scale, click the little arrow. Scale type world sorted for me.
You won't get that high.
Click on large scale world
Hopefully.
rather than relative. He means to say that
You're not allowed to jump anymore.
class, select the static mesh, and then on the little arrow next to the scale.
Alright,
So,
close enough.
static
Yeah, it should leave
mesh.
BSPs in actually as general shape stuff. Okay, I got stuck.
Static mesh. So click static mesh,
it
then click
doesn't
on the
like,
little arrow next to the scale,
Not
select
having
world
a player.
instead of relative.
Apparently the player died.
So, little arrow.
There we go.
Ah!
You can still see some shape though. That's nice. I think. I
Okay,
think I'm
so
getting
it's something
stuck
about
though,
here.
I need to update these collision
Static
settings.
mesh.
No floor.
No.
Great.
Click static mesh. Yep. Little arrow. Static mesh.
You made some thinky
Oh,
puzzle games
up
and
here.
you like playing them. Noise.
Okay, so it's something to do with this static mesh.
Return E player no spawn. Oh no. Oh,
Click
no.
the little arrow next to the scale. Where's scale?
Yeah, I'm glad I made a copy of this level. Or the other
Little
level.
arrow
There
next
it
to
is.
scale. World.
This is a rough version right here. This floor should actually be lower.
Save.
The whole
play.
point was you are supposed to walk out on a little bit of a pedestal.
Okay, so then if I go back into master tile and set that to 0, I'll save.
Cool. We have 16 people. What is up, everybody? I'm about to just go dish myself out a little salad. So it's like a 5-minute BRB, okay? You don't have to go anywhere. I'll be back. Port Bonky. But like everyone else who joined the Thinky Puzzle Discord, hoping to find the best Jonathan Blow fanatics. Blow. Blow. Alright.
Okay, so I got that now. So I'm set up
to play again. And you can see now it is actually spawning our pipes in here. Now we are able to run over them. That is just because they're so small, they're like steps. So what we need to do is to actually modify our little blueprint that we've created to first of all rotate them and make them bigger so they actually count as obstacles. So go back into here, open up your obstacle for your pipe, and then what we're going to do is rotate this 90 degrees, and then we are going to make it a little bit bigger as well. So scale it up nice and big like that. Compile it, and then,
Not that it really matters.
and then we are going to make it a little bit bigger as well. So scale it up nice and big like
250,
that.
250. Alright, so 2.5, 2.5. Boom, compile. Oh, I didn't want to go full screen.
That. Compile it, and then press play. And what you should have is something that looks a bit like this. Now what you don't want them to do is to sort of clash with the other lanes, so you've just got to keep going in, backwards and forwards, just adjusting this size, the scale, the rotation and everything, until you get your pipe to the size that you like. And I think for now, this is going to do for me.
175, that's the better. 175. Boom. Safe. Boom. Okay. And as I'm running, it is getting faster and faster. Which is good. That's what I want. Okay.
So what I can do is I can jump over these pipes, but I cannot walk through them. Now, we still need to add functionality for killing the player when they run over something like that, but that's going to be something for another video. We're going to have a whole end game screen, we're going to have the player drop into the ground, and all of that good stuff. So, you can see the functionality for that is working. Sometimes it's spawning the obstacle, sometimes it isn't. What I need to do now is to just get that to do the same thing on lane 0, 1 and 2. At the moment it's just on lane 0. So go back into your event graph for your master tile, open up spawn obstacles, and all we're going to do is just get this code that we've got here already, and we are going to paste this in here 3 times, 1 for each lane. So we got the first one over here. I'm going to select all of this and press C to comment it. And then I'm just going to give us the name lane 0. So we know this is for the first lane, or lane 0. Hook this up to the second, and with this we are going to comment it. And we're going to set this to lane 1, and then we're going to go in and hook this up as well. Select the last bit.
Okay, so all I do with this. Boom, boom, boom. Comment. Oop. I mean, that's fine. Whatever. It didn't comment like I wanted it to. Technically, if I were to go delete all that, hit that, and then comment, it should comment around it. So lane. I want this to be lane 0, 1, 2.
Yeah, to feed the kittens too. They were hungry.
Comment 0.
Hey, Port Bunky, thanks for that follow 5 minutes ago. Appreciate it. Are the kittens always that active? No, they are not. They usually just sleep all day.
And set this to lane 2.
So we should have
Now
our lane.
with this, we need to set the lane transform from lane 0 to 1 and 2 over here, so it gets the right transform, so it spawns in the right place.
1,
So get a reference to lane
2,
1, hook it up into your get world transform over here. For this one, do the same thing, get your lane 2 and hook it up. If we hit compile now, jump into our game, what you should see is that they are now spawning on every single lane that we've got here. Now, you can see sometimes there is a gap, sometimes there isn't a gap. What you can do is play around with just how random the spawning is, and the way you're going to do this is by working with this random range. So for example, if you add more pins, if you have more of them empty, then there is going to be more of a chance of there not spawning an obstacle there. But that is something for you guys to play around with. For now, this is working the way that I wanted it to. Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything that I wanted to teach you in today's video. Once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep curating, your boy Ver.
Feel like learning should be like choosing your own adventure?
Alright.
Try Udemy. In just a few short questions.
Feeling good, feeling good. Let's do this now. Or more.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can set up your second obstacle for your game, and in this case it is just going to be a box. Now the difference between the obstacle that we've got here and the obstacle that we're going to be adding in just a moment is with this pipe you are able to jump over this. These boxes are going to be stacked up high, so you are not going to be able to simply go over those. And what you'll also learn in today's episode is how you can add in a second obstacle to the code that we've already set up. Now what you guys will need to do is make sure you have got the assets for the Endless Runner files, as there is a box model in here and we are going to be using all of that. We've also got a bunch of textures for that as well, just for the diffuse to give it the look that we are after. So first things first, go to your runner files within your content browser and then just go to the meshes folder, and then within here just open up and import your box
Is it
obstacle.
humane to let
Drag, drop and just place it in just like.
Okay.
So we used to have chickens growing up. I grew up on a farm, and which might be surprising considering now I make video games. But our chickens were getting killed by the coyotes, right? So we got a dog. This is my first dog and my only dog. I need to drop a light. I need something to mega brighten this place up. 16? Higher? 150 candles. Let's so yeah, first dog I've ever had was because our chickens were dying to the coyotes, right? But so he does fine. Coyotes get scared. They stop coming back.
Just like this.
And
just import it in the same way that you did before.
Or,
now,
like, it was something for
with
him to
this,
chase.
you'll notice it is also imported
so
in
he starts
a
like
material,
chasing the geese
and
out
with
in the
this
field.
material, there isn't really anything
so he's
hooked up
chasing
to
the
it.
geese out in the
So what we
field,
need to do is
and
delete that, and then just
the
import
geese are all gone
the
'cause they're like,
texture that I've already
"You're not
provided
chilling
with
in this
these
field
files.
anymore because
Now the
there's a
texture we're going to
dog
be
and he
using
likes
is
to chase
crate
us,
underscore
so
diffuse.
they
Just
gone,
drag and drop
so he
this
starts
straight
playing with
into the
chickens.
content
You know, he's
browser,
not killing them,
just
but
like
he's
that.
just playing with them, and he like plays with them until they die. So he kills all the chickens. Oh, sorry, I went out of order with this story. There were no geese yet. He kills all of our chickens. He plays with them to death, and then he goes and he starts playing with the geese. But he follows the geese, and they leave the field, and we never saw him again. So that was the only dog I ever had growing up. I think that story is hilarious. All right. Yes, I am. I mean, I wasn't that much of a farm boy, but I did grow up on a farm. Although we rented out our land, I never like tended to the crop. We had lots of gardens though.
Or diffuse, just drag and drop this straight into the content browser, just like that.
Okay.
With it selected in your content browser, go into here and hold down the T on your...
Oh, I hate when I get something
I'm really
like
just
that.
using this one flat stone mesh.
So
I imported a 2 gigabyte
create
pack of
diffuse.
assets, and I'm using one flat stone mesh.
your keyboard and left
I really
click
like the mesh.
to add that in as
Okay.
a texture sample and
You
hook
go
it as a text to here and hold down the T on your keyboard and left click.
So you went into
So I was mentioning the
material.
other day, hold on, let me, some say hi this day to the dog is still chasing the geese. Some say to this day the dog is still chasing the geese. Actually, there is an ending to that story. Is there a biological difference between a dog and a goose, or is it mostly to do with their education? Detailing takes so much time. Do that later. Need to place autosaves everywhere, though.
Hey, it worked the
I
time.
feel you. I feel you, Griff. So, I actually don't know if this... Is this lighting up this inside anymore? Not
to
really.
add that in as
I'll
a
leave
texture
it out
sample
there.
and hook this up to your basic
for other
content
reasons.
browser. Go into here
This
and
cave is
hold
actually-
down
I
the
like the way
T
it
on your
looks.
keyboard and left click to add that in as a
Okay, so
texture
2 things. I
sample.
want to talk about
and hook
projection
this up
mapping, and I
to-
want to talk about the dog. So, stream died while you were opening an Unreal project, but you're also a farm boy. Nice, dude. Nice.
Okay, so
Farm for life.
your base color.
So
Hit
base
apply
color.
and
the
you are now
dog.
gonna have your box
10, 15
material
years later, my
set
mom
up.
is at the supermarket, and by supermarket I meant local grocery store. We don't have no supermarkets in our town.
Once again, if you guys
eh.
want to add any other kind of
Wait, do I even need
material
this
effects
asset?
to this to make it
No, it's not even being used.
look metallic, you can
She's
do.
at the local
So, for
grocery
example,
store,
for
and
me,
there's
I'm
some
just gonna
lady
go
there
ahead
with her
and add a
dog.
constant
My mom is like,
into
oh,
my metallic
he
value.
looks just like our dog. I don't know. He was some sort of yellow. That is honestly kind of common. But my mom's like, oh, where'd you get the dog? He's beautiful, blah, blah. And the lady's like, oh, he just showed up in our field one day. And it was the same year, same month. And she only lived like a mile or two away when we lost our dog. So it's definitely her. Or it's definitely our dog, but not like we wanted the dog anymore. We didn't even want him then. I mean, we liked him, of course.
that's funny.
And set
But it was
this
just really
to
funny.
1
So the
and
dog
press
did
apply,
survive. Happy
so
ending
my
to that
box
story.
does look nice and metallic. So
How am I gonna do glass in this environment? Shoot.
if I go ahead and open up my
gonna get
box static
weird.
mesh,
I
we
don't know,
should
should
be
I leave
able
the
to see what it
BSB
looks
shape?
like.
You know what, I
and this
will.
is what it
Why
is, just
not?
a simple little box
I'm just gonna get
with
this
a
in
hazard
as detail.
warning sign on there, so the
I must
player
have just turned
knows
something.
they need to go
That's not what I
and
meant.
avoid this. So let's go ahead and create the blueprint for it. Go to your blueprints folder, and what we're going to do is we're actually just going to duplicate
Yeah, that looks fine.
the obstacle pipe that we've got. So right
Gonna run,
click
catch you
that,
later. Keep on
and then
puzzling in
just
the free world.
duplicate
Thanks,
it.
Paul.
and we're going to
Port
give this the name
Punky.
obstacle
Thanks for the follow. If you didn't hear me say that
underscore
earlier, appreciate it, man.
box. And
Come
then
back
if you
anytime.
open this up, all we're gonna need
partially
to do
times.
from
My
here
wife's
for
family
now
is mystified that I
is
used
go
to have
to the
horses,
viewport
but now I'm in
and
software.
just switch our
Down here, I
model
said a single
from
grocery
being
store, but
the
that closed
pipe
because people
to
prefer
a
driving 30 minutes
box
to Walmart.
instead. So in the top here, duplicate it,
yeah.
and we are going to give this the name obstacle underscore box. And then if you open this up, all we're going to need to do from here for now is go to the viewport and just switch our model from being the pipe to a box instead. So in the top here in the details panel, we've got the static mesh. Search for box and just use your box. Now you want this to be roughly the same sort of size as our pipe was, and the best way for you to really gauge that is to just add it into the game. But I'm just going to scale it up to roughly what it looked like it should have been, and then I am going to compile this. So Now that we've got our box blueprint, we need to start getting this spawned into our master tile. The way we're going to do this is open up our master tile, and then within our spawn obstacles function, if you haven't got it open already, just double click it on the left hand side. All we're going to be doing is for each of these lanes, we are going to be adding another pin.
Okay, yep, that makes sense.
Now, with this extra pin,
and it goes into
what we're going to be doing is, instead of spawning the pipe, we are going to spawn actor from class, same as we did before, but this time, instead, we are going to be...
Okay, so I already think I know what I'm doing here. So we're going to go to let's see, blueprints, game mode, was it? No. Character, oh, master tile, that's where it was. On the master tile, we're going to add another pin from here.
I hope this looks good too, like I'm going to spend all day on this.
Actor.
And who knows, I mean, I guess it's just one day though, right? This is why you do vertical slices, so you don't spend a year on something and then it sucks.
And then I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to get that, and then that's going to get box. Obstacle box. Then I can just scale that out. And pop that like so. I'm willing to bet a lot of money that probably the two of them.
Meyer a Kroger brand? No. No, it's its own thing. You know the Meyer, you ever hear of the Meyer family? I think one of them was president, right?
And then I have to just make that next two.
Sorry, never mind. Those are the Fords.
Next two.
Where I live, those are the two big family. The Meyer, well, those are two of the big families. There are other bigger families. The Myers and the Fords. I'm thinking I should add the BSP back here just so I can have the flat wall for now.
Box. Get world transform because I want to actually spawn in the lane. Then I want to go, I made that already, so 0 to 2. I've got both obstacles, the box, obstacle pipe, 0 to 2, yep, and then the last one, 0 to 2. Copy, paste.
This really does look like a cave.
All it has to do.
I mean, I don't know what else it's supposed to look like. I'm using cave assets.
Double tap that, got there. Add a pin, and boom. Okay, so that should do exactly what he's about to do. Stepping ahead just a little bit, but I think that does
spawning in
the key here.
Box obstacle. So obstacle underscore box, and your return value from your get world transform needs to go into the transform for here because we're trying to spawn it into the same place. Move your comment box down to make some space. And then make sure you set your random maximum value to 2 as we now have 0, 1, and 2. So it's going from 0, 1, and 2. So it is possible for that box to be spawned in there. And then just go through and do the same thing. Copy and paste your spawn actor. Set it to the box. So obstacle underscore box. Spawn transform, just as I did before. Add that pin and hook it up to it and set your maximum value to 2. And lastly again, for lane 2 over here, copy this, paste it, add a new pin, and hook up your spawn transform and set this to the box instead. And then for your random value, set this to 2. And what your code should look like is a little bit something like this. So now we've just got those extra values. Hit compile, hit play, and you can see we have now got these boxes being spawned into our scene that the player is definitely not going to be able to jump over. Now personally I think these are a little bit too big, so what I'm going to do is open up my blueprint for this, go into the viewport, and I am just going to scale this down a notch. So make it a little bit smaller, just like that, and then compile it, press play, and there we go. We've got slightly more reasonably sized boxes. I still think they are just a little bit too big, so I'm going to scale them down just a little bit more and compile, and we are good to go. And that's a bit more reasonable. Now you can see that what is happening inside of our game, we are having random obstacles being spawned, and that is either being a box, a pipe, or a nice little empty gap, which
Okay, so in theory
is just what we're after.
But would you
Anyway
run into a
guys, that is
problem
pretty much everything I wanted to show you.
if you had 3 boxes in a row? You have to prevent that, wouldn't you, eventually? Okay, well. Okay, so
for today's video. Once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, sign.
Hey, how's it going? Ever heard about this game called League of Legends? Well, you're hearing about it now. Check it out.
Awesome,
Each game
Jimmy.
you get put into a
Chugging
team of
down your
5,
LaCroix,
or
huh,
3 if you're
Parsley?
into that sort of thing.
It
But
is
mainly
indeed.
5. You and your team are
In my office on my shelf next to me, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cans of LaCroix. I probably drink 3 or 4 a day. That's only probably from that's 2 days. Maybe 3. So I'm surprised this instance is so not what I want it to look like.
okay, so back to where I was doing here. Where we have coin pickups, right?
Hey there,
Coins.
Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial
Wait, how is this
series.
different than-
In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at how we can set up a simple coin pickup for our Endless Runner game. Now, within our Endless Runner, we are going to have some randomly spawning coins. When you pick it up, it is going to be shown in the top right hand corner of your screen on the heads up display. So the item you're going to be picking up looks a little bit like this. It's going to be a 3D rotating item within your scene, and it's going to be something you're going to be able to pick up. So with this, what I've done is I've actually created a 3D model for this, for the pickup item for this coin. Now, having said that, what I need you guys to do is import this into your meshes folder within your runner files, and just to do that, just click drag drop and place it into your content browser, just like that. Once again, make sure all the settings are
See, I started drinking LaCroix when I met my now wife, and At first, I was like, I guess it's a little bit better than water, maybe. And then I was drinking it for so long, I tried soda, and I was like, soda is disgusting. I can feel the sugar on my teeth. Hey, Shamork, well, thank you for the follow 5 minutes ago. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Say hi in the chat. What you up to? Whoa. All these got set to default because I deleted the material that it was using. So this is what it would look like if it was an actual cave.
So they want me to import
And now
pick up kinetic energy. Pick up kinetic energy.
There we
go. Boom. Make sure I'm not doing anything special.
Meshes folder within your runner files, and just to do that, just click, drag, drop, and place it into your content browser, just like that. Once again, make sure all the settings are the same as mine, which is pretty much default. Make sure combine meshes is on if it isn't already. Once you've done this, just go ahead
playing around with a new project right now. LOL. Nice. You into UE4, my dude, or my human?
And click import, and from there you are good to go. So once we've done this, we can set up a simple material for it. Now what it has done has,
that's what it says on the bottom. It is healthy and it tastes healthy. It is basically carbonated water. What kind of new project you working on, Shamork? It would be nice to subdivide these corners a little bit.
Okay. It has imported the yellow color, which is exactly what I want, and this is within this kinetic energy material. Open it up, and what we're going to be doing is giving this material a bit of a glow as well to make it shine nice and bright, and to make it look a bit more attractive to the player. So the base color is just this yellow color, which is fine. And then with this, I'm just going to add a constant into the emissive color, and I'm going to set this to 15. And what this is going to do is just make it glow nice and bright.
Okay. So
I don't even know what we really accomplished with it. So here's an archway, but I think it's too bumpy. See, that archway would not look good.
Right. Now what you will notice is by doing it at 15 on the emissive color with just a standard one value constant, it's going to make it white. So what we need to do is take something like what we've got here, copying it and pasting it and hooking that up into the emissive instead. Now to increase the strength of this, the easiest way that I find to do this is to use the multiply node, hook it up into your emissive color, A goes into your constant free vector, and then from here you can just use a regular constant to control the strength of this. So if I set this to 15 now, it is going to be a nice.
Yep. Is this the one we're using everywhere?
Copy,
paste,
flat.
This one's rock
multiply,
rock
times.
Small.
Nope. So it is. So you have to do the little tiny thing next to your above your 9 and your what's it called? D-pad.
Look, small.
Kill that. Plug that in there. Boom. Boom. Under boom. Look at that. Oh, it looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's like I almost know what I'm doing. Right? Right. I really don't know what I'm doing, but you get the idea.
Working on a plugin for Steam. Working on integration right now. Steam
Save.
Plugins. What sort?
Bright yellow color and should look a little bit something like this. Once you're happy with the color, hit apply, and then what we can do from there is take a look at our static mesh for our pickup, and you can see that is looking like a coin, looks very attractive, and it looks good to me. So, what we've got to do now is go into our blueprints folder, and we're going to create a blueprint class for this. Now, we're just going to make this the normal actor type, and then we are going to use the name coin underscore pickup, just like that. Once we've done this, what we're going to be doing is adding in the static mesh component, making sure you can overlap this so you can actually pick it up, and adding some 3D rotation to this, and a little bit of code to add it to the screen as well. So, add component, static mesh, and we're just going to set the mesh for this to the item that we created before, that we imported already. So for us, that is called pickup. So let's grab this, so pickup, and there it is, and we can bring that into our scene just like that. Now, what we need to do with this now is add in a rotating movement, and this is just going to make it spin. And this is going to be a nice slow spin by default, so we're going to leave it just where it is. What we need to do now is actually create a variable for the coins, so the engine knows how many coins you've picked up. And the place we're going to be doing this is within our third person blueprint for the game mode. So open up third person game mode, and then within here in the variables tab in the bottom left, we're just going to add coins. And then for the variable type, we're going to set this to an integer, as it is a numeric value. Default value should be 0, so they haven't got any to start with. And then if we go back to our coin picker, when the character begins to overlap with this item, the coin that is, we're going to tell it to add to that variable and then destroy the coin. So, actor begin overlap.
If I can make a Steam subsystem work in my favor. For a lot of your stream, I'm not going to back stream in that anymore that I've seen. I know.
Okay.
I should probably move to science.
What we're gonna do is other actor cast to the third person character.
So.
No, why don't we cast to the third person character?
I do sometimes move into that category.
Third person character.
The thing is, I feel like it's harder to be noticed in that category. So like, I think I stand out more.
I'm sure I'll get an answer to that eventually one of these days. Or maybe I'll just be something I always do.
Because we want to check to see if it's the character that's overlapping it and nothing else. Once you've done this, what you can do is cast to the third person game mode, and then as for the object wildcard, set this to get game mode, and then as third person game mode, you want to set coins. And what we're going to be doing
is the NDA sort of stuff.
Set coins. Okay.
With this,
so this is gonna be my counter.
What we're gonna be doing with this is just hooking it up just like this, and then we're gonna do increment integer. So what this is gonna do is
yeah, for the door I actually
is that a plus plus?
Probably just actually I should have a model made
is
around
add 1 to the specified value and then set it. So what we could do with coins is integer plus integer if you want to do some extra stuff like multipliers and stuff, but if you just want to add 1, which is going to be the simple way I'm going to do it, I'm just going to hook it straight up into here. So as third person game mode, get coins, and then just hook it up into here, and that is going to add 1.
Okay, so let's get rid of that. So coins.
Alright, and I need to close off the ceiling.
Popping that in there, get rid of that. Bringing that on up there, popping that over there. I hate that things don't line up like that, but okay. OCD says no.
It's a lot of rock here on this side of the room.
So that's all set. That's
first side of the room was very smooth.
That up there a little bit.
Did a good job
Here we go.
with that.
So now we have.
But this room needs to lead into another one.
Didn't like that. Why doesn't it like that?
The problem.
Oop! I didn't want to do that. Plus plus. pile? No,
Again,
still
why I
didn't
was
like that.
allowed to make some sort of
Coins can be found
projection
or game
mapping. Oh, I
files.
never finished my thing
Ah.
on projection mapping. So
1
I saw
to
a
the
neat
specified
talk,
value,
and
which
I
is our
thought
coin,
it
so
was
every time we
Subnautica,
pick up
but
one,
I,
it's going to
I
add
finally found
1,
the video. It took me a
and
while.
then set it. So it's basically
Abzu or
just
something like that,
cutting
where what they
down
did-
some of our
it was
code
in
for
Unreal
us.
Engine. They did
What
with
we
the
need to do
Ocean
after
4
this is
was
destroy
basically
the actor,
kinda what I'm
because we
talking
no
about.
longer want to see the coin
We'll
after you
actually
picked
pull
it
up
up.
the part
If
of
you
the talk
guys
and show
want to
guys
add
what
a
it's
sound
really
effect
neat what they
for
did.
this, you can do. So
And I wish I could figure out how to
just
do it
before the
myself.
destroy actor, you can
Alright, and
work with some sounds. So you can play sound 2D, and with that you can then
you're
choose a
assuming that
sound
the new
asset.
original look would
So
be
if
smoother
you
than
wanted
whatever
to,
it is,
you could
hopefully.
choose
Yeah,
one of
because you
these
said very
pre-made
KBS.
sounds.
Abzu,
Or
love that game.
what I
Oh,
do
nice.
have
Well,
as
so,
part
right
of
now I'm
the
actually
endless
just
assets under
making a
SFX
temporary
is a
aesthetic
pickup
to
sound.
demonstrate what the game could
So if you
look
want
like because I'm
to,
submitting for the
you can
grant.
go
Like
into
said,
your
they
runner
care a little bit
files,
about visuals.
add a
So
new
I wanna
folder
show, like,
with the name.
this is what maybe it'll look like, or it will be a variation.
Okay,
of this.
so
Like,
he went
it'll
into
just be a step
here.
in the right direction because I feel like they
Marvel.
won't love an
Made
entirely
a new
depth
one
textured
for
game.
this.
Uh,
X,
and
which
it
is your
hard to
sound
show off
effects.
depth textured games. So
Endless assets.
I want to implement part of what aesthetic I had in mind for this game to begin
Pop
with.
that in there, I bet you.
If not the whole thing, then part of it.
Name SFX, and just import it in, and we can use
Yeah,
this.
that was probably fine where it was.
So this way, if we have a bit of sound, we have a bit of feedback, we know we've picked up the coin. Hit compile and we should be good.
Now his is
Me
giving
toss
him
like some sort of
an error.
small rock sticking
But mine
out.
is. Why is mine giving me an
I
error?
want the environment to look grown. Right now, it looks
compile.
not grown. It looks
Save.
like caves,
Pick up
you
compile.
know, which is
Oh, there it goes.
rock formation.
It's because I didn't do
That's
it
not
yet.
what I
Oh,
want.
that makes sense. Pick up X.
But it's good enough for now.
File save. Okay.
To go.
Alright.
For the static mesh, select this in the top left hand corner of your coin pickup.
Gemwork, yes.
What we
and no,
want
it's
to
a little
do
hard trying to
is
work
just
with
make sure our
Steam's,
collision
terms of
is
service
set.
and Steam Direct guidelines for some of the features you want.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
static mesh. This is when it's going to activate.
So something I can do
To
is use
overlap the only the pawn.
Yep.
So that way we can actually generate
like
this
this,
overlap event that we're
or
going to
the
be
lighting.
working with. So what we need to do now
Natural
is actually get it spawned into the scene.
Apparently that
So
doesn't work
what I'm
right
going to
now.
do
Hold on.
is, in the same way
I
we
might have
did with the
to turn it
obstacles, we can just get this to randomly generate on our master
It
tile.
chugs a little bit.
So open up your master tile.
Yeah, it chugs a lot.
Within here,
Gonna add in another
make
one.
some space, just like this, and then we are just going to add a spawn actor node for each one of these.
Okay, yep. So, master tile. We'll start at the far right. Boom.
Kinda would like that to be longer.
And then pick up. I think it's
Also
called.
not that preset.
Coin pick up.
I don't know if these work on the ceiling. I've had a lot of trouble trying to get them to. I need to
Boom.
rewrite them a little bit.
Add another pin. Boom. Three.
Really, I should not use that. I
Copy.
should just use like the goo preset maybe. Whichever one I can get to spread
Pin.
the way I want.
Third one in.
And
This is
then
gonna allow me to have three now. Different objects spawn.
and then I'll just swap the models. What is that growing material supposed to be though? My question, obviously, it's lore related. Oh yeah.
Paste.
In this world, the environment has been grown by these creatures, so like it's intentionally there. They're human-esque. In a way.
I'm not really too worried
I don't
about
want to
that.
describe all that right now, but they grow their environments using seeds. So everything is going to be intentional in a way. Like, so they would
lanes.
add light.
Instead of an obstacle,
Okay.
this time
So-
we are just going to use our coin pickup. Spawn transform should be the same. Add a pin, and hook this up to the third possible choice on here. And then make sure you set your maximum random integer to 3, and just go ahead and do the same thing on each one of these lanes.
Delicious.
And what that's going to do is bring in your coin just like it's an obstacle, just randomly placing it in there so we don't get too many. So coin, spawn transform, add a pin, hook this up, and then random integer should be 3. I've done that already. Same over here, add a pin, add another one of these. Let's bring this in, and then set this
Man,
to
I'm noisy
your
upstairs.
coin.
Okay, so we have now coin. I should be able to hit play. Oh,
There we are, set this to your coin pickup, hook it up to your spawn transform.
What is
add it
going
to the
on?
third pin,
That's
and we're
huge.
good to go. So
Problem I have right
what
now
we
with
should
them
have
is
now
they don't,
is within our scene we should have
they
some
don't love
coins,
looking on
and you should be able
Oh,
to pick them up and you can hear the sound
I get
of
what's
the
happening.
plate. Now what you will
so
notice,
it's they're
these
gigantic
coins
because
are
they're probably
way too big, so
I
what we're going
gotta
to have
scale
to
down.
do is just go into our coin pickup
Yep,
and
definitely
just
gotta
scale
scale
that
it
down and just keep on adjusting it until we get the size that we want. So I'm going to scale this way down
0.25.
and then press
Did you
play.
get 25? Alright, 25
They're getting
skulls.
smaller but not small enough, so a little bit smaller.
It doesn't exist there.
Feel like learning should be like choosing your own adventure?
Alright,
Try
that's,
Udemy. In just a few short
that's
questions.
okay. So I want to go. He's at 0.25. I'd imagine. Obstacle coin pickup. Go up to the scale here. I bet you 0.10. Probably is pretty close to what I want. 0.10. 0.10. And then viewport. I think for some reason they're not spawning in properly, and I think they're spawning in an angle. And are rotating. Below. Oh, they're probably the same problem. So if I go here and I go to scale, and I want world, because I want it to be in the world perspective, not into the individual ones. That should pop it up. There we go. And then should be able to hit that and dink. There's a nice little sound. I just need to bring them up. And I've got, technically I can use my lanes. And
great.
I've got
Yes,
a
yes.
coin spawner.
Actually, usually
Boom.
an example
Awesome.
that I tell people,
Perfect.
basically
So they just need to go up now. I'd
they have
imagine.
multiple methods, and one of them is they manipulate the actual DNA of seeds to grow in a certain
10,
way. It's
20,
like
30,
they
40,
plot
let's
out
try
parts of
50.
an environment, so like it would repel, and so it would grow around and
Nope,
create the
that didn't
structure.
work.
And so yeah,
Let's see how he
taking the
fixes that
lighting,
on his, because
they
there's
take
definitely the
lighting
same
to
problem
Okay,
he
so what I'm
has.
going to do is
like
turn
how
off
they design
my
all of their buildings.
scaling snapping so I can do this freehand, and I'm going to get it to about this size.
Let's see here.
Hit compile and hit
they're still
play,
hidden in
and
the
you can see
ground.
now we've got some relatively decent sized coins. I can run over these and collect
Make
them,
good
and we are good
noise.
to go from here. Now notice they are currently in the ground, so what I've also got to do is bring this up above the ground just like that, so it looks like
But I
they're
just did that.
floating.
I've looked
Why
into
didn't it
this
work
a
for
lot.
me?
I've edited this, but
Save.
main
Let's try it a little bit more. Play. Yeah, mine's still stuck in the ground. Huh. Why is his going up and mine not?
And then we can go and pick up these coins and collect them, and we are guys. Hit compile. You can see now we've got some relatively decent sized coins. I can run over these and
Yeah.
collect them, and what I've also got to do is bring this up
So, he's bringing it above. Just right there, that's all. Compile,
this is
save.
Now I wonder if that
They're
point
still
is
stuck in the ground. Why are you stuck in the ground? You shouldn't be. You should come out of the ground. Coin pickup. Static mesh.
Maybe because I set my seek direction up.
I wonder if it. Oh, did he do the actual static mesh though?
Yeah, that's broken.
We'll see which one he actually. Yeah.
To do is bring this up above the ground.
So this organic material is wood-esque? No.
No,
not really. Wow, that's
can you make it
kind of whack.
to do? Increment integer.
Does it think the point is over here or something? Looks like they're all snapping to origin actually. At the very end, they're running that way and then they snap to origin. You know, I think that this blank
Okay,
has actually
so
been updated.
the coin should. I mean, there's no reason they shouldn't be up higher.
I recommended he use the.
Can I just go like super high? Save.
I recommended he used.
Nope, that's not working.
Random seeds, yeah. Use seeds for randoms.
Location world, maybe? Maybe that's.
Oh, this would be helpful.
No, they're not spawning at all.
Let me just type spline in search. I own it, so I could probably just go check my library. Here it is.
There should be spawning coins. For some reason it's not. Let's see.
Improve generation speed.
Relative.
Nice.
So this.
Oh, I was gonna implement that. I'm glad. Okay.
Needs to
I think
spawn.
I'm actually going to get this new version.
Not the right size.
Although I don't know if he's added a way yet where you can spline up. Like it works fine if it starts on the ground and then it traces up onto a ceiling, but the starting position doesn't do that.
The Z
so
value.
the organic material is
unedible and.
Well, I tried to make a material to represent it, and I didn't do a good job. I didn't fully capture it, but this is at least.
Stop.
It went down the route of what I was trying to accomplish. If that's the right way to phrase that.
Stop. Nope. So it's not that. It's not the relative location.
Just like do, between them, pick them up, we've got a sound, and it's really starting to feel like open up our runner HUD, and it's really starting to try and get this added onto the screen.
Does not look great in game.
So I'm gonna
category default.
Sort of a tree roots.
That's good there. Good there. Static's good. Enable gravity. Ooh, do I not want gravity?
That was just an attempt.
That's good. Apply impulse.
So.
And Osho is more.
Let's do this.
Sequence no.
I actually don't think anywhere I use.
This is the problem. Why are there more objects? If you fix that mistake, they should equally.
Trace down tangent fix. Texture.
That would work too, but I prefer using sequence. Not more. Thanks for the idea though. Different answers.
Well, we should save everything, I suppose.
How could you implement? Why are my coins not flying?
It looks metallic. I don't necessarily
Coin
want
pickup.
metallic. Like matte, flat, and solid non-lethal mercury.
Stop. No. Let's try default scene route.
Mattified.
No.
So yeah, matte. Let's look up what solid mercury looks like.
Oh, what did I do? I feel like I killed it somehow.
Good eye.
Absolute scale. Play.
Frozen mercury. I think the specific properties that I do
Mobility.
actually really like about this probably comes from the frozen part and the ice. I really like this actually.
Crap.
I really like that.
For some reason, that's not going up.
Yeah, I think that comes from the fact
Transform.
that, like that
Static
almost
mesh.
fade look, yeah. Yeah, really
Does he have the default?
Don't ask me why
Yep.
these strange
This is
things
all
come
the same
about.
over
Hey,
there.
good eye, man. Good eye. I don't think there's going to be any missing references if I just yank this.
Do it
button
about that
out.
size,
Well,
hit
let's see,
compile,
I've got so many changes.
move it up a little bit more, and then hit play, and we're good.
I added
So,
okay, but
decent sized coins. I like where this is looking, and we are good to go from here. Now notice they are currently in the ground, so
Yeah,
what
how
I've
do I
also
fix
got
that?
to do is bring this
all of this. This is gonna
up above the ground, just like that, so it looks like they're floating.
But it doesn't do that for me. I wonder if it works for...
assets.
Let's try this one.
Plug in assets.
Just want to see if the boxes do it too.
Yeah.
Oh, they actually do look
we'll
like they're
come back
starting
later.
to. Okay, no, it is working. I think what it is these things, because they're so big, really got to jack it up
Light
there.
plug-in. I wonder what that does.
Yeah, they're starting to come out now. Okay, so that's what it is. Phew. We could put it like way the heck up there. File save.
UE4 plugin for Twitch chat.
There we go.
integration.
That wasn't a problem.
Real Marketplace.
It's a little different than what he has, but I mean, it's still the same principle. So I just got jack mine up a lot higher for some reason or another. My Z is a little different. I want to go just a little higher.
This is interesting. I wonder if I could plug this into my editor so
Okay.
I could have actually a chat window on the side. Hey Anna, what's up? Welcome back. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I got distracted. You know me. How's it going? You've only been
And then
lurking
we
for a
can
couple
go
hours
and
now.
pick up
You
these
lurking?
coins. So,
Hey,
make
yeah.
one more adjustment, and then what we're going to do is take a moment to try and get this
Don't know why
added
his
onto the
is-
screen.
I'm well, let's see. I'm
So I'm
waiting
going to
just
do it
for the
about that
commit to
size,
take.
hit
It's all
compile,
LFS stuff,
move it
so-
up a little bit more, and then hit
Oh, I have
play,
the
and
ultimate
we're good.
rubber tool.
So, decent sized coins. I like where this is looking. We can switch between them, pick them up. We've got a sound, and it's really starting to feel like an endless runner. So, for actually adding these on the screen, it's really straightforward. So when I say adding it on the screen, I just want a little counter in the top right hand corner, which is going to tell you how many coins you've got. The way we're going to do this is open up our runner HUD, our widget blueprint that we created already,
So if I go to the widget,
and just beneath this piece of text that I've got up here already, I'm going to add another piece of text, and this text is going to show us how many coins you've got. Now, my default value under the text content is going to be 0, 0. Now we need to get this to update dynamically and update live. So what we've got to do, just like we did for the score, we've got to create a binding for this. And for that binding, all we're going to do is also, just Anna, cast to the third person game mode. So what we've got to do, just like we did for the score, we've got to create a binding for this. And for that binding, all we're going to do is just cast to the third person game mode, which is where the variable is stored. And then as third person game mode, get the number of coins and hook it up to your return value. With the two text,
if you want to play. It will actually feel exactly like Alpha 13 because I forgot to push the zoom app that we spent so much time on. You have some stuff that kind of does it. Yeah, same. I think I just wanted to take the machine meshes from this.
Make sure you turn off grouping because you do not want that on there. Minimum integral digits, you can set that if you want to. That's just basically the minimum number of digits you can have on there. And also make sure your object wildcard is set to
game mode, right?
Get game mode.
I can find some use
okay.
of these.
So to text.
Yeah, you saw it on Steam. You can always look into planar map.
Integer.
Yeah, I did something.
Float rate.
Oh, that's right. You guys are doing Unity stuff now. You should move back to Unreal. Well, here, I've opened up my game, and this is what we're working on. Level 1 detailed. Just trying to come up with a rough aesthetic because I want to submit for a grant, and I know they care about the aesthetics just a little bit. So the lighting is okay. Just wiggle the light. So this is what I did. I just used giant rock meshes, and the material actually it looks like it's mapping pretty well. You know, seams are still obvious,
and what we should have now
is using a global
also make sure you anchor that little piece of text to the top right hand corner and bump up that font size a little bit.
Triplanar mapping, and I was like, cool.
And what we should have now, if we align this to the right as well, if we hit compile, we should be able to see the number of coins in the top right hand corner. When I pick one up, you can see that number.
Luckily, you never can see them on the inside.
Okay,
also, is this how you're supposed to make? Is this how you're supposed to level design in real games? Is this it?
Let me get a little
just jam
bigger.
meshes everywhere.
I'm gonna make it gold just so you kind of know.
Copy, rotate.
You know that's what that's for.
Rotate.
Well, you won't know.
Scale down. Just
What I could do is I could do that. Put another text in there.
I feel so dirty doing this.
Coins.
These angles aren't doing it quite right, but oh well. Just plug in the corner. Actually, I should just cut off this whole edge, shouldn't I? Yeah.
Go. Now, if everything works properly. I mean, it doesn't look good though, that's pretty. Why is this so far out?
There. You're moving back to UE4. Nice, nice. Yeah, it looks gross, but it works. If you ever looked at the subway example, it also makes you feel dirty AF, but yeah, that's a modern way of doing stuff. It hurts. It truly does hurt. I almost would rather sculpt. I wish there was just like a sculpt tool in Unreal, like, because I feel like if I release this game and let modders have access to it, then how are they going to make their environments? See, I'm so in the Portal mindset. I want some sort of auto-generated environments. think I've seen the subway
Okay.
example. Well, there's a subway you can buy. I've seen that. Maybe. Alright, let's go to the Learn tab. Wait, what is this? Oh, Ivy Pizza.
Okay, so I have a working game now. Let's see what I got up here. I've got my coins in the right spot now.
Virtual Studio.
Just bring it just a little bit. A little bit more.
You should just download things that might contain cool or smooth assets.
Okay. Cool. So.
I don't see a
But going up, and we now fully have our coin system in place for our Endless Runner, and we can pick up as many as we want of these. Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything I wanted to cover in today's video. Once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep curating, your boy Virtus, signing out.
This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases, make sure you follow us on social media.
With Wix, you can create a professional website that looks stunning. Just go to Wix.com. The best part is, you can update it and keep it fresh whenever you want. I like changing up the background.
I wish
It
it would
instantly gives my
do it
site
the
a
other
whole
way.
new look.
I
I constantly add new photos.
Create project.
Here are some of my latest, which I love. I always wanted to start my own blog. This would be the perfect place.
Okay. So. We've got to work in. The start of
Hey
everything.
there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can set up a def system, and with this def system we are going to be using ragdoll physics. So what I mean by that is when you overlap one of your pipes or one of your boxes, what it's going to do is basically make your player trip over on the ground and fall over to the ground to show them that they have died. So having said that, what we're going to do is dive straight into it and get started. Now the first thing that we're going to need for our third person character is we are going to need to have a physics asset. Now we do have one by default, but I want to introduce you to making your own one yourself. So what I'm going to do is go to my content folder, go to mannequin, go to my character folder, mesh, and then with the sk_mannequin, it is basically make your player trip over on the ground and fall over to the ground to show them that they have died. So having said that, what we're going to do is dive straight into it and get started. Now the first thing that we're going to need for our third person character is we are going to need to have a physics asset. Now we do have one by default, but I want to introduce you to making your own one yourself. So what I'm going to do is go to my content folder, go to mannequin, go to my character folder, mesh, and then with the sk_mannequin, right click that and create a physics asset.
Let me fast forward. Oh, I guess maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just says it. Basically, they use some system to map out they
mesh,
map it and use that,
and then it goes to create physics asset.
They create a dynamic mesh. I don't know if it's even dynamic, but maybe.
Does it do create and assign?
Yes. And
set and make sure.
So here he's showing off their feature pieces.
Create.
And then that's what
assign.
It in the actual
okay.
Sure you press create and assign, so that way this new physics asset is going to be used.
Okay.
Now with this, just use the default settings as they are and press create asset. Give it a couple of seconds and you can see it has now made this for us. And what you should have open on your screen is a little bit something similar to this. Now what you need to do is just go ahead and press generate all bodies, and that is going to simulate and do the bits.
Or does it say generate all bodies?
It's very bad for performance, but you can always simplify Simplygon stuff.
Oop, didn't want to do that full screen.
Give it a couple of seconds and you can see it has now made this for us. And what you should have open on your screen is a little bit something similar to this. Now what you need to do is just go ahead and press generate all bodies, and that is going to simulate and do the bits that we need to do. If we press simulate, you are going to be able to see what it's going to look like if the player falls straight down on the ground, and that's exactly what I'm going for. I want it to look like the character is dying when they trip over a box or run into you know, a pipe or anything like that. So I am happy with this, and I'm going to close it. So what we've got to do now then is open up our third person character blueprint under third person BP, blueprints, and then open it up, and we can start working on the code that is going to make it simulate physics and do all the good stuff we need it to do. So the way we're going to be doing this is within the third person character we are going to add a function, and for the function we are going to give this the name def function. And the purpose of making this function is so that we can simply call it from other blueprints. So we are going to want to be able to trigger this from within the pipe blueprint, from within the box blueprint, and all of that good stuff. And within here, all we're going to be doing is telling it to
play animation, right?
Pretty much simulate that physics and stop the character from moving any further. And the way that we're going to do this is, first things first, we are going to set simulate physics.
So set simulate physics.
Could use that kind of solution
Using the mesh, just like that, and make sure this is triggered and ticked for the simulate. What we're also going to be doing is disabling, so disable movement using the character movement. So what this is going to do is essentially to stop that character from moving further forwards than we need it to do. And then lastly, we're going to do one last thing, which is simply set game paused to pause the game up.
Set game pause. Game paused to pause.
Wait, so is there a way that I can
after that?
Okay, so this will pause
if we
the game
compile
after I'm
this,
done.
we can now go ahead and test this and make sure it works. Now, we've got nothing to actually fire off this function. So what I'm going to do is a quick simple test within the event graph tab using a little input key. So I'm going to right click anywhere you've got space, go down to input, go to keyboard events, and I'm just going to use the C key on our keyboard. With that, we are simply just going to fire off the def function to make it work. So what should happen now is if we press C on the keyboard, he should sort of go a little bit funny and he should drop to the ground. Now what you will notice there is, for some reason, it did crash our game. So what I'm going to do is go to our def function, double click to open this up, and you will notice it's not crashing, it's just pausing. So you're not really getting a chance to disable that movement to see the physics. So what we've got to do is maybe just take that out. You could add a delay or something like that if you want to, but I'm going to take that out, compile it, and make sure it works this time round. So press play, press C, and you can see that he now sort of looks like he's falling. But notice, when I did do that, he falls through the ground, he falls through the objects, and it doesn't look too great. And the reason why it's doing that is because the mesh does not have proper collision at the moment. So if you go back to your viewport, select your mesh, and then scroll down on the right hand side in the details.
Okay, so let's catch up to them. So that's good for them. So he deleted that. We'll stop that. Then he went to the game mode. Or no, the character. Here. And then he went down to keyboard. So K Input. Keyboard events. And upon hitting C.
That's not so bad. That's pretty quick.
Just gotta trigger that.
I feel like voxels are only used in open world games like
Yep.
3D.
So I'm on the same page as him right now.
You know.
This panel, you have got your collision tab. Within here, you have your collision presets. Now, what you want to do with this is set this to block all dynamic.
Third person character. And then he went into
Not square.
class defaults. Was it class defaults? Class settings? No, defaults. And then under the class defaults, he did. Was it class defaults? Where did it not been in defaults? There's a collision tab somewheres. Let's back it up just a little.
Voxel plugin.
Oh, you click the actual mesh. That's what I
I've
had
looked
done.
up these before.
And then from there, clothing. Oh, that'd be nice. So down the road you can actually get that. Collision character. So was it collision presets? Was that the one he did?
That is because the mesh does not have proper collision at the moment.
And then if
So
you
if
go
you
down
go
to
back to your viewport,
mesh.
select your mesh, and then scroll down on the right hand side in the
That scared me.
Within here, you have your
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Well, I should really turn that down a little bit. That's funny. That'll wake you right up.
Oh, it took
your
25
collision
minutes.
presets.
That's funny. Was not anticipating that at all. Thank you though, I appreciate the follow a lot. I didn't see the name, I'm sorry. I really should get a way to see who follows me. Follows, there's gotta be a way on here to do that. Isn't there? Activity feed, oh. Jathagi. There you go. I like the name Jathagi.
How you been, Anna? What you up to? You guys working on it?
Alright. So, collision
still working on,
presets. Collision presets.
What's
How are you
it
doing
called?
today?
I forget. Captives, I think, right? Yeah, it was Captives. Oh, my Steam crash.
And I want to do block all dynamic. No, I want to do block all.
Now, what you want to do with this is set this to
Working on various things.
block all dynamic.
Okay, it is block all dynamic.
What do you think about voxels?
I'm not sure why.
Hey,
what does
Tuff,
that do
welcome
for me?
back. Hey, Ben, any ideas on how
Web
to
managers
attach
can block
trackable
all actors by default. All new custom channels will
Any
use
ideas on
its
how
own
to
default response.
attach a
Okay.
trackable widget by mouse?
So,
I've seen it all. I've set it all up on my
that
widget. So it's
should.
a little janky. It always attaches itself
I'm
to
gonna
the
go
same
here.
position.
Maybe so if I hit my kill button. Whoa! He goes flying. Alright.
Dynamic
I
to
feel like there's
start
still a
with,
little something.
and then
a little more.
press play. Press that C key.
He goes flying like
Maybe
he's-
not when you're jumping in the air. So get on the ground,
I've never
press
used
C,
trackable
and you
widgets.
can see now he's
Alright,
going to
that's
stop
just a
and
vicious
he's gonna
death.
block with
And
the
how to
cubes
attach
and do
it.
all of that good stuff. It's doing
Always
exactly
attach
what we
itself
want
to the
it to
same
do.
position with the mouse.
Now, what we also need to make sure is that
Eventually,
we are still able
I'm
to
gonna
pick
make
up the
Once
pickup
you decide to
items, which we
attach,
can.
like, snap it
So
when
that
you-
Oh,
side of the
okay.
collision is all good. We
And,
can still
working
move
on
into these
torch,
pipes and the
some
boxes.
stuff for
That
So,
is all
let's see
good.
here.
So,
I still pick them up.
what we need to do now then
Technically, what will
is
end up
when
happening is
you
when
touch
I
a
walk
pipe
into
or touch a box,
box, pipe,
we
anything like
simply
that,
need to tell
I
it
go,
to clear
"Ugh,"
that
and I
dead
die.
function. So the way we're going to do this is
Although I
by
don't think it
going
should be
to our
flying
runner
like that.
files folder, go to blueprints, and then let's start off with the
Man, that really
payload
sends you
folder.
flying though.
Way more things here than I need.
Okay.
Within here, what we're going to do is event
So now I'm gonna go into the
to
pipe.
begin overlap. We should have one here already.
And what
We are going to
This is
cast
gonna
to
now
the
set it
third person
to
character to make
third person
sure
viewer.
it's overlapping with that character. And then as
allow
the
it to go from overlapping. I want not that one. I want blueprints. Blueprints.
That's funny.
Pipe. Event overlap. That one right there. Cast a third-person character. Cast to third-person character.
Third-person character, we are simply going to type in
the
def function, and this is going to trigger that def function. So, with the static mesh, within this obstacle for the pipe, you want to make sure that this is going to be block all dynamic. Sorry, you want to make sure this is overlap all, so it can fire off.
I'm just thinking about
overlap
how easy I could use this to sculpt the environment.
Overlap all, and that's going to allow it once it overlaps
Maybe I
any of these.
Well, now I can't even remember what voxels
that overlap event, and you're not just
side,
stopping
like,
yourself from going into it. Press play, and then as you run over it, notice it is going to trip you up, and your character is going to.
Or is voxels the technology
Okay, so
where the mesh
theoretically, save all. Give myself.
Could you explain more what you're talking about, though?
Man, what am I gonna find so far? It's probably able to
drop
stop
down
that.
to the ground, and that is essentially going to be simulating your death. So we know that's all working. So all we need to do then is just copy this, close the pipe obstacle, and we are gonna go and do the same thing for the box. So open up obstacle underscore box. Paste that in to cast to third person character, use the def function, and set up your object wildcard. Hit compile, hit play, and now if you walk into a box, it should kill you, but if it doesn't, that is going to be because you haven't set your static mesh collision to overlap all. Compile, and let's try it again. Hit play and run into the box, and you can see it is going to kill us just like that. Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything I wanted to show you for your def function. We're really starting to bring our endless runner game to life now. Once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating, your boy Virtus, signing out.
This video was made
just like
possible by
him.
my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases, make sure you follow us on
So I have a continuously faster game.
I help New Yorkers every day.
Let's see what happens when I run into a box.
Affordable plan on the
I'm gonna go flying though.
It was very easy. Now I am protected,
Can I
and I
slow
know my
myself
family
down?
and future are secure.
Find your plan and
Smart. Should actually look at the
See if-
definition.
Am I? Look at the trip. You need to go in third person character blueprint, select the and change the collision percent to ragdoll. Makes it much better. Also has an
The
impulse.
dynamic mesh just be like covering
Stop
over
carry
the
movement
box.
too far forward. Alright, so select the mesh component and then change the collision preset to ragdoll. So select the mesh component.
Yeah.
Third person character blueprint.
I mean, that's fine. That's just like a more
Character
efficient way
blueprint.
of storing
Mesh component.
like
And then I'm going to
general
change the
area
collision
data.
preset to ragdoll.
And I
Collision
don't need
preset.
to be super precise. So you have a child widget, and that widget spawns a widget on the screen. When I try to
Ragdoll.
drag it, no matter where I drag it, the mouse always
See what that looks like.
attaches
I bet you this is probably gonna
it
look
to the
better.
widget in the same spot. Okay. Sub widgets suck.
And then this.
They just mess up. That's all. This is an interesting scan.
I really want to make it so I can't.
On the screen, when you try to drag it,
Play.
no matter where you drag
Oh,
it,
come
the
on.
mouse always
Play.
attaches it to the widget in the same spot.
I want to make it so it don't
So
go
can
through
you
it
set
though.
that position manually? And like when you click and drag,
It makes it-
do you see it dragging? Then when you let go,
Thanks
do
for the heads up.
you want to just grab the
So
location
yeah.
and then
falls right through. It collides, goes ragdoll, underneath, and falls through. Try a different combination of character, but none of them work. Of some sort to the crate. Maybe there's a way to add a collision box of some sort to the crate. Please share. What you could do is add a collision box slightly similar to the actual
marching cubes apparently at some point, but
component overlap to the obstacle box blueprint and create an on-component overlap event to the box and trigger the death of the event and set it collision preset to
also. And it's this. This must be an early version of it though.
Okay, so same size, slightly bigger.
And this is the
let's try that.
So yeah, there's a free version.
So add a box collision slightly smaller
Which doesn't
than the actual
include
box.
these, but that's fine.
And create.
I might want collision.
What you do is add a box collision slightly smaller than the actual box.
Okay, I told it to open a GitHub.
So I want to do this. I want to go here and add box collision.
Is there a different branches? No. So I guess I'll just copy this and put it into my game directory. Try it out.
And then make that not dynamic.
You
so
see
you
it
can't
moving.
fall
The issue
through
is
that.
with the initial drag. The initial drag.
I feel like it's snapping a little too much.
Oh.
See, the way you lower that is chop that down.
So it's like if I clicked here.
Boom.
But then like the mouse snaps further away.
Well, almost boom.
Or the mouse snaps somewhere else on the widget, like to its origin.
Is that the snap one? I thought that was the snap. Snap and grab and dragging objects. Snap position.
It's definitely a bug, which is very common with UMG, I feel. But the widget snaps further away. Oh, okay.
Okay, so then make this one block all dynamic. Save. See if that works. If that does the trick, then I can do it for the pipes as well. So that shouldn't allow me to go through it. That's kind of cool. Okay, so that worked there. So then on this one, we're gonna add.
Oh, of course you can.
Viewport. Something.
I've never used this, so I'm actually kind of curious.
Oh, I bet you I could know how to do this. Even make it fancier. Come on. Thinking ahead. So you do
so what to do?
Mesh. Static mesh. Or actually, can I just copy paste that? And then this one I can do block all, save. I should do the same for the box actually. Copy, paste. That's the exact size it needs to be. Now, that will kill me.
Is going to help you.
Oh, see that just looks sweet. All right.
I don't know if this is. I feel like this isn't even the same bug, but just take a peek at this.
Cool.
But it kind of feels
Mine looks
like
just a
using
little nicer.
Space position, create drag and drop.
I mean, technically I could kill.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can set up a def system, and with this def system...
Oh, I already did that one, so I'm on the next one now.
We're looking at it and we saw ribs. My technician, he said, what if it's a dinosaur? And then, wow, the whole picture changed.
Normally when we find dinosaur skeletons, we have parts of the skeleton. One of the cool things that they tell us for this specimen, skin is preserved.
I'm calling this the Rosetta Stone. for armored dinosaurs.
And it's the closest you'll come in terms of coming face to face with the dinosaur.
That is pretty cool.
Interfaces for all this stuff. Like if you have to set the location. Do you
Oh, the dinosaurs.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Endless Runner tutorial series. In today's video we're going to be showing you how you can set up a screen within your game when the game is over. So having said that, once the player trips over and they dies after hitting an obstacle, it is going to take them to this game over screen that you can see here. It's going to tell them they have died, it's going to tell them how many coins they've collected, the score, and let them restart the game or return to the menu if that's something that they want to do. Now, before we can go any further with this, you need to make sure you have the latest version of the assets for this series. If you don't have this already, once again, just go ahead and check out the link in the description. Within here we have an endgame folder, and in here you have a couple of icons that's going to be used in the UI for this. So, once you're ready, go into Unreal Engine 4, and then within here, within your runner files folder in your content browser, add a new folder called UI.
Okay, so you went into running files. From here, you made a new folder called U.
Once you've done this, open it up and add another folder.
We're starting a new campaign at a different guy's house, but I think one of the guys who normally brings all this stuff isn't going to be there. Hey, Estrasura. Thanks for the follow. Let me try to say that again.
With the name End Game.
End Game. Not like the end of the game, but like brutal end. You've met.
Anna. Ben, your success story about changing engine version inspired me. Oh, today? Yeah, it only took like a half hour. Actually, it took 1 minute. The going from 420 to 421, but what took the most time was the shader recompiling. Hey, Port Ponky, welcome back. What's up?
Just like that, end game with no spaces. Open it up, and what I want you to do is to import these graphics that you've got here. So, select every one of these, just press Ctrl A to select all of them, and then just drag and drop them into your content browser.
Okay, so he went over here, he grabbed endgame.
I'll have to find the plugin content.
Control A, is that really?
So.
And.
Voxel editor, public.
Endgame.
World generators.
Okay.
I feel like I gotta open up a new level.
To import them in there.
Let's try one.
Now that we've done this, what I'm going to do is create a widget blueprint which is actually going to contain all of the graphics and all of the functionality to show the score, show the coins, and all that good stuff. So right click in your content browser within this folder, go to user interface and add a widget blueprint. Give this the name Game Over,
because it isn't.
or Game Over Screen, rather, if you have any issues with that.
Anna, you went
and
from
then once we've done this, what you're going to do is just press enter to open it up, and what we can do is start placing those assets into our screen. So what I'm going to do is take a quick look at the sort of finished picture so I know what assets I'm going to need. First of all, I'm going to need an image for the Game Over. I'm going to need some text to say all these bits. I'm going to need a couple of buttons as well, so I'm just going to place those in. So, within our design view, and if you guys aren't comfortable using the UI editor inside of Unreal Engine 4, I definitely do advise you check out my UI series, as within here you'll learn to do loads of stuff. But for now, I'm going to add in an image for the Game Over. So drag in the image from your palette on the top left hand corner, and then under appearance in your details panel and brush, set your image to game.
Okay, so image, under brush,
there were a few
image.
things that I don't know how to describe this. Basically, things I was doing on blueprints that I didn't realize I was relying improperly on something. It was like it was a very niche case of, I think an array
Exist in
get,
the game file. Do you want to replace the
so I was
existing?
doing an array get on an event.
Otherwise, click no and choose a
But then,
game.
because it was a pure node, I kept thinking I could keep referencing it.
Over.
But
and it should be the
because
little text here that you've
array,
set already. Now, as for the image size,
because I actually removed that item from the array, it was still delivering it to me, even though it shouldn't have been. That was a bug that they fixed at some point, and I remember having to dig so hard through the code to find that, because I was like, what? All of a sudden my game just stopped working when I updated versions, because they fixed a bug with blueprints accessing or remembering like that variable and not re-getting from the list. It was kind of a weird. Yes, that'd be fun times indeed.
Okay, so
why do I have the C++ open? I don't even know what it does.
Edit.
So, what is all of this?
Edit.
Voxel World Editor interface? Can I open that? No, that's C++. These are all C++.
And then I went under runner files.
Does the voxel come with not C++ content? It does.
What was my game over now? I want me to import it.
Example. Voxel Aster.
Catch inputs.
The UVs are not as good as I was really hoping the UVs would be perfect. They're not. That's okay. Static mesh voxel asteroid.
So I'm trying to. Oh, I want to add.
Since Ben is American, he clearly chose an anagram from AK around. Makes sense. We love guns.
Overscreen.
Nope. The name is not an anagram. The name does come from something.
Oh, that's what was going on.
Okay, nerd.
Copy what you've got down here up into the slot at the top. So 606 on the size X and 341 on the size Y.
You're allowed to do that.
And then what I want you to do is to anchor this to the left-hand side of your palette on the top left-hand corner, and then under Appearance in your Details panel and Brush, set your image to Game Over.
Size.
And it should be the little texture that you've set already. Now, as for the image size, copy what you've got down here up into the slot at the top. So 606 on the.
Okay, so I'm just gonna copy
the size X.
Okay, so this has to be equal to that. That way it's the same pixel count. XY 341. Ta-da!
This is a very strange material. What the heck? Scene texture world normal.
And 341 on the size Y.
Okay.
And then what I want you to do is to anchor this to the left-hand side of your screen, just like that, and place it in. Once you've done this, we can start adding in the other elements. So the other elements are going to be 3 more images for each of those icons that we've got. And then we're also going to have 2 buttons at the bottom as well. One for restarting and then one for going to the main menu once we've set that up. So we've got these in here. Let's start off with the first icon. So the first image, we are going to set this to coins icon, the one that we imported earlier. Once again, we're getting the site.
Okay, yep. So coins.
Your UVs were screwed up on that. Okay. This must be for editing. Like maybe this hits worlds and then. Adds a creator. Okay.
Coin.
Size from here. So 55 by 57 for the size X and Y. For the next image, we're going to be using the score icon,
It's actually
get
not
the
that bad,
size
it's
again,
fine.
so 55 by
Add creator in
57,
async.
just like that.
Okay, add creator
And
not
once again, what you
async.
want to do is just make sure you are anchoring all of this stuff to the left hand side of the screen so it all sticks in place together. For the last icon, you're going to be using the high
Do you think
score
people should be allowed on the
icon
internet if they can't
and
do
set that
calculus,
size
yes or
again,
no?
but this time the
Okay.
size X and Y is
What if they can
47
do it at some
by
point, but then not
49
later?
to
'Cause
get
I-
that right size, and
I
we're
can
good.
I can do the simplest of
And
derivatives,
what we're going to do
easy,
now
but
is quickly set up the appearance for the buttons
like
as
10
well.
years, man.
So for the buttons, for the
What
first
years
one,
are we
if you
now?
check, it is
19?
restart.
I learned
So what
calculus
you
in
want to do
2008.
is go into here, into Unreal Engine 4, and go to your details
What is
panel,
it?
go to Style, Appearance,
But I took
and
Calc
for
3 in
normal,
probably like
you want to assign this to Restart button, just a regular normal one. Set your margin to 0.
Hey, okay, drunk. That's a good
So,
Too many KS. That's liquid.
this is my X.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too many Ks. Oh yeah. That go run. Oh, pardon me. Oh. Just drunk. For the anagram. Okay, so this is neat and all.
0.
You have to pass. Oh, you actually have to pass the world. The voxel world. Well, what voxel world is that? Oh, you have to tell it up front. Okay, that's basically like a mesh instance you could think of. Add creator async. Okay, so yeah, go do that dynamically. Yeah, let's read the C++ for that. Set hidden in game. For the stack mesh. Okay, and then you destroy yourself on the end.
There, that looks a little nicer.
And we'll
Just a
do
little bit.
restart to Style, Appearance,
And if
and
you
for
hit a
normal,
voxel world,
you
set
want
the
to start.
voxel world.
You want to assign this to
Otherwise,
Restart
you get 'em
button, just a
all,
regular
yes.
normal one. Set your margin to
Not the
0,
best, but
and once again,
what else are you gonna do? Also, why would
Okay,
you do anything if you
so-
hit something that's not a part of the voxel world?
2 buttons.
You wouldn't be able to create it. I guess if you hit some other random mesh nearby
And then
the voxel, you'd still want to make the creator.
style.
I mean, I would rewrite
Is
this,
this
of course,
style
but this is
feeder
very
design?
generic and usable
Appearance.
implementation. Personally, you don't believe in meshes.
Under normal.
Pork Bunky, all about that 2D. Sprite.
Style normal.
Makes life easier. Pixel normal world space.
372. Put 91.
What's the difference
And
between a pixel normal and a... You don't believe in dimensions. Womp womp. Working too long today. Almost 8 hours streaming. Which is actually shorter than normal. Okay, so like this is all cool content and everything, but I need a map. I need to play with something. I need an actual, I've got a world here. I don't have a voxel world though. Where's the voxel world? Hold on, I need to like
okay, so
add to favorites. Add to favorites. Alright, there we go.
the restart, and then button, main menu, margin 0 that out, size
world.
372,
I can't put that in.
91,
I can't drag that out here.
150.
That's gotta be C++, right? Voxel, I mean, it's gotta be an actor, yeah?
Why is that actor? Oh,
A voxel world. It is an actor. Why can't I not drag it into the world?
300.
Right? I should be able to just...
A lot more.
Oh, wait, what? You can do that?
Nope.
I can't do this? Oh my
Bam.
goodness. Okay.
Save.
And we're going up to the top and we're pasting in the image size from here into our size X and Y so it comes out the way I've set it up in Photoshop.
Cool.
So we're going to set this to 372 by 91. And then we're going to anchor it to the left hand side. And then what we've got to do then is go to the hover image and we're going to be using...
Oh, there's a hover image.
The second image, so...
Oh. So when it gets hovered over...
Time to compile another 7,300 shaders. Yep, that is life. Especially when you upgrade. I don't know what. How am I supposed to make a voxel world? I want to sculpt one. All right, where's that guy's website? Let's see. How do you use this?
Restart hovered, set that margin down to 0 and we're good. And then for the pressed image, we are just going to use that regular restart button with the margin set to 0.
There's a Discord. Let's join
Hover.
it then.
Pressed.
Features, pricing, support. Support is the Unreal forums. Okay, docs. This is what we need.
Oop.
Voxel graphs.
Okay, so that one's good. Press, hover.
Oh, creating a flat world. Quick start. Here we go. Partially atomic. What are we doing? Terrain. Yeah, we're trying voxels. What is this graph anyway?
Okay. So I should be all set there.
0 and we're good to go there.
Wait, I think I don't have
Now
access
just for that
to
menu
voxels,
button,
whatever
go to normal, set this to menu button, margin down to 0, get your image size up down here and place it into your size X and Y.
Yep,
So
we're good so far.
372 by 91, and that's just going to make our button the size that I've set it up in Photoshop again. And then all we're doing is going into our hovered and setting this
Open source MIT,
to
but doesn't full
menu
source access
hovered,
mean
margin down to 0, and
you could
lastly
just
for
sell
your
it?
pressed, we are just going to use the normal button. So what we've basically done here is we've set up a couple of buttons and we've just got it transitioning between different images for the different states. So normal is going to be the normal look of the button. Hovered is when your mouse is over it, and then pressed is going to be once you've clicked it, or that split second when you've clicked it.
Yep. Okay, that makes
What
sense.
you should have is a screen that looks a little bit like this.
Which I do.
Now, what I'm not going to do for now is put in the functionality to show the score. I want to focus on actually getting this displayed on the screen.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do is compile this, and then what I'm going to do is go to my third person BP folder,
Third person character.
go to my third person character, and then I'm going to open up my def function by double clicking on it on the left hand side. And after this code we've got here to make him trip up, we are going to create a widget by dragging out from the execution pin, set the class to the one that we've just created, which is game over screen,
MIT
and then for the
means
return value,
nonprofit.
you want to add this to the player's viewport. And what this is going to do is it's just going to add that game over screen to the screen so the player can see it. So now if we go ahead and open up,
hello, Michael.
and what this is going to do,
I don't know if that's spam message or not. Welcome to the chat.
Is it's just going to add that game over screen to the screen so the player can see it. So now if we go ahead and open up the runner level, if you haven't already got it open, making sure you save everything that you've just done, you are going to see when we trip over. So if we just go ahead and walk into a pipe, it is going to display the screen here. You've got all your icons on the left hand side, it says game over, and we have got access to these buttons here to go restart the level, go to the menu once we set up the functionality for that. So for now that is pretty much the basics of our return to menu screen. So what we can do is we can start actually adding in the functionality. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go back to my UI folder and open up my game over screen. And what I'm going to do is add in the score and the number of coins collected. As for the high score, that is going to be something that we'll be adding in a separate video. So let's add in some text. And if you check the completed image, it should say coins collected, and that's what I'm going to add. So content for this text is going to be coins collected, just like that. And we're going to place it in just there. Going to add in another piece of text, and this one is going to be you scored, just like that, and place it in. So now for actually placing the number of coins on there. The way we're going to be doing this is by adding in another piece of text, separate text. We're going to set the default value in the details panel for the content to 3 zeros. Place it in where we want it, and give it the color of yellow to make sure it's nice and different from the rest of the text. We want it to 3 zeros. Separate text for actually placing the number of coins on there. The way we're going to be doing this is by adding in another piece of text, separate text. We're going to set the default value in the details panel for the content to 3 zeros. Place it in where we want it, and give it the color of yellow to make sure it's nice and different from the rest of the text, using our color picker, and then press OK. As for defining the actual number of coins, we're going to create a binding, and within here we basically just need to add access to the variable where it's stored and link it up. Now for us, that was all within the third person game mode. So what I'm going to do is from within our getText0, we're going to cast to the third person game mode. As the third person game mode, we are going to get coins for the top one, and hook that up to our return node, set your...
Whoa, what did he just click? There was something there that I absolutely missed. Wait, did he just build? Click build? Wait a second.
Your minimum integral digits to...
I didn't see this. There's a voxel now tab.
Free, and turn off your grouping. For your object wildcard, set this to get game mode, and we are good.
Okay,
so if we compile this now, press play, and then run into our box to free, and the third person game mode. As the third person game mode, we are going to get coins for the top one, and hook that up to our return node, set your minimum integral digits to 3, your for the top one, and hook that up to our return node, set your...
Even easier.
What material were we using earlier?
Maybe not.
Actually, let's just use default material. I like default material.
As the third person game mode, we are going to get coin. We are going to get in game mode. We are going to get
variable default coins. Okay, so
what could it hurt though, right?
ha. That's not working though. Why is Did I click the right one? Wait a second. Oh. I'm in the wrong one.
Let's see what this voxel invoker does.
Whoops.
Not much.
Pick the designer.
No idea.
Create
Alright.
binding. I don't know how I ended up the other
8
one.
hours. Here we go.
Game mode. Cast to.
Wait, what? Okay, so then I just hit play.
Cast to third person game mode. We're gonna get game reference, get game mode. And then from there we're gonna get coin. Get coin.
I'm digging it so far. I want to be able to edit it in the editor though. Hey, don't think you're fooling me. I saw some Z fighting over here. What did I just hit?
Okay. And then that.
Alright. There's a few janks. I don't know what the janks are, but there's some jank. Right there. There's something solid right here. Oh.
But didn't it like.
It's that invisible player. I bet you're right here. Voxel character right in front of me. Yeah. Goodbye.
Oh, I broke something.
Alright, go back into the game.
Crap.
No
Did
more
I break?
jank, but I don't know about the Z fighting I saw.
Our widget, text blocks.
Maya Kokala, say what's up, man. Yeah, I'm creating a game. I've already created a game. Now I'm playing around with voxels to see if that would make
property
sculpting the final geometry easier or better.
Okay, so I go
I've already created a game. I mean, I've been working on this game for a couple years, and it's got 36 levels or more. It's got more, but
text. I just
why
delete
did
it
I delete
real
that
quick.
voxel character? I should have just possessed it.
And then new text.
Jennifer
Put that there.
the world pretty quickly.
Start over.
See, eject.
Zip, zip, zip.
Possess.
Make that gold.
Play.
And then, so I clicked here.
Yes,
Okay,
play.
bind in. Do that. Then I want to grab cast to third person game mode. Grab the game reference. Game mode.
Or does this
Go
even have
from there to get coin. And then bring that baby up there. And bam. So that should allow me to do exactly what I've been wanting to do. Now just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Looks nice. Compile, save. Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of that because I don't think I need that. I have text 1.
Oh, no, never mind.
That does what it needs to do
Running
there.
Half-Life 3? No. The use case for this plugin seems to be runtime gen modification, but you can edit with the editor landscape tools ?
Those are good.
But can you edit with the well? That's a
coins
part of the problem is
for the top
I don't think I really
for your
could
you
use
should be
those
able
because
to
I need
now
caves,
set this to
right?
get game mode.
You get rid of the grouping. I like the grouping, but I get why you would do it.
And we are good.
I'm keeping grouping.
So if we compile this now, press play, and then run into our box to get ourselves killed, you should be able to see it does say our coins. At the moment it's saying 0 because we didn't pick any up. So if I actually go into the game, pick up a couple of coins, and then run into the box to get myself killed, it's gonna say coins collected is free. It's doing exactly what we want it to do.
We know you all love a good code sample, and this week we bring you something that will make your game's graphics oh so beautiful. I'm Stephanie Essen.
So now all we've got to do is go back into our design view and just do the same thing for our score. So go into here, add another piece of text with the default content being 3 zeros, set your color using the color picker to the same yellow used everywhere else, press OK, and then create a content binding for this. And once again, we need access to the third person game mode, so cast to third person game mode, and as third person game mode, get the score or get points, so get current points, and hook this up into your return value. Once again, turn off grouping, set minimum integral digits to 3, and your object wildcard should be get game mode. And what you should have, if we go into our game now, is something that looks a bit like this, and we are good to go. Now, before I do end off the video, what I do want to make sure you do, which is really important, is that every one of these assets that you make within this UI, make sure you anchor it to the left hand side of the screen, so that way, even when you're working on mobile, it is still going to group together on the left hand side of the screen. So make sure you've done that with all of these, your buttons, your text, and all of that good stuff. With this restart button, what I'm going to do is quickly add some functionality to make it restart the level so you can play again. So create an event for onClicked, and then what we're going to do is simply use a console command with the command restart level in there. And what this is going to do is simply restart.
Okay, so coins good, grouping 3, save.
I gotta go play D&D. This seems substantially more back-breaking than getting out a sculpting tool. Well, I don't know how to use any sculpting tools, which is really the problem. I would love to use terrain sculpting, but you can't use that in here for obvious reasons. And I think once I do get it to work, it might work well. I also want an in-engine way for people to make their own levels. So people who want to make custom content for this game don't have to go use Blender for a couple days remapping their rooms to look like my aesthetic.
Sure, you anchor it to the left-hand side of the screen, so that way.
Oh, I will anchor that too as well.
The cube just changed places, that's the only thing.
Anchor left side, anchor left side.
I mean, it's almost not so bad just having these things then butt up against the flat walls. It probably wouldn't look that bad. Maybe I just need things for the corners to get covered up with.
Okay.
Even when you're working on mobile, it is still going to group together on the left-hand side of the screen. So make sure you've done that with all of these, your buttons, your text, and all of that
13 of you. Hey, drunk
good stuff.
What's up, dude? Working on my own project at the moment, making some guns at the moment for it though.
With this restart button, what I'm going to do is quickly add some functionality to make it restart the level so you can play again. So
right at the end of the stream.
Create an event for onClick.
Feel free to follow and come back later. You too, Mycolacus. Sorry, that's a weird name. You just starting off Drunk Senpais, or you've been in UE4 for a little bit? It's always good to see new guys get into it, new people. Or maybe you're not. Nice stream today, Ben V. Thanks, Slick Ace. Appreciate you coming by. Anna, you too. Always fun to have people visit. It was a good day. It was a good day. All right, let's find somebody out there to raid. And we're gonna continue with this voxel stuff, I suppose.
Okay, on clicked.
Oh, tomorrow is a work day. Tomorrow's Thursday. I cannot believe it.
And then what we're going to do is simply use
nice. Oh, your computer's better than mine. It took me
a console.
over a half hour to compile just 3,000 shaders.
Cancel. Execute console command.
Unreal Engine category. First place in the look. Been in it for a while. Finished uni a couple months ago. Oh, sweet. Just getting out there. Wow. So that's cool that you got to learn Unreal before you graduated. I graduated in 13, and I didn't really get into it until
Execute
15
console
or
command.
16, really. Shoot.
command.
That is
With the command restart.
Not the version of Unreal either. Can go sleep nicely tonight. Guess it depends on shader complexity as well, though. Yeah.
Restart level.
Level in there.
Oh, nothing capital X though. Restart level. Yay. So that should let me restart the game now. You know.
Just looking at channels right now. Checking out the Unreal and Science and Technology. I like to spread the love around a little bit.
New map. But yeah, it's called new map. Yep. And default plan. Fire class. HUD. Okay, so everything should be good there. That's gonna let me.
Alright, I was hanging out with Caustic Requiem the other day.
And
I'll drop you on him. Chet the Games is good too. So go check out Chet the Games or Caustic Requiem. I'll do a raid though to one of them. Graduated in UA 16? No, I graduated in 13. The year.
And what this is going to do is simply restart your level once they click the button. So if we die,
that's what my AEV
and I press restart, give it a couple of...
I think I had older versions of the engine downloaded at some point in time.
Why can't I use my mouse?
Anna, you've been in it for quite a while. Also, around probably like 410 or something like that.
Just could be able to
raid.
to do that. I can't.
You start in 410, yeah, nice.
Restart level.
Drunk Senpais, and then left it in 415. How could you? How could you? And you're coming back in 21. Well, you missed 420. Hey, nice model. That's a neat shotgun. Got a little bit of a minimalistic steampunk vibe to it. I like it. I don't love how over the top some steampunk things are. Nice, very cool.
As a viewport, game over.
Yeah, Drunk Senpai, come back sometime. Oh, you did. Nice. Aradosa. Oh, did I already call them out? Oh, wait, I did, yeah. Drunk Senpai with the follow 4 minutes ago. Appreciate it. Yeah, come back sometime. I stream every work day. All day. Let's see, here's my schedule. Anyway, stream is ending. So there are the cats. Well, the red dot sight is a pocket watch. Use the minute hand as the dot. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a nifty idea. Neat idea. I dig it. Okay, how do I trigger this raid? everybody. See you tomorrow.
Should build the trigger right from here, right? Death function. And then here should branch off to delay.
Back for anybody doing C++.
Delay.
Oh, Ben Vlaji. What's up, dude? Dropping a raid. I was literally just looking at your stream. I do a segment called Check Out the Competition. It's kind of like a cheeky term, but appreciate it, yeah. I saw you were ending. Usually at some point I'll just go around and look at other people's streams, seeing what they're doing. I'm not ending right now. I was about to go get some water, but I guess I can wait. Yeah, nothing too exciting today. I made a staircase with some fancy walls and
okay. So I'm actually gonna take a little break for a little bit.
Doors that open.
I may or may not be back on for the rest of the night. Been on for a good 7 hours today, so that was good.
Come on, turn off.
It was a good raid, or a good not raid.
Just finished this.
Chance. We got a game over screen, so I think it's a good spot to.
Couple of seconds, and we can play again, and we're good to go. Anyway, guys, that is pretty much this. Still,
he's able to do what he can there.
My levels are pretty.
And I press restart.
Right.
He can still use his mouse, but I can't. Okay, that's not a big deal.
Make any of them.
But you guys have a good rest of your night, and peace out.
Very simplistic.